this one? Good morning. Good morning to all. Esteemed dignitaries, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Registrar, respected deans, researchers, participants, and our dear students. On behalf of VIT University and the School of Social Science and Humanities, we call it VISH here. We, Dr. Ritu Varghese, and with me Dr. Anjita Gopi, are elated to extend a warm welcome to each of you to this international conference on navigating inequality, development, and sustainability in the Global South. We are deeply honored to have esteemed academicians and institutions collaborating with us on this platform. I would like to also extend special thanks to our esteemed collaborators, Rococo University, University of Alicante, Casa de la India, Center for Asian Studies, University of Valladolid, and the American University of Phnom Penh. Anjita, she will take over now.
This conference marks a pivotal gathering of minds from diverse disciplines dedicated to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. The theme of our conference, Inequality, Development and Sustainability in the Global South, could not be more timely or relevant. As we collectively navigate through the complexities of a rapidly changing world, this conference aims to provide a critical space for dialogue and exchange. We believe our conference is an affirmative step towards unraveling these intricate issues, engaging with multiple perspectives, and proposing actionable solutions for a more just and sustainable future.
And to mark the beginning of this conference with gratitude, let us now proceed to the lamp lighting ceremony. I invite all our dignitaries to partake in this auspicious ritual. May I have all the preparations? Requesting all the dignitaries to proceed for lamp lighting. Thank you, everyone. on this auspicious occasion, let us now have a Rang Puja. May I just invite our talented students for a traditional Rang Puja performance. May we just give them a huge round of applause and appreciation.
वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानकाराय गानान्तरात्मने गानौत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानौत्सुकानसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुपुरस्थाय गुरुविक्रमाय धीरप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुदैवतराय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय भोजनप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवीशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीगणयाय धीमहि गजेशाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गीतचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वपितुके गायगाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीतगन्धराय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गौरीवर्णयाय गौरीपर्वणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोसलोभाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you so much, our dear students, for the divine act. May I just request our dignitaries to come to the dais. May I request our Honorable VC Sir, Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy Sir, to please proceed to the stage. Dr. Priyanka Ghosh, Dean in charge, VISH, please proceed to the stage. And our chief guest for the inaugural, please let us welcome them to the stage with a huge round of applause. And Professor Moriki O'Hara, our chief guest for the inaugural. We have also the convener of the conference, Dr. Ashraf Pulikamat. If I may just request him also to accompany and join our guests at the stage. May we just continue the applause for our guests.
To start the proceedings, I would now like to invite Dr. Priyanka Ghosh, Dean in charge of School of Social Sciences and Humanities, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Anjita. A very good morning to one and all present here. It is my great privilege to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Moriki Ohara from Rikoku University, Japan. We are truly honored by your presence here today. I am honored to welcome our respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.V. Kotareddy. Thank you, sir, for your presence and for gracing this occasion. A very warm welcome to our respected, dignitaries, deans and directors present here. We are delighted to have you with us today. I would also like to extend a special welcome to my colleagues, research scholars, students and all conference participants. Thank you all for your presence. Now I would like to introduce our school and its role within the university briefly. The VIT AP School of Social Sciences and Humanities has evolved into an independent school that combines the Department of Languages and the existing courses of social sciences that have been present at the university since its inception in 2017. The VIT AP School of Social Sciences and Humanities focuses on providing students with language skills and a broad perspective on the evolution of culture, society, politics and economics. The school's faculty also provides students with a well-rounded education that would complement other disciplines of study offered at the university, resulting in individuals capable of applying new knowledge and solving problems. I would also like to highlight that our school is currently offering BA/MA dual degree program with a focus on public service, in which students not only attain an academic degree but also get training from industry professionals on various aspects of civil services. At the end of 3 to 5 year program, students will have acquired a refined understanding of the complex issues that affect our society and will be aided in becoming nuanced thinkers and the administrators. From 2023 batch onwards, we are also offering major and minor in political science, history and economics. The various courses offered by our school enable students to gain skills ranging from critical thinking and problem solving to knowledge application and evidence-based analysis. VISH thus equips its students to develop a well-rounded approach informed by holistic insights beyond the confines of strictly technical knowledge. Since 2021, we have organized our annual multidisciplinary conference, Athena. Besides, we have also organized an international conference on climate crisis and its future implications in May 2022. In 2023, our annual Athena conference focused on Northeast India's culture, society and politics through the lenses of social sciences and humanities. All these conferences were organized in virtual mode. This is the first time VISH is organizing a conference in hybrid mode with international collaborators including Rikoku University, Japan, Casa de la India, University of Alicante, Spain, American University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, and the Asian Studies Center, University of Valladolid, Spain. This year's international conference, Navigating Inequality, Development and Sustainability in the Global South, or ICNIDS 2024, has achieved a significant milestone by receiving around 600 abstracts, out of which 300 were selected for presentation. We have received abstracts from renowned universities and colleges in India, such as Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, University of Delhi, IIT Roorkee, IIT Bhubaneswar, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Indore, Benares Hindu University, Northeastern Hill University, Aligarh Muslim University, University of Madras, Presidency University Kolkata, Ravindra Bharati University, Vidyasagar and many more. We have also received papers from some well-known foreign universities including the University of Dhaka, the University of Melbourne, Chiang Mai University, Thailand, University of Oviedo, Spain, the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the University College London. ICNIDS 2024 aims to explore the paradox between the rapidly growing economies of the Global South and inequality, poverty, rural-urban divide, gender disparities, and environmental issues found in countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The conference provides a platform for scholars, policymakers, and practitioners to discuss and critically deliberate on this endeavor. This conference will also focus on how countries from the global south can navigate the complex challenges, promoting an equitable and sustainable development model, thereby ensuring a much habitable ecosystem of balanced development and resources. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar Sir for their support and guidance. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries who devoted their valuable time and energy to be present here today, contributing to the success of this event. Your presence has truly enriched the occasion and we are grateful for your support. I would like to thank Dr. Ashraf Pulikamat, Dr. Anjita Gopi, Dr. Ritu Varghese and Dr. Shomik Sharkar for their tireless efforts in organizing the conference. In addition to this, the organizing team has become a constant support to the conveners as well. All of your dedication and hard work assure of its success. Finally, I thank my colleagues, research scholars, our BA/MA dual degree program undergraduate students and paper presenters for their tremendous support for this conference. We extend a warm welcome to all and hope to host you in the best way possible. We look forward to witness this academic endeavor in its full fervor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking us through the journey of VISH. Now, it is my honor to invite our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. The chief guest for today's inaugural ceremony, Dr. Moriki Ohara, Ryukoku University, Japan. Dr. Priyanka Ghosh, Dean in charge, School of Social Science and Humanities. Dr. Ashraf Pulikamat, convener for this conference, dignitaries, deans, directors, research scholars and their students. It is with great pleasure I welcome you all to this international conference on the navigating inequality, development and sustainability in the global south. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the School of Social Science and Humanities of VITAP University to organize this international conference. A big round of applause for the school to organize this wonderful conference. This is one of the biggest conferences wherein the international participation is huge. Means just now, Dean in charge mentioned that so many papers have come from so many universities. This is again the congratulations to the school to organize such conference in that level, like international level. In VITAP University, all 7 schools, School of Computer Science and Engineering, School of Electronics Engineering, School of Mechanical Engineering, and School of Business, School of Law, School of Social Science and Humanities, School of Advanced Sciences, all 7 schools, we are insisting that they should organize the international conferences in collaboration with the reputed international universities. That's what actually is happening. And in this conference, I am very happy to see that the collaborators are the University of Ryukoku, Japan, then the American University of Phnom Penh, then University of Alicante. Like this, there are several other partners also, like Casa de la India, and it's amazing to see all these collaborations for this conference. I always insist that the conferences should happen in collaboration. The reasons are many, the benefits are many. One is the host institute also will benefit, and the collaborative institute, university also will benefit in several ways. The reach of the publications and the collaborative research is going to happen when we organize conferences like this with international university collaborations. Then, of course, it's a great opportunity for the faculty members and research scholars and students to interact with the professors from or the researchers from other universities. It will give us the exposure to the international level research, what is happening in universities across the world. Therefore, it's very, very important to have this kind of conferences. Then, for the research scholars, it's a great platform to learn, to present, and to understand what is happening across the world. All the research scholars should present their papers in this conference. Now, the initial stage of the research starts with conference presentations, conference papers. Then afterwards, slowly you can enhance your quality of the papers and then publish in the journals and reputed journals. Then, therefore, the participation is very important. I could see many research scholars sitting here. Then please make use of this conference. At VIT AP University, you all know that we are giving the priority for the research activities, and to make the research activities more effective, we are actually providing a lot of incentives, opportunities to the faculty members, research scholars and students. You all know that the funding is one of the important thing for the research, and we provide the internal funding for all our faculty members, research scholars and students. Basically, if you have any innovative idea, you can submit the proposal, and based on your proposal, we give the funding. The funding can go up to 10 lakhs. This is only the internal funding. University is providing the funding. Any project, like in social science also, we are funding some of the projects. Now, similarly, the engineering and sciences also, we are providing the funding for the research projects. This is about the internal funding. I am happy to inform you that almost 4 crores of internal funding we have actually given to the faculty members and research scholars and students to carry out their research. Apart from this, we have the external funding also. This year alone, in 2024 alone, so far we have received 4 crores of funding from the external agencies like the DST, then CERB and ISRO, then DRDO, etc. These are all fundings we are getting for our research. Then our research will not happen only in engineering, it has to happen across all the schools. Okay, then only we can say overall the publication numbers are going to increase. With all the efforts, I am very happy to inform you that this year already we reached to 700 papers in the prominent journals, Scopus Index journals and other prominent journals. And that is again the achievement of all our faculty members, research scholars and students. And this year we are going to publish around 1500 papers. That is what actually our target. Like this year means the calendar year from January 2024 to December 2024. Our aim is to publish 1500 papers. We have already crossed 700 papers. Then definitely we will be able to achieve this target with the great commitment of our faculty and research scholars and students. Yes or no, we will achieve or not 1500 papers? Yes or no? Yeah. Then I am sure we will be able to achieve this. And the social science also, slowly the research activities are increasing, like in School of Social Science and Humanities, VISH. Then I am happy that many faculty members wanted to go and present the papers in the international conferences. We will definitely support the faculty members to travel abroad and then make the presentations and participate in those conferences. That is one side. The other side is we are encouraging the faculty to publish papers in UGC care list journals and other prominent journals, such that the number of publications in social science and humanities also will increase. Then overall, till now, we published around 3,000 papers in Scopus Index journals since our inception 2017. This number, if I don't talk about when, from which year, it is of no significance. Therefore, since inception 2017, we published 3,000 papers in Scopus Index journals. Initially, the faculty strength was less. We started only 600 students and then around 50-60 faculty members. Now today, we have 17,000 students and 700 research scholars and plus 500 faculty members. That way the phenomenal growth happened, and now the publications actually are coming up. Slowly we are actually having more number of publications. And there are several achievements. Then on the innovation and incubation side also, our faculty members and research scholars and students are doing excellent. Like we created the Innovation and Incubation Center, and in that the intellectual property rights cell also we started, and the innovative ideas of all faculty members and research scholars and students are being patented. Now we published more than 530 patents since our inception 2017. It is a remarkable achievement. We are number one in the country as a 7 years old university which published 500 plus patents. A big round of applause for all those the innovators. Then again, the students are given opportunity to start their own companies within the campus. Then there are 10 startups, registered startups. Students are working on those startups, and definitely they will become the matured businesses in the future. Definitely in coming next year, by next year they will be in the market. That's what actually our aim. And see, another important thing is whatever patents we published, those patents have to be done the technology transfer. That also we are working on. Then if we transfer some technologies to the industry, definitely again further the development of this innovation and incubation side. Then with all these things, VITAP University ranked number one in the country under emerging state private universities in the year 2022, 2023 as well as 2024. All 3 years consecutively we are number one in the country as emerging state private universities. And on this occasion, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our management, starting with our Chancellor Dr. G. Vishwanathan sir, then the Vice Presidents Sri Shankar Vishwanathan sir, Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan sir, and Dr. G. V. Selvam sir for their constant support and guidance. And because of their guidance and support, we could achieve these many targets. And you see the campus is further actually expanding, and right now it is 100 acres and we are going to get another 100 acres soon. That's what actually we are aiming for, to have. Right now 17,000 students. Our Chancellor's vision is to go up to 40,000 students in this campus. That's what actually our aim. Definitely we will be able to achieve that. But for all those things, I mean, efforts have to be there from all the sides, and international conferences is one of them, and definitely we are on right track. And I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the collaborators as well as all the participants who actually submitted their papers to present in this conference. And before I conclude, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the collaborators, the University of Rikoku, Japan, and then other university like American University of Pome, then the University of Alicante for their collaboration, and Casa de la India for the collaboration. And again, before I conclude, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the participants who came across the country. Now some of them traveled across the country from Bangalore and other parts of the country. And then I would like to appreciate the efforts of the convener, Dr. Ashraf, and the Dean in charge, Dr. Priyanka Ghosh, and the many faculty members who are actually part of the organizing committee. A big round of applause for all the faculty members. and research scholars and students. I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the address and for reinstating that how research culture at VIT has always been integral to us, and thank you so much for always being supportive in all our endeavors. Now, moving forward, it is my absolute honor to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Muraki Ohara from Rikoku University, Japan. Dr. Ohara is a professor of economics at Rikoku University, Japan. He has a PhD from Kyoto University, Japan in economics. He's a renowned economist whose research focuses on extracting some of the characteristics found in industrial development process in comparison with Asian economics such as India and Taiwan. He has published in numerous research articles in journals which has contributed to better understanding of economics. He is also a recipient of multiple grants of scientific research on Asian countries like Japan, China, Taiwan and India. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. Sir, please address the gathering.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here and feel extraordinary honor to stand and give some talk to such excellent researchers, scholars, including my honorable Dr. Kataradi, Vice Chancellor, and the Dean Priyanka Ghosh. I'm very happy to be here. Of course, Dr. Ashraf. And VIT, as everyone knows, is a world famous university. Japanese scholars like me also know very well about this university. And standing in this place is kind of standing in the center of Indian intellectuals. I feel very honored. Especially VISH, School of Social Sciences and Humanities, and I feel very comfortable with this multidisciplinary institutions stationed in such a famous scientific and engineering university, and it tells the very high level of the intellectuals in this university. Well, as an economist, I have the background in economics. However, I'm very much fond of this multidisciplinary approach, especially to understand, to seek for the foreign countries. As a foreigners, I'm very much, the very specific, maybe the different from the Indian people studying India, but foreigners studying the foreign countries. And these multidisciplinary approaches or disciplines are very important to various kinds of things. But at the end, the most important thing is to understand people. And as a comparative study economist, I always try to compare institutions, laws, economic behaviors, companies, development processes, but the most interesting thing that I want to do is comparing people in various cultures and countries. In this, I would like to introduce one of my memories that I have experienced about Indian people. It was 40 years ago. Well, before I arrived here, I have just dropped on the Hyderabad. And Hyderabad, my second time to visit Hyderabad. And the first time was 40 years ago, when I was a university student, and I had a millionaire travel. And I met one very impressive person, who is a girl, around 10 years old. a very small girl. And I was riding midnight train, 24 hours from Chennai, go through the Hyderabad to the Mumbai. And as a young student, I took the third train. I'm not very sure about the third train. Is it still the third train? Is the lowest grade? No bed, passengers, third class, the lowest, cheapest one, and very crowded at midnight. And I'm not very sure it is the same as today, but at that time, so crowded, no place to sit. Of course, no place to sleep at night. Everyone is standing. But at the night, people are so tired, me too, and so humid, so hot, so uncomfortable. So everyone tried to find out some places to put his, to sit or to lay. Fortunately enough, I had find out a place that is the headlock under the head, a very tiny place. I was very lucky and happy to sit there. Then I found next to me, I found two child, a sister, a big sister, and a small boy, brother. Because so tired, so humid, so uncomfortable, and 2 hours, 3 hours, I felt these two kids is just like my friend, because we are in the so. And then I was hungry, so that I put out my candy. And I saw the boy and boys obviously want to have my candy. So I'm happy to share this candy with this brother, small brother. Put this my candy to him. His sister, 10 years old, very small girl, rejected my hand and gave me a very cold glance and talked to this boy something in local language. Of course, I don't know understand completely, but I believe that she said that don't try to to ask the food from someone unfamiliar. And then she grabbed his shoulder for another 2-3 hours, having a glance somewhere in the air, and have a very strict, tense, but very noble atmosphere, face, and don't look to me. And then, after 2-3 hours, her mother came to see her, to this boy and girl. And then, what I saw was that girl, very cool girl, suddenly just burst into tears, cried, and hugged to the mother, and just say sweet words, and just cried. And I was very impressed, very moved, finding out that she was just a kid, and but she was brave enough to keep, honorable attitude, and told his brother that, how people should behave, how people behave. In such an anxiety, I feel. So this gives me a very nice, impressive image about Indian people. So, well, that is not academic at all, but coming back from after the 40 years, finding out such a large improvement, large development after 40 years, I just remember such a very tiny attitude, very tiny kid that culturally Indian people is so well trained, and that good base for the nice development in economy and society. Well, this year, navigating inequality, development, and sustainability of the global south. India is a very right place to discuss. I'm also very happy to be here and share the idea with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor O'Hara, for sharing your warm memories with us. Extending the spirit of kindness and community sharing that we also encourage in our students here at VISH, extending this entire sentiment, may I please request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate Professor O'Hara. Let's give them a round of applause. And let's keep that going. Thank you. Let's keep the applause going, please. Thank you, VC sir, and also the convener, and also Dr. Priyanka Ghosh, Dean in Charge VISH. Thank you. May I now request the convener of the conference, Dr. Ashraf Pulikamat. He's also assistant professor at the School of Social Science and Humanities. He teaches economics. And may I just request him to address the audience and say a few words.
A very good morning to one and all, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, respected delegates, fellow scholars and dear students. Before I begin, I must start saying thank you. While I know this may not be the traditional time to do that, but I cannot help it but express my deep gratitude. As many of you from EITP University are aware, that our School of Social Sciences and Humanities, VISH, is just taking its baby steps into the rigorous world of academics and research. Like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, we are in the phase of growth and transformation. Pulling off an event like this large scale within a considerably short span of time and with a limited budget was no small feat. Yet, despite these challenges, we have managed together to launch this conference successfully, presenting it in its best possible version we could at this moment. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the entire team that made this possible. I speak with confidence when I say that I am the voice of each and every one of you as I stand here on the stage today. I mean it. This conference, with a collaboration of 5 international universities and organizations, is to create a shared platform for exploring complexities of inequalities, development, and sustainability in the global south, which is the talk of the era, 21st century. We are also happy to announce that the conference has received, as ma'am already indicated, that we have received an overwhelming response of 600 plus submissions from across more than 10 countries in the world, and which was not expected, to be very honest. And notably, we have tried making the possible maximum submissions to have the presentation, discussion and debate on this platform, both online and offline. And that is possible, that has been made possible through 30 plus parallel sessions which are going to attend after the session, scheduled across various themes. This event is set to offer a rich platform for all of you for intellectual exchange, debate, and collaboration in future. There was a time when overwhelming response sounded like another fancy phrase, but today it has come to a reality staring us, actually speaking. So, again, once more, that reality of overwhelming response becomes responsibility to host it all together, wrap it up in a best way, and we are committed to do that for fulfilling through the academic intervention that we are trying to do. Additionally, to add to that, let's say what will we take away from this conference would be that we have more than one reputed publishers in discussion. They have expressed their interest to carry forward to publication in various forms appropriately. After rigorous review, we will be proceeding with that after your presentations. The conference also integrates building activity, an initiative that encourages interdisciplinary thought and innovative solutions by blending interactive experiences with academic discussion. If you look at, to add just an example, that if you look at the schedule and the themes of the conference, you would be surprised to see that there is everything, not just economics or not just sociology or political science, everything from social sciences, humanities to science, technology, and engineering, which can blend and offer a better solution through an interdisciplinary approach for the development question that we are facing in the global south. As we move forward with the discussions, let us aim for outcomes that contribute to scholarly discourses that help shape sustainable solutions for global south especially and for the whole world in general. Once again, I extend my warm welcome and thanks at the same time for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf, for sharing your experiences and expectations with us. May I just take this opportunity to screen a special event that we have designed just for this inaugural. So it's based on the kind of activities that we encourage here at the university and here at the School of Social Science and Humanities. So we did a social outreach program with our students of BA, second, the sophomores and the final year students. And there were a list of activities involved, and we are grateful that everything turned out to be great. So we have prepared a video sharing all the activities that we have done with them, and we are in a way trying to equip our students with this ever-changing world with a kind of holistic education and training that we can provide them, and to prepare them for this ever-evolving world. And it is also we take it very seriously to ensure that we equip them with also some kind of a social responsibility towards the community and to across the world, to the world, extended to the world in general. So may I please request the team, the technical team, to begin the screening of the social outreach activities that we have done with our BA students. Can we increase the volume a bit?
dynamic school of social sciences and humanities. We try to make our students ready for the global workplace of tomorrow. Research by providing intramural funding to initiate research and patent.
Thank you, students and scholars, for always supporting us in all our endeavors. Now, to conclude our inaugural session, I would now invite Dr. Soumik Sarkar, co-convener ICNIDS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais. Good morning to all the dignitaries on dais. Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dean Ma'am, thank you for the opportunity, inspiration and guidance as always. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Moriki Ohara for accepting our invitation and coming to VIT to grace this occasion. It's an honor and privilege for me to extend the vote of thanks to all those who have made this conference possible. On behalf of School of Social Science and Humanities, I express my deepest gratitude to all of you. I thank our international collaborators and institutions, Rukoku University, Japan, Casa de la India, University of Alicante, University of Valladolid from Spain, American University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, and others for their valuable support and partnerships in making this event truly a global one. Finally, our deepest appreciation goes to the distinguished panelists, speakers and moderators, and all the participants who are about to engage in the vibrant discussions on the critical issues of development and inequality in the Global South. Thank you once again, and we look forward to continued collaboration in addressing today's pressing global challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar. With that, we officially conclude the inauguration of the International Conference on Navigating Inequality, Development and Sustainability in the Global South. We look forward to 2 days of enriching discussions and exchange of innovative ideas. Thank you everyone for being here and have a great, engaging and invigorating experience here at the conference. Thank you all. So now we'll quickly break for quick tea for 10 minutes. We have a break, and then we'll start our keynote address, and we'll just disperse for tea now. So may I please request the dignitaries as well as the participants, the delegates, our students and scholars to just go ahead with that. So we'll meet after 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. share his insightful research with us, sir. And may I request all of you to welcome him to the stage with a huge round of applause. Is this fine?
Fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, good morning. I'm very proud and thrilled to be entrusted with the role of keynote speaker today at such a wonderful conference. My name is Moriki Ohara from Ryukoku University in Japan. My research focus is on China's economic development. I always try to compare it with other experiences such as India and Southeast Asian countries. In the course of my study, Dr. Ashraf, one of the main organizers of this conference, has gave me a lot of knowledge and inspirations. This is the reason why I'm standing here. Congratulations on a great conference, Ashraf. And congratulations to distinguished scholars, guests, students from various regions of India and other countries. This is my first time to come to Vijayawada and was shocked to see the floods through YouTube 2 weeks ago in Japan. I feel sorry for that, but I trust that the active and patient spirit of the people of Andhra Pradesh will help them recover quickly. Today, I want to talk about aid. Among aid, I focus on ODA, Official Development Assistance. Currently, the United States, European countries, Japan, and more recently, China are the leading ODA donors. India also provides aid to neighboring countries. Many developing countries utilize ODA, but ODA is not just a flow of money and technology. Each country's ODA has its own color. Lang. Color, in other words, means what affluence means for a country or society, how affluence should be achieved, and what kind of social and national mechanisms and institutions are necessary to achieve the affluence. Color in ODA is an ideology or a dominant value that the people in the donor countries widely believe in promoting the development of recipient countries. The recipient countries do not necessarily fond of the dominant value of the donor. What they want is money and technology. However, in the process of using the aid, gradually, governments and societies might be tainted with the colors without consciousness. Aid is a very complex and contradictory package. For the donor, ODA is an instrument of diplomacy, a tool to extend his political and economical goal. For the recipient countries, to use the package effectively, they also understand the color factors it contains and why it is colored in that way. The color often comes from the success story of the donor countries. The success story contains the starting point when they were poor, the challenges they faced, the goals they aimed for, the means they used, the world environment, and the value they embraced, which many people of the donor countries widely share. Today, as a Japanese scholar who study economic development, I try to present the success story and the dominant value behind Japan's ODA. Next, I will compare with China's story. Finally, I will mention the reality that those stories are collapsing and the embarrassment that the global South faces. This figure illustrates the changing size of global ODA. Currently, about 200 billion ODA flow from donor countries to developing countries. This figure shows the amount Japan is the amount provided by major donors. The United States is the largest. Germany is the second. and Japan is the third largest. China's amount is uncertain and differs considerably from the definition of aid in developed countries, but it is estimated to be roughly a half or one-third of that of Japan. In addition to this, however, there are buyer credit, the preferential loans that China offers in exchange for selling Chinese infrastructure projects, which are about the same size as this. We may consider it as aid conveniently. This figure shows amount of ODA received by major Asian countries. We can find out 3 interesting points. First, we can observe an inverse V-shaped pattern. For example, look at the example of China in this figure. China's use of ODA increased from the 1980s. This is because in the early stages of modern economic construction, large amount of investment and advanced technology are required. Then ODA was borrowed from foreign countries. However, from the mid-1990s, the use of the ODA dropped in this way. This indicates that economic development has progressed in China and the ODA was replaced by its own money and technology. This is the inverse V-shaped pattern. Second is the catching up process. The inverse V-shaped pattern begins with Korea from the 1960s to the 1990s. Next, it is seen in Thailand and China, followed by Indonesia. Vietnam has also followed a clear inverse V pattern over the 2 decades since the 2000s. In this way, Asian countries have been pursuing infrastructure construction using ODA one after another, as if they were chasing after their predecessors. This is called catch-up type development by Asian countries. Third, the nearer to the present, the more actively countries use ODA. For example, Vietnam. Vietnam has used more ODA than Thailand and Indonesia, and even more than China, which has a population more than 10 times, always Japan, that is the largest donor among the total ODA that they received. Japan's ODA has several unique characteristics compared to that of Western countries and China. First is their regional targeting. The United States concentrates its aid in Latin America and the Middle East, while European countries concentrates in Africa. In contrast, Japan's focus is on Asia. China's target is Africa and the least developed countries in Asia. These 2 figures show the changes of major recipients of Japan's ODA. Until the 2000s, the regional focus of Japan's aid was on East and Southeast Asia, and in recent years, it has shifted to South Asia and Africa. In this right figure, we can see that within the same Asian region, the main recipients also have been changed one after another. The second characteristic is the main sectors. Japan focuses on economic infrastructure. These figures show the comparison of sectors by purpose of use in Japanese and Western ODA. The left shows the Japanese ODA and the right shows the average figure of Western countries. In Western ODA, the focus has been put on the social infrastructure, such as education, sanitation, and health. In recent years, humanitarian aid has increased. This suggests that in Western countries, Christian relief is seen as a fundamental principle of aid. In contrast, Japan's ODA focuses on economic infrastructure. Among them, transportation facilities and power plants are the largest. They are the foundation for industrial development in modern industrial society. The key concept of Japanese aid has been to create employment through industrial development and to help people become economically self-reliant. To this end, particular emphasis has been placed on technology transfer and building human resources through training projects. Why this is so? Because it was the core of Japan's own success story. Japan's story has two starting points. The first is the Meiji Restoration in the mid-19th century, and the second is Japan's defeat in the war in the mid-20th century. The former was a time when the Western powers were colonizing Asian regions, and Japan began learning aggressively to become a modern nation like the Western powers. In order not to be dominated by the West, they tried to become the same country as the West. They tried to gain military force and industrial and technological base to sustain it. They developed a modern educational system to nurture human resources and fostered companies through industrial policies. That became Japan's goal, and indeed, it succeeded. The second start was a defeat in World War II. What we faced was the overwhelming power of the United States, the free trade system that the United States promoted, and the huge market the United States offered to foreign countries. At that time, the US was more tolerant of less developed countries than present, especially for Japan. It encouraged their freedom rather than restricting them. Since the industry of US was overwhelmingly competitive, it was in its own interest to form a free trade regime. In this context, Japan introduced technology from the United States in a variety of fields, and companies sold products to the market of the United States in large volumes. In the processes, Japan's leading industries became upgraded, shifting from labor-intensive industries such as textile to more complex industries such as machinery, automobiles, and high-tech industries. The reason why Japanese aid emphasized self-reliance through industrial development, technology transfer, and human resource development is that it is along with its own success story. Japanese people believed that if they introduce this story to developing countries, they will succeed in the same way. Very interesting point is that aid has served as part of reinforcing Japan's success stories. That is the idea of Trinity, a Trinity combination of aid, trade, and investment that has progressed the individual industrial development of Japan and Asian countries at the same time. This figure shows so-called catch-up industrial development mechanism through the Trinity. Japan has led Asia in industrial development. In the 1950s, the textile industry was the driving force behind Japan's economic development. As economic development progressed, the machinery industry, which used more advanced technology, became Japan's next leading sector. The technology of textile industry became obsolete, and it then relocated to South Korea and Taiwan, where wages were low. At that time, the Japanese government used ODA to encourage infrastructure construction in Korea, where the economic infrastructure was weak. As the infrastructure improves, companies make direct investment and establish factories in Korea. Textile machineries were exported from Japan to Korea, and textile products made with the machinery were exported to Japan. This is what is called the Trinity of ODA, direct investment, and trade. In the same way, industry in Japan and neighboring countries became upgraded one by one. Japanese ODA always facilitated intra-Asian investment and trade. Importantly, the development of the less developed countries was itself a driving force for Japanese industrial upgrading. This was supported by the free trade system formed mainly by the US and by the vast US market, which was generous for foreign products at that time. Today, however, the foundation of Japan's success story have largely collapsed. First, Japanese industry has lost its dynamism. Japan is no longer the most advanced country in Asia in various industry sectors. Second, the market is stagnant. The domestic market is shrinking due to population decline and aging. The same is true in the United States and Europe, and there is no prospect for market expansion. In this context, the US is losing its tolerance for foreign products. And third, the legitimacy of the free trade regime is beginning to be questioned internationally. In particular, global South countries are questioning the deceptive attitude of developed countries that leads the free trade regime. One of the factors creating these changes is China. This is a trade matrix of the manufacturing industry among the major regions in 1980s. The size of the circle indicates their GDP size. There are Japan, the United States, Korea, Taiwan, ASEAN, India, Europe, and China. The width of the arrows indicate the size of trade, export and import. In the mid-1980s, the United States, Europe, and Japan was the center of the world supply network. What is striking is that Japan's one-sided trade surplus with the United States. This led to a trade dispute between the two countries in 1985. The US one-sidedly determined that the cause of this was Japan's unfair protectionism. It is the same logic that led the Trump administration in the United States attack China. The US demanded substantial increase in the exchange rate and opening up of Japan's domestic market. Japan, unlike China, was obedient. The response by Japanese company was to increase overseas production. Large number of the companies relocated their production sites to Korea, Taiwan, then to ASEAN, and then to China. This is the 1990s, a decade later. Exports from Japan to the United States dropped dramatically, but instead, exports from Korea, Taiwan, and ASEAN to the United States increased. Asian companies using Japanese technology and equipment began exporting to the United States. In the process, technology transfers occurred and local companies grew. After another 10 years, the wave has headed to China. Korean and Taiwanese companies and then ASEAN companies came to use China actively as their production base. By 2020, China has become the center of the global manufacturing supply chain. China's industries have grown rapidly because they have taken full advantage of the free trade system and technology transfer among Asian countries, which was initiated by Japan at first stage. However, at present, this supply chain has been criticized for being too concentrated in China. In this new China-centered supply chain, many manufacturing sectors have been observed within China. But it does not transfer low value added segments to less developed countries. This figure shows a correlation between the export intensive index for labor-intensive manufacturing products and each country's GDP per capita for major Asian and Global South countries. The export intensive index indicates the international competitiveness of the country. This shows 28 years trend from 1995 to 2023. Let us see the case of Vietnam. Vietnam's GDP per capita has risen over this period, as has the international competitiveness of its labor-intensive products. This reflects that labor-intensive manufacturing sector has been Vietnam's leading industry that drives the country's economic development. Conversely, in Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, as GDP per capita rises, the competitiveness of these products declined. This is because beyond a certain point of time, labor-intensive manufacturing industries were successfully transferred from these countries to less developed countries. China is located between Vietnam and Korea and Taiwan. Combining the trajectories of these countries, we can draw this inverted V-shaped curve. This is the trajectory of catch-up industrial development that existed in Japan, in Asia, Trajectories of Global South countries are worth noting here. Let's see India. Over the past 28 years, India's income level is almost the same as that of Vietnam. But unlike Vietnam, it has experienced consistent decline in the competitiveness of labor-intensive manufacturing sector. The same phenomenon can be seen in other Global South countries, which is especially evident in African countries such as Kenya, Zambia, and Congo. These are the countries in which China has invested heavily and provided preferential loans. Unlike East and Southeast Asia, labor-intensive manufacturing has not transferred to these regions. In addition, these countries are increasingly dependent on imports from China in this product segment. What is very interesting about this graph is that the competitiveness of the labor-intensive products even rising in China. In Korea and Taiwan, when they achieved this level of GDP, this industry moved to less developed countries. In China, however, has kept this industry within the country. As you know, there is an increasing amount of direct investment from China to African countries. However, export of labor-intensive products from these countries to China are not increasing. The reason is that the main field of Chinese investment is mining and processing of natural resources and logistics to bring them out to China. Chinese investment other than resource extraction is also increasing, but most of these investments are not for exports, but for cultivating African local markets. There are a lot of criticism claiming that Chinese aid has problems. For example, the main purpose of the Chinese aid is to extract resources and bring them back to China. It supports undemocratic regimes and traps them in debt, then puts the country under China's political control. It even led some governments to bankrupt. The benefit of aid to the people of the country are very limited, and so on. Though I do not have time here to go into the details of Chinese aid, however, my impression is that such criticisms are basically to the point, while some contain apparent exaggerations. I do not believe that the infrastructure construction that China completed have no effect at all in improving the lives of the local people. They are also in the process of changing, and we may hope that China will play an important role in the more improved manner of using aid in the future. But what I want to focus here is why Chinese aid has such character and its relationship to China's own success story. Much of China's so-called aid is actually not the same type of aid as defined by developed countries. Much of it, in reality, is preferential buyer's credit to export large-scale equipment and systems to developing countries. Moreover, the construction work is done by Chinese companies, taking not only Chinese materials and machineries, but also the whole workers who do the construction work. It is a business with big profit potential. The reason why some countries are going bankrupt with Chinese aid is because their political system and political foundations are problematic from the beginning, and Western countries are hesitant to provide full-fledged assistance to them. China is not assisting them to expand their undemocratic political system. In reality, their total lending size has been declining for the past several years after the cases of such debt collapses. What is the main aim of China's support? What is the main aim of China's support for these countries? That is their own security. The purpose of supporting African, Latin American, and Pacific countries is to secure national resources, transportation routes to bring them, and military bases. They are doing so rationally just for their own security purpose. China's success story has much in common with that of Japan. They aimed for economic independence, and they learned technologies and cultivated human resources for industrial development. The hard working of Chinese people have been remarkable. The same is true for their active use of free trade system. However, what differentiates China from Japan is its strong sense of security. It has aimed for an economic system in which it owns all strategically important industries and technologies that are not controlled by other countries. Their effort was very successful. What were the critical starting points of their success stories? I believe one of them is the affluence first theory of Deng Xiaoping and the harsh competition both in domestic and overseas market after the 1980s. The affluence first theory means that those who can be rich should go rich first. We must not impoverish the entire society by aligning ourselves with the weak. Even for their own citizens, they gave priority to the strong. And from the very beginning, it was not in their mind to assist weak foreign countries. Of course, using a weak country for its own security is a different story. Ultimately, the security for China is the security for Communist Party. Since its founding, China has always been surrounded by enemies and had no great power to protect it. In reality, China had been weak. In 1980, when reform and opening up policies started, China's per capita GDP was almost the same as India's, making it among the poorest countries in the world. The Communist Party was fighting in anxiety after the collapse of the Soviet Union, as liberalism and democracy came to be seen as universal human values, and as the information revolution spread anti-communism and anti-dictatorship information all over the world. It aggressively entered the free trade system which has supported by the United States. The US was also generous to China. the US believed that as China became affluent, it would gain a huge market. In the process, China eventually developed its own economic base that was not controlled by foreign countries. The people became dramatically affluent. It was a stunning success for the communist regime. But the foundation of such success story are now severely fluctuating. Western countries have become weak. They have become increasingly self-centered, and it is not clear whether the free trade regime can be sustained. It was China itself that was fostered by this regime, but China today does not seem to have the strong will to maintain it. In the free trade regime, the United States has opened its own markets to absorb foreign products in order to maintain the regime. But China's security objectives run counter to that. The traditional developed countries have lost their tolerance for China. On the contrary, more and more countries are looking to China for assistance. But they are the countries that have domestic problems and low international credibility, as is evident in present Russia. China does not seem to have a set of common values to unite these countries and solve their problems, such as the free trade and democracy that the United States has held up. We can see the meritocracy and rationalism of those who can be rich should go rich, but this does not seem to be a good common value for the rest of the world, which embraces many internal problems and contradictions. The challenges that the global South countries face have deep cause in each society, and the problems should be solved by the act of own initiatives by the people and governments of the countries. Foreign aid can be a key to assisting these countries and filling in the gaps. As we have seen in the cases of Japan and China, aid has its own color and is greatly influenced by the specific international environment and the dominant value that these countries have embraced. In the contemporary world, where the leading players and dominant values are changing drastically, I would like to explore some hints from the informative discussions over the 2 days as to how the global South countries can navigate its course to solve various problems. I very much expect your fruitful discussions in these marvelous conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this illuminating discussion. Sir, just 1 minute. Anyone wants to ask any questions? So the floor is open now. Any of you, if you have any questions that you want to ask to Professor Moriki Ohara directly right now, please let us know. Sir, please. Anyone? Yeah. Do you have a mic over there? Do you have a mic? Sorry? Oh, sorry. Please take it.
Hello, good morning, Professor. Very nice listening to your very wonderful presentation. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me in the back? Okay, all right, great. It's a very nice geopolitical presentation, but what is a bit the future? Can you please tell us China's global development initiative? Is it going to change its current trajectory? This GDI initiative was only recently announced, or maybe still in a very generic state. And maybe, if I have time, a little second question. Japan has been linking, I'm from Europe, even though I'm working here in India. Japan and Europe has been linking often for ODA activities, especially in the past few years, maybe also with America and other donors, United Nations. How is China's still weak ODA? You mentioned, I mean, there's the infrastructure initiatives on the one side and the small but rising ODA. Is it linking with Japan or trying to link with the established models like from Japan, Europe, United Nations, etc., or is it just going on its own, linking bilaterally with developing countries on a case-by-case study? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very nice and timely questions and very important problems you have raised. Yes, I agree. So China, obviously China is changing the world. And it seems very much. Well, however, looking from this example of the aid, China is not doing that in very intentional ways. I mean, China does things, say, sell their infrastructure project to the countries in a massive amount of volumes. And from the outside, it seems, wow, great. Their size is big, extraction, the resources, transportations, changing the strategical maritime routes, Sri Lanka, Solomon Islands, etc. And seems they are doing very big. And it seems that China is doing in a very strategical way, intentionally. But when we closely look at these aid behaviors, it is not very much necessarily so. I mean, they have intention to military base, petroleum, transportation route, coppers, cobalt, rare metals. However, these are the kind of the area where pre-existing developed countries are kind of hesitate to do that, at least before China do that in a full-fledged manner. So China is kind of penetrating into a small hole where some other previous large players just does not touch. So that it seems they're doing very nicely, very greatly with a very strategically. However, as I have shown in this figures, that their volume of these kind of the preferential loans via credit is basically in the trend of decreasing. One important reason for this is that they have lent their money to such a various kind of the unhealthy governments. And some of them has bankrupt, some of them, the president is gone to the foreign countries, run out, kind of a messy situation. That's why China has just retreated from that kind of the dangerous business, because simply it is not profit making. So the China's these activities is not perfectly driven by their political aim, but also they are just seeking for a good profit business. So from this, we can find out that China is not a monster. Of course, they have the very good strengths, very rich, affluent, budgetary powers, but they themselves is not doing that very intentional ways after the very long time considerable planning. And in my understanding is that such China's activities coming from their anxieties to secure themselves, especially securing the political regime of the Communist Party. Well, you might think that it's not so nice to tangling these economic problems with their political regime. But when it comes to China, this principle, Communist Party security, comes first than China's own national security. It's really a characteristics of China's behavior. Well, I'm not very sure that I have answered the question or not. But the other thing is that Japan-China collaboration for the realm of the aid. Yes. So in my understanding, Japan is not very active in this manner, in this way. There's a big problem. The big problem is kind of the international politics or geographical things, geopolitical things, as I have mentioned. More smaller or more concrete problem is that China is not participating the global or the DAC, Developing Assistance Countries groups, and which governs the definition of the aid, the basic characteristics of the aid, what is aid, what should be the grant element, etc., and openness of the statistics and behaviors. And China is not participating in that. So that is a very basic reason why these Japan or other Western countries have a collaboration with China's so-called assistances.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any other quick questions? If there are no quick questions, then we would like to conclude. One question. Yeah, please take the mic over there. Because we are running short of time, so make it quick. Just yeah.
Good morning, Professor. Wonderful presentation. Learned a lot. I just had a quick question. Over the past decade, we've seen China extend loans to countries like Zambia, which have been so-called debt traps. Zambia has been forced to default on these loans over these past 2-3 years. So do you see countries like Zambia, which are taking assistance like this, ever achieving sustainable development in the near future?
So my basic understanding is that no, it's not sustainable at all. I mean, so the main aim is to extract the copper in Zambia, and the job opportunities created through this investment is not very much big, because as I have told, as you may know already, what China is doing is a project undertaking. So all the materials, even all the workers brought from China to Zambia, extracted and go back. So obviously this is not sustainable at all. Having said this, there might be some changes which might be significant. That is here, Zambia, Kenya, and Congo. So my basic understanding from this figure is that as China increases in its presence, and China increases its very competitive manufacturing products, latecomers are losing the opportunity to catch up using that opportunity. And that is very true to Kenya, these African countries. However, so that is a very basic message. However, here we have one contradictory phenomena is that in Kenya, so this is Kenya in 2023. Kenya like this, but this 5 years, they increased slightly. Zambia as well. Zambia had a bit large change like this. Congo, the poorest country, is kind of so this minor change. So this minor change might be the result from the Chinese investment, maybe. Not very sure because they are China. Apart from this, so their basic aim is to extract the resources, and it's done by huge scale Chinese national-owned, government-owned enterprise, state-owned enterprise. However, entailing that, small private companies also go there. So that portion might have changed. And this might be the result of these private changes. I'm not very sure. But basically, I agree with you. It's not sustainable, really.
Thank you so much. So if we don't have any questions, thank you so much, Professor Ohara, for taking your time and for such an illuminating discussion on China. So with this, we will move to the roundtable. Anjita will take it over. Anjita.
Thank you so much, sir, for that learning opportunity for all of us. Now we move on to the next and the very exciting session, which is we have a roundtable planned, and it's titled Multidisciplinary Dialogue Tackling Inequality in the Global South. And I would like to, both of us would like to invite the dignitaries on stage one by one.
May we start with Professor Dr. Jalandhar Pradhan from NIT Rourkela. He is a prominent economist currently serving as a faculty member in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the National Institute of Technology, NIT Rourkela. He holds a PhD in economics with a specialization in development economics and regional economic development. His research primarily focuses on the economic development of rural and tribal regions in India, with particular attention to sustainable development and poverty alleviation. He has published extensively in high-impact journals, and his work has been instrumental in influencing regional development policies. He has also contributed to several national and international projects funded by organizations like the Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSR, and the World Bank, also UNICEF, where his expertise in applied econometrics and policy analysis has been highly valued. Sir, may we please invite you to the dais. May we give him a round of welcome.
Next, on the round table, we have Dr. N. Manimedle, Director, Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi. She is a distinguished academic with over 30 years of teaching experience and 35 years of research expertise, particularly in the field of economics and gender studies. She holds a PhD in economics from Bharathidasan University and has a strong educational background. Throughout her career,
so we welcome ma'am to the dais. May we request Dr. Anand Rao Kuriti. He is a researcher in sociology at the Andhra Pradesh Institute of Development Studies in Visakhapatnam. His areas of interest include sociology, education, social capital, society and youth, with a focus on social capital in a networked world. Previously, he has served as an assistant professor at Bahirda University in Ethiopia and at the Center of Economics and Social Studies in Hyderabad. His published papers, he has a long list of publications and in very reputed journals and publishers. Sir, we welcome you to the roundtable as well.
Next on the roundtable, we have Dr. Cesar D. Prado from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, European Studies. He is a distinguished scholar in European Studies affiliated with Manipal. He specializes in the fields of international relations, global governance, and European integration, focusing mainly on how regions like Europe interact with the global setting. He has contributed significantly to the understanding of global governance dynamics and Europe's role in international affairs. His work likely bridges regional studies and broader global issues, offering insights into contemporary global politics, policy making, and international cooperation. Sir, we welcome you to the dais.
Our next discussant at the roundtable is Dr. M. Damodaran. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology at SRM University, Andhra Pradesh, and a consultant psychologist as well. He completed his Bachelor of Science in Psychology from PSG College of Arts and Science, Bharatiya University. He has worked as an assistant professor, postgraduate Department of Counseling Psychology at Sacred Heart College, Tamil Nadu, before joining SRM University. His areas of expertise is intersectionality. He has also written chapters on honor killing and the related aspects, social aspects of it. He's a member of the National Academy of Psychology, member of National Positive Psychology Association, and a life member of Tamil Nadu Psychology Association. Mr. N. Damodaran, we welcome you to the roundtable.
Lastly, we have Mr. Venkatesh Arlikati from UNICEF Hyderabad. He is a water sanitation hygiene specialist at UNICEF Hyderabad, where he plays a crucial role in promoting and implementing water sanitation and hygiene initiatives. His work focuses on improving access to clean water, promoting sanitation facilities, and enhancing hygiene practices, especially in underdeveloped regions and vulnerable communities. As a part of UNICEF, he contributes to the development of strategies and programs aimed at addressing critical wash issues, working closely with government agencies, NGOs, and other stakeholders to ensure sustainable and effective solutions. His expertise helps to create healthier environment, prevents disease outbreak, and improve the overall quality of life, particularly for children and marginalized populations. Sir, we welcome you to the dais.
So for this roundtable, we have a moderator as well. May we welcome Dr. Tini S. Palatra from Christ University, Lavasa campus. She currently serves as an assistant professor at Christ, and she specializes in economics and monetary policy. So may I just hand the mic and dais to Tini, and she will take over the round table for discussion. Please give a huge round of applause for all our discussants and also for the moderator who took their valuable time for us to engage in this round table. I hope this is like a very enlightening session for all of us, and there is always something to learn from it. Thank you so much. Over to you, Tini. documentation.
नहीं कर रहे हैं ना?
हाँ, it's everyone is yeah, Soumik was in charge of Google Drive. Soumik is share it to him. Which people have
When you talk about health and nutrition, these are very important dimensions. Either you talk about HDI, GDI, or any other development indicator, or
May I please interrupt? If there are issues with any, if there are technical issues with PPT, they are not able to present it, just tell them to talk about it rather than presenting it, so that at least the idea gets conveyed.
zero hunger and SDG3 basically talk about good health and well-being. So if since it is a talk about global south, the conference theme is on global south. My most idea was to give a brief overview about what type of discrepancies or what are the distribution of any health or nutrition indicator. It comes around different regions. So first key indicator to nutrition is the undernutrition, and when you talk about undernutrition, probably if around 8 million of population, out of that around 828 millions of the peoples are undernourished. That means 9 out of 100 peoples are undernourished. If that distribution you talk about by regions, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's closely about 21% of the population are undernourished. And if I am comparing with North America, it is only for 3%. So you could see what is the vast differences in the undernutrition, and in the South Asia region, it is about 16%. So these inequality dimension came into picture, and somewhere the global phenomenon, we have to be very careful looking at the distribution. Overall 9%, but when I am talking about Sub-Saharan Africa, it is about 21%. So this makes the point how we need to look at from the development perspective. And another indicator, if you talk about the stunting, because this is why stunting is important, because as we all know, stunting is not reversible. It takes lot of years to make 1 inch changes in the height of any children. So it is not reversible, and it has a both short-term and long-term implications. And across globe, if the global level, if we talk about stunting percentage is about 22%. But if I am looking at by area or region wise, it's Sub-Saharan Africa, it is about 32%. So it is another 10 percentage point higher. Even in the South Asia, it's a similar figure, 32% of the children are under stunted. So these and in the same dimension, if talking about like Europe and Central Asia, it is about 6% of the children are stunted, and in North America it is 3%. So now it is about, as compared to North America, Sub-Saharan and South Asia, 10 times higher. So now we could look at what type of inequality actually prevails even in terms of a stunting. So these dimension has to look at in a prospective way how to deal with a different type of social policy also in the development perspective. Then if I am getting into the wasted figure, Sub-Saharan Africa was leading for the stunted figure.
But when I'm talking about wasted, then another changes, the story changes for South Asia. South Asia is leading for wasting. The wasted figure for global entire world as a whole, it is about 7%. But when I'm talking about South Asia, it is about 15%. So it is almost double for wasted. Why it is happen? Most of the time, most of the researchers says, most of the evidence-based research says that it is because of our mothers are not nourished. Our mothers are anemic, and that's the major reason why the South Asia is bearing major burden of a wasting figure. So this another scenario of anemia, if we look out, obviously the anemia rate is changed over a period of time, and bit rate has increased for 2021, but still South Asia again is bearing the major burden of malnourished, anemic status. And why this figure? Why this Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia is bearing the major burden of malnourished or undernourishment? The major fact when we talk about nutrition and food security, three aspects come into picture. One is your availability, accessibility, and affordability. And affordability plays an important role, because when the recent statistics shows that 40% of the members couldn't afford for a healthy diet, because this is not a story, because around closer to half of the 40% of the populations is not able to meet their better food or healthy food. That means this could be the major reason for the malnourishment, especially in these regions. And if I am talking about affordability, then in American region it is only 2%. But if I am getting into Tanzania, it is 90% of the Tanzanians are could not afford for healthy diets. So similar in the lower and middle income countries, also same figure, it is about 90%, and for lower middle income countries it is about 70%, and upper middle income is only 16%, and higher income countries it is only 2%. So these are the story behind why this malnourishment, undernourishment is happening across the globe. And also this, when I am talking about the health status is maternal mortality rate is the measure, and the SDG target is by 2030 we have to reach 70. But if you look at Sub-Saharan and South Asian figure, it is far beyond ahead of the targets. It is almost 500 for Sub-Saharan Africa, and it is closer to 120 or 130 is about the South Asian region. So this will take lot of time to reach the SDG. So we, in order to achieve these targets, mostly we need to work for Sub-Saharan as well as South Asian region. In similar way, the under 5 mortality is also more than 50% of the burden were taken by the Sub-Saharan Africa and followed by the South Asian region. So this dimension talk about the story why there is a global target to achieve by 25 by 2030, but it's really very tough if you're looking at this distribution among these regions. So that all has to look at. Then what is the real issue? What are the real challenges if as a planner, policy maker, if we are economist, we are researcher, then what policy actually it would work, or what we should think? There are two dimensions, four dimensions I just wanted to highlight, because these are the issue all has to think about. One should be, it should be a multidimensional approach. We cannot address nutrition only giving the better food. Rather, we need to talk about water sanitation. Also, we need to talk about nutrition education. We need to talk about different dimensions of regional aspects. And the political commitment that most the money in the professor has already mentioned what is the political factor plays and political commitment, because sometimes if the government changed, every plan also changed. But that is not a good sign where we need to achieve for a long-term goal. And another dimension, what I am suggesting, that is the addressing both horizontal, vertical inequality, because we talk about the distribution, but at the same time also we need to talk about between group inequality and within group inequality. Even within poorer, there is again extreme poorer section of the population, their suffering might be more. Also, we need to talk about the regional inequality, And another important dimension where around the globe now we are talking about, that is the social protection policy. Either it may be related to health, it may be related to education, it may be related to nutrition. So these all dimension has to be bring into one basket to achieve the SDG target. Thank you all.
So thank you, Dr. Pradhan. So before we move on, does everyone on the panel have anything to add? Okay, fine. So great. So let's move on to our next panelist, Dr. N. Manimekkale. Ma'am, your work focuses on extremely on gender studies. So I just want to, or we just want to know how we can improve the female work participation in India, or what is the current situation?
Yeah, thank you. The outset, I thank the organizers for inviting me and also particularly holding this roundtable as a multidisciplinary dialogue, which is actually required for the issues which we have been discussing. In fact, the global South and then South Asia and then India, that is what I planned, but due to time constraint, it is also being there displayed. Some important points only I'll convey now. As far as the female labor force participation is concerned, the global scenario is that it is very minimum. Men, as per the social norm, are supposed to be there in the labor market, but women can take the liberty to stay back, whether it is voluntary or involuntary, that's the thing. So only less than 30% of the population is in the labor market in paid employment. And in India, it has been slowly in the recent past, since 2022-23, 21-22 to present context, as per the PLFS, the Pre-Rate Labor Force Survey, there has been an increase. And this increase also is reflecting from the agriculture sector. We have the urban-rural divide, wherein only 1/4 of the women are in the labor market in the urban, whereas it is roughly touching 41.5% in the rural. So even if you take this entire into context, totally it is 37 as per the latest PLFS 23 survey report. This 37 is the recent last couple of years only. Before that, for the 2.5 or even 3 decades together, there has been a decline in employment of female labor force participation in India. And if you take all the South Asian countries into account, including, as per the latest gender gap report also might have noted that India is just above Pakistan. All the other countries are ahead and India is on the 6th position among the South Asian countries in terms of gender gap report. We know that all the 4 variables, that is economic, political, participation of women, and health and education. So both in health and education indicators wise, they are performing better, and they have reached 0.9496 and all globally. And globally, it is 68.5 as far as the gender. So no country in the world is 100% achieved there in the global, but socialist countries are really doing well, Finland, Ireland, etc. The other, among the South Asian countries, Bangladesh is close to that average. And in terms of work participation rate, Nepal is very close to the global average, and in recent past they have even crossed the global average. Because Nepal is really encouraging more and more women to join there in the labor market. And we have just listened to Japan also, where the policy in the earlier context that women were not found much in the labor market, but now there are incentivizing women to come into the labor market. So given this scenario, whether it is Latin American countries, there is a sharp rise, and in the Middle East, North African countries, it is marginal increase. Sub-Saharan countries also, it is more or less remaining the same for the decades together. It is not just it is happening. And in India also till 2021, the declining trend was noticed. So why this? That is the question. And where are these women? That is the important question. So totally, if you take Asian countries, among the different countries, you have Bhutan, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka. India is the lowest, next only to Pakistan with 25.9% till 2021. Recently it has increased to 37, and that too I already told you that it is because of the rural So what does it convey? It is actually like women started going back to agriculture because the U-shaped labor force participation curve, all you know that previously in the early days, not only women, when men also, they continue to stay there in agriculture, and then with industrialization and urbanization process, they started coming where there was a lag for women to, even Nobel laureate Gladia also last year in 23, she beautifully explained with the 20,000 household interview with 200 years of data there in the US economy that there is a U-shape. That is because that when industrial revolution started, women could not participate because of the pressure of unpaid care work there in their household, and there was a withdrawal, and that is true in the other context also, in the South Asian context, except in Sri Lanka and India, the U-shaped curve also would not be applicable because in the recent past that is totally declining. So it is a downward sloping curve, and therefore in certain years there is this U-shape also could not be. And the other major, we all know that it is in the service sector. So thanks to the education and also the kind of expectations from the government, and also among the public also, that women are educated and then join the labor market, and also in the US context, contraceptive pills, and here it is the fertility decline, etc. With the education and employment of women, there is possibility of declining fertility rate, and therefore as a population control policy also, education was encouraged and a lot of incentives have been given there. So, but what are the women are doing? If you look into that, roughly about 67.2% are out of labor market. That is, recently I said it is 37% as per the PLF survey. We don't have that census for the 2021, and therefore we are not informed about what is actually happening. So, but whatever the survey figures are available, we do have methodological issues, measurement issues, etc. But still, see, 1/2 of the women are out of labor market. What are they doing? Of course, except 11.3% and that they are the students, and 4.9% in the age group of 15 to 24. The other pensioners, etc. So major 34.7% among this 67% are in the labor market, out of the labor force, and this is the major issue. And some of them combined both, that is 14%. So the point is that 2/3 of them are out of labor market for some reason or the other. Only the rest of them are in the labor market. And whatever we are talking about, then this also is the working conditions and other things. So among this, roughly about 44.5% of them are in at the total 67% who are not in the labor market. They are only taking care of the child care responsibilities. Though you are educated, you might be professionally qualified or school completed or school dropout, irrespective of the education, the women continue to stay as per the social norm. That is also the priority. That is what the society says, that even if you are educated, I am earning, so let us manage with this income. You rather to stay back and look after the children, take care of the elders, take care of the household activities, and those who are going to the market also are expected to balance both home and career. And if you are not able to manage, then better is give up. That is the kind of a situation. So some 33% want to study, and 9% due to health and other things. So in the gender gaps in the South Asian context, we can say that this one of the reasons why it is not that women are not working. Women have been working. And I am talking about men also. Men also are on care economy, and they would also be sharing, but the percentage wise, the women will be more. So underreporting of women. See, since till 1981 census, we could not get many productive, quote unquote, work done by women or men for that sake also. Or now we are talking about the entire gender spectrum, LGBTQ, etc. So if it is care work, if it is only done there in the field in agriculture or there in the urban context, you are doing some value addition there at household, even tailoring or weaving or making value added products for the kitchen, etc. They do have value, but you don't count them as, and therefore you often quote that as women are in unproductive work, because that is not be counted as productive work. And therefore underreporting is one, and this is common there in almost all the South Asian countries also, and for the global as such, because social norms the gendered social norms are common everywhere, and therefore it is not a big issue that it is happening only in Indian context. So with this, I'd like to kind of what causes actually. I already told that it is the distribution wise, rural is doing better, and in terms of BRICS country and South Asia also, India is lagging, and the relative thanks to MNRGA, Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Scheme with India, that has been contributing to more women participation in the, and as per the measurement also, Then in all the countries, South Asia I said is not U-shaped. In certain countries like Maldives and also there in Nepal, it is on the increase, whereas Bhutan is fluctuating, and India till 2021 it was complete downward coming participation. Nepal is making really the entire curve since 1991 to 2023, it is upward sloping, and that is because of the policies. And again, Pakistan also, it is almost the percentage of women participating is very minimum, but still. And Sri Lanka is the worst in terms of both in terms of fluctuation and participation, lower participation. And you know the recent recession where whenever there is any economic instability issues, the women are the, even during the pandemic, women are the last to be hired and first to be fired, and that is what it is happening. And I already told that 57%, category wise also in Indian context, self-employment is still dominating, and you understand that women prefer the self-employment for the sake of balancing both career and home, and it is 57.3 as per the recent. So out of 100 women who are in the labor market, close to 60% are in self-employment, and that is not their choice. Maybe 10 to 20% might have been the choice, but there is, and the casual, you have three categories: casual employment and regular employment. Regular employment is only 21%. So of the 80%, the major has been on the gender gap wise. We can see that the male labor market, people, male who are there in the labor market are close to 80%, whereas women it is only 37%. So that is what I reinforce the fact that there are three important facts to be delivered. One is that there has been a declining participation of women, and the difference recent years has increased, and that too because of the rural employment, and what is it conveying, that we need to discuss and probe into research questions. Is it that MNRGA alone or any other factors which contribute, and why it is more in agriculture, even if that's 37% in the PLF survey base, it is because it is influenced by the rural employment. So what is required? I try to finish in 1 minute. That the
sorry, can we have the maybe the second round?
Okay. Thank you.
So I know you will be having a lot of questions with that. So we'll try to address all those things towards the end. Thank you so much, ma'am, for updating, a quick update on how the female participation in India, and also you have compared the performance of other countries also with respect to female participation. Thank you so much for the quick update. And now we'll hear from Dr. Anand Rao. Sir, we understand that your specialization is on power industry. So we'd like to know how the access to power or power sector inequalities are contributing to the larger dimensions of inequality in India.
Thank you. Actually, this is, I'm not giving the statistical information, but when you go to the sociological perspective, actually the power, actually what we say, power is a kind of capacity to influence and control the behavior of the others. So we can see the power is a critical component actually in human interactions. So we can see it is object of the power is our power. So the power in the world today, we have seen how just use of the power to coerce and cohesive use of military power for economic advantage to force and manipulate compliance. So we have seen this power through intimidation, persuasion, to display on the world stage. So let us really see there are more number of examples how the power against weak are vulnerable. Such as, like example, the interventions in Asia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Russia's annexation of Crimea, and nuclear deal, and travel bans from the Muslim majority to the nations. So this is like, we can say, the power is an historical trajectory. So history repeatedly shown that the exercise power control the seeds of future conflict. So such a way, the historical sociologists already told that Weber actually is a historical sociologist having said that the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence or force as a maintaining social order and cohesions. So bestowing such power to the state, it has been challenged by aggravated agencies within outside system, primarily on the grounds that established order as being unjust to certain groups. So in such a way, the power which leads to inequality, what I'm saying that inequality, it is an important, actually it's not a recent phenomena, it is continuous way. So inequality using the power in the nation's control are in the hands of certain people. So such a way that inequality exists in our world. So these are some of the examples that have given in recent phenomena also. Because of there are conflicts inside, whereas the power uses Israel and Gaza. So such a way I'm using certain information. So how the justice comes? There are certain ways to control this power for justifying the needs of the human being. So I am giving some of some of the information for making justice in the society by using power and making control how the governments or nation states to look into the even development, because of the development is like a kind of phenomena to adjust with these words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So next we turn to Dr. Zisa Riccardo. Sir, with your expertise in European studies, so how the global governance structures impact in inequality in global south?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon already to everyone. You want me to focus on the global perspective. Professor O'Hara has already given a very good picture from a maybe geopolitical point of view. You want me to focus more on the institutions. Let me then start with Europe, because I'm from Europe, and as you mentioned at the beginning, I've been working a lot about Europe and global governance. Because global governance, I would argue, mainly comes from Europe. Now it is a global concept, and many people, even in India, are contributing to that concept. But originally, I believe it was maybe a European, maybe Western, States to some extent, but really mainly Europe. Europe has developed over centuries very good things that have remained in Europe and spread around the world. With science, reason in general, from a philosophical point of view, the arts, but it also developed bad things. Many inequalities within Europe that led to internal social problems, revolutions, and wars. Europe is the part of the geographical part of the world with more wars, much more than any other place in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. So there was an imbalance between reason and irrationality, and that imbalance, that inequality, inequality was not started really to be resolved until World War II. World War II meant dozens, scores of millions of people in Europe and in East Asia and Malaysia, and we needed to find solutions or to mitigate the irrational aspects of human nature. So Europe, I think, made huge historical, unique compromises between peoples, countries, and ideas that before had never really managed to find compromises. So people from different religions, from different countries got together and started designing institutions. Internally, as a group of countries, and globally. Internally, most countries in Western Europe, because Eastern Europe became part of the communist, Soviet communist bloc, they had also good goals. They wanted to achieve peace and prosperity, but it didn't really prove it was not the best solution. China took up those ideas, but eventually changed them very much. Even though they are communist in name, they are not really communist in anything else. But in Western Europe, countries decided to balance economic competitiveness with social needs, with safety nets. So there was always a push to push societies in general to study, work, and compete economically in many sectors. At first it was done within countries, mainly, but even from the beginning, there were pressures to work across countries. At the same time, many countries, especially Nordic countries, and then Central European countries, and later Southern European countries, developed safety nets. Northern Europe is very famous for being very egalitarian, having social services, life expectancy, having good education, for free, etc. Then infrastructure, then safety nets in general. That route has continued at the country level, but it was also pushed over the decades at the regional level. So a number of institutions were created. The main one, most of you dealing with international issues know, is the European Union. There are more. There's the Council of Europe, the Nordics have the Nordic Council. You haven't heard of that? There's a number of institutions. So Europe has developed many regional governance institutions. The European Union now, before it was called the European Economic Community, focused very much on economic competitiveness, the movement of workers, the movement of capital, collaboration between companies, finance, the euro. We have a common currency now by 20 countries within the European Union and many other countries around the world are affected, around Europe and around the world actually, are affected by that. Social issues were somewhat secondary at the regional level. It took some time. After the end of the First World War, from the 1990s, social issues were developed within the European institutions. So now Europe, as a regional economic and social governance, is trying to find new balances because there are still many problems to address. We've had crisis, economic crisis, we have had migrant crisis, we have had a health crisis, but each crisis seems to add resilience to the European project. Now we are in the middle of a debate just these past few days, and a famous person in Europe, and perhaps here, called Mario Draghi. Have you heard of Mario Draghi? He was the man who led the saving of the euro a few years ago. The euro was about to collapse about a decade ago in Europe, and he's an Italian, a very capable economist, former head of the European Central Bank. He led the saving of the euro. He's not trying to save European competitiveness. He has led a group of researchers leading a report that was presented a few days ago. And in that report, there is all kinds of issues for economic and even social competitiveness from an economic angle. We need more investment. We need hundreds of billions of investment. There are two main things that Europe has been pushing for in the past few years. Soviet Union, China later started linking with other parts of the world. They tried to sell their development model. The American also was a great power in the West. It sells its liberal economic model, and Europe was kind of in between. So that balance was also trying to be exported. Europe started in the 60s with former European colonies, in Africa, countries, Caribbean countries, and Pacific countries that were becoming independent but had links with mainly the UK and France. The UK became the EU a bit later. Okay. France and the UK and then other countries were helping the former colonies or like-minded countries, etc., and the European institutions helping that with some money, ODA, humanitarian aid in case of short-term conflict or problems, earthquakes or whatever, man-made or nature-made. Over the decades, the European institutions have become the main actor. Professor O'Hara mentioned that Japan is the main country in terms of providing the financial ODA to the rest of the world. But if you take that Europe as a group of countries and the European institutions, we are the main donor, the main contributor to global development. Probably it's not enough. The world has many problems. You mentioned sectoral issues that need to be resolved in India, in Africa, in the Pacific Islands. They are very remote. The Chinese are going there, Solomon Islands, etc. It's very difficult for anyone in Europe, anyone that far away to really be of much use. So the Chinese are protesting that. They're trying to be an important power. Okay, so the European institutions and European countries have since the beginning tried to be a global power in terms of help, etc. First from a post-colonial point of view, but soon with other actors, with Japan, with the United States, with the United Nations, for instance. We've always collaborated very much. And from the 1919 onwards, the European institutions and countries have worked very much with the United Nations for the Millennium Development Goals and now the Sustainable Development Goals. I think this trend will continue, even though now Europe is still a little bit threatened by the rise of China, the potential rise of India, the rise of the others. There are many powers and many countries that are rising. I think it's wonderful. We should welcome that much of the world, if not the whole world, is in a path of finding its own unique model, its way to develop, learning from everybody else. Please do learn from China, it's a lot of use, from Japan, of course, from Europe, the United States, from Latin America. There is a session tomorrow, I understand, with Latin America. They also, in need of ideas, Latin America, India, South Asia have very, very big links until now. So maybe it's a good opportunity to compare, contrast models. So, to wrap up, Europe has always been keen to promote self-reliance, but collaborating with countries and with the whole world who wants to collaborate. China is not too keen in some issues of ODA, but China is also part of multilateral organizations of the United Nations, so there are always ways, opportunities to explore. I don't think it will change too much unless there is a huge conflict, but Europe is trying to maintain this balance. It tries to keep good relations with China economically. We have partnerships, but we're trying to have partnerships also, a standing one with Japan. It's been running for several years, and now we are negotiating one with India. Right? So I hope it can advance and finish soon. I think it's promising because India and 4 European countries, the EFTA countries, you've heard of the EFTA countries, that was like a competitor of the European communities in the 60s and 70s. It's right, most of those countries came to the European Union, but still 4 countries belong to this EFTA, and India in March of this year signed a first ever FTA for India with Europe. So I think it's promising that India and Europe can work together. Let's not forget the United Nations and other organizations
for sharing the inequality that exists in European regions and how we are tackling it. And at the same time, we have mentioned about the pre-indigenous inequality that is there in Europe and the relationship that you have with other South Asian countries. Thank you so much. And it's always pleasure to hear the information from a person like you because it feels like first-hand information that have an impact on us. Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll move on to the next panel member, Mr. Mr. Venkatesh. So, given you are working with UNICEF right now, so given you are working with UNICEF right now, and we know that majorly UNICEF work for children, but we just want to hear a different perspective from you because when Manimekkala ma'am also addressed about gender-related issue, ma'am mentioned about the sanitation part, ma'am mentioned about the need for having access to water. So can you give some idea on that? How important all these aspects, like sanitation, water, all these things, how important it is?
Fine now. Good afternoon to all the colleagues and hungry people who are sitting in the back benches there. We are almost one past. So basically, I was looking at the topic of the day, tackling inequalities in global south. So when we are using the word tackling, we are already on the solution side. So therefore, this multidisciplinary dialogue, also I was extending it to multidisciplinary approaches when we are talking about inequalities and tackling it. So as it is being said, our focus is child, that's where we come from. And when we talk about child, we are talking about 4 pillars which are important: the rights of the child, survival, protection, development and participation. So we advocate on these 4 things which are again interrelated to one another. When we say that when the world is without inequalities, that means the child is having the full chance of protection, survival, development and participation. So therefore, we are advocates of world of inequalities to the extent at least the child gets the basic rights fulfilled with regard to these 4 pillars. And obviously, what happens is when we talk about every child, then we talk about the access part. Access to the safe environment, which includes water, sanitation and hygiene practices and beyond other things like education, health and all. So this becomes very important for us. Under this, therefore, the first and foremost we put it is as the public health, where we talk about the basic services like water and sanitation. We also talk about education, which is as a tool for empowerment. We also talk about economic justice and inclusive growth, which is fundamental for addressing the needs. And we talk about the climate issues and environmental sustainability. Again, these are coming as the fundamental issues in the current scenario. So we look at all these perspectives, and very importantly, we also look at the governance and the policy and the reforms needed in the policy. So therefore, when we talk about inequalities, we look at inequalities as a challenge too vast and requiring multidisciplinary approaches. So I just take few examples for your understanding. I am talking about water sanitation and hygiene, that's where I'm coming from. And here when we talk about India, we saw the era of 2 national flagship programs coming in, Swachh Bharat Mission and Jal Jeevan Mission, promising that every household will have safe sanitation facility, safe sanitation, safely managed sanitation, and also safely managed water. This is the definition given by Sustainable Development Goals. But when we are using the word safely managed, then it includes many things in it. So how far we are while we are closing the Swachh Bharat Mission phase 2 and Jal Jeevan Mission phase 1 in December of this year. So it needs a closer review. At the same time, it needs a review on the hygiene part. Today, 70% of the households do not have facilities for hand washing with soap. Which is again fundamental for hygiene practices. So we need to look at all these dimensions very closely. And giving you an example from a country called Mozambique, diarrhea is very common there because which is again related to water and sanitation issues. So many countries in global south are facing this type of challenges. And increasingly we are seeing that the what we call it as slums and ghettos are increasing with the increasing urban population, and therefore the challenges in the environment in the urban scenario. So we need to look into all these things when we are talking about the global south and the challenges there. And particularly with regard to water, we are now looking at climate change, which we are seeing sometimes heavy flooding and sometimes it's a very dry season where water scarcity we are able to see. So how effectively, what technology we use, what management systems we use to ensure that water is available for the next generation and on a continued basis. These are the questions we enter with when we are talking about global south and South Asia also. So I close here. Maybe we will take some questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Anything to add from the panel? Yeah, fine. Moving to the next person, Dr. Damodar. Like how an identity, for example, that can be social identity, that can be personal identity. So how these kind of identities contribute to inequality? And maybe in India, these identities play a very important part. So how this creates inequality in India?
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve, for asking this question. And thank you so much for the organizers also. And the question is very relevant one. I have listened all the panel members, the research and other information from their field. But which I am going to talk, it is more relevant and more important to our country. I am not focusing on other countries, I am taking only India. So inequality which we are discussing about that is everywhere, maybe in any institution and family and communities and wherever we go. But this global south is more important, prevalent in that inequality. Maybe whatever we discuss about the power and women workplace participation, maybe related to the sanitary thing, maybe the wash one, and maybe to the other research things. But in India, we have to think about where is the root cause for this, for finding the personal identity. So I like started the inequality. So which is more focused on that, there are two things. One is caste system, second one is gender. These two things only started that inequality in our country. So I can start with that one quote which is given by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. So no one is noble or untouchable by birth. So the word is more powerful, which we have to keep it in mind, but which we were not keep it in mind and we were not implemented in this society. So that thing, that identity, how it formed, you are not deciding your birth, but the thing it started from your family. So that inequality started from there, you have started facing that issues, you are not privileged child in your home, and you are not able to identify what are the sources available for your study, whatever sources available for your future, but still you are growing up with that same kind of setup of kind of underprivileged one. So which makes to feel underprivileged in the other people. At the same time, the second one is the gender one, which we are facing even after maybe the decades we crossed. We have the International Human Rights Forum, we have the many associations and the government and legislative, but still we are facing the gender inequality in the workplace, in the family, in the community, in the wherever you are working in that, maybe as a leadership, in the political participation. So everywhere we are facing that. So that identity actually decided in your but one thing. Second thing, through whatever legislative system, whatever maybe the rules and regulations we are following in the national wide and in the society wise, we are not implementing the equality into that. As ma'am said about that workplace situation about the woman. So there is a word like unproductive work. It's not, maybe in my case, we can say unpaid work. So they have worked a lot in the home, they don't have any identity for that. They don't have any kind of salary for that. So there are issues which is more related to caste and gender, which we have to talk about in inequality. So as per my research, which mostly focused on marginalized population, especially for the children and women. So I can answer for the question which is relevant related to that. So identity based on your thing, how the society treats you. So we cannot make them equally treated the two person where one person is underprivileged and another one is privileged one. So that's why that research system came. So we have furthermore discussion through your questions.
So considering your expertise in psychology, is it possible for you to have shed a light on how to psychological intervention or psychological ways to address these inequalities?
Yes, this question also very important one, because we have read about the people, especially the human being. We are treating the many psychological issues. At the same time, in social psychology, we are understanding about the people's behavior. Why this particular community people they are behaving in this way? Why this leader is behaving in this way? What is the main aim of his life? What he wants, whether the power or money or relationship. So these are many things we have studied about the human being. So we have the certain main theories which is more focused on the human development. In that human development also it is showing about that inequality. For example, in the humanistic theory, if you are taking that, we have to fulfill our biological need. If you are taking about the equality one, the people who are in underprivileged, they are not getting that basic need. Then only they can go for the safety one. The people who are the privileged one, they may get it. This is the point. And the other thing in the psychological intervention means we don't want to talk about many things which we may not implement maybe in the ground level. So we have to teach the community in the community level. For example, if I am saying if we are taking the whole community, we have to teach to the parents, we have to teach to the maybe the people who are not aware about the inequality. That is started from the village, not from the maybe in the other places. So that basic one we have to start from the family, then it will lead to the community. Once these two, if we are achieving that, then we can move on that. Another one which we can start now itself to change the curriculum, which we are following in the prepared one in the old one, which we may not verify, which may not maybe redefine. So we have to give more importance towards the equality one in the curriculum. Once we start that, the students will think about that in the school level. Then they will ask more questions in the family, which we are following that. Because the main reason of following all inequality thing in the family, there are one theory which is explaining about that, psychoanalytic theory, which is explaining about ego and superego. It is your pleasurable things, whatever I want to stay for some more time, I want to eat ice cream, I want to go for ride, these all pleasurable things is more focused on your need. Ego one, how I have to behave. If I am the panel member, I have to behave very formally. In the outside, I can be very informal. So that appropriate behavior which we are used to doing that. The superego is a very important component. That component comes from your culture. So that component comes from your family. That component have a lot of moral activities. You don't go out after 6 o'clock according to this. According to our family system, you have to wish every day to your father. So this system which we are following, we are not asking any question into that. We are depending on the parents in the childhood. So we are following that. If you are against that, you may think like it is culturally against that. It may be affecting me personally and socially and emotionally and psychologically. So I don't want to do that. I want to be a very good child towards my parents. So this superego thing, we have to think about it. We have to change that through the parental education. So we have to conduct those kind of intervention in the school level and community level, which makes change in the society, in the equality.
Okay, thank you. So considering the time constraints, we are not going for the second round. If any of the panel member wants to add any points, maybe in 2 minutes. Dr. Mani, yeah, over to you.
it as unproductive. I am not saying unproductive. So I just share 2 points. One is that the unpaid care work should be considered, and it has to provide space to accommodate so that more women can participate in the labor market, and the policy, gender policies should accommodate those needs also, which is taken for granted that women, okay, it is their responsibility. So that has to be both in the family, as he said rightly, family context or in the household context, there in the public space context also it should be recognized. The second is that the public employment must be improved because they at least ensure the more security. In the current context, you are all on contract employment, and 95% of the employment, whether it is men or women, are in the contract and informal sector. So the informality also contributes hugely for the kind of insecurity, and that social insecurity itself is not motivating more women to join the labor market. And the third one is about the provision of crash facilities, and also the other whatever kind of facilities required to balance and flexi hours, etc. And already people started taking self-employment, but that is not the solution. So it is also the responsibility of the state to provide, or the civil society organizations must also fight against those facilities to be provided, and including wash facility, was access to those sanitation needs also is very important. And particularly in the informal sector, which I really construction sector, etc., there is no toilet at the workplace at all, and for 10 to 12 hours together the women go without using the toilet, and that will have health implications. And I also studied for 10 years together with the support of UNICEF Chennai, number of studies, and where the specific needs like menstrual health is not at all accounted for, and thanks to all policies which is now accommodating, but all these must be taken into account to promote the more women to join the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just I wanted to add that the challenges of inequality in global south cannot be addressed in silos. There is a multidisciplinary approach which is required. Public health, education, economics, environmental sustainability, governance, all these have to come to play as a system, then it will be helpful. And also it depends on the collaboration and arrangements for integrated work of government, civil society, private sector, and the communities. I think with this only we will be able to address, and this is a call from that. Thank you.
Yeah, so adding to Mr. Beckett's point, because inequality would be everywhere. This is a very common phenomenon, either it's a developed nation or underdeveloped nation. But what matters actually equity. How we are addressing the equity from social perspective, also public policy, because public policy should be designed in such a way that we should address this problem in a better way. So that's my point, because any point, any planning or policy, either it's starting from the grassroots level or it's from the state level or at the from central level, they should think about equity. Inequality is a very common phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continue on that Sir's point. So that equity is more important. I forgot to mention about that. So according to that data and statistics, so in gender equality we are back in the more than 100 years. So we cannot treat the female or woman as a same as in the same role. We cannot accommodate with them. So some of the points I have noted down for changing this gender equality. So it will start from the family and workplace and education and health and politics. So in the family, which we discussed, we have to share the responsibility. You can implement in your family. Even if you are not doing that, if you are not maybe comfortable for that, you have to do that for the gender equality. So you have to share the responsibility with your maybe the female members who are in the family, and you have to give the rights to take the decision making in the family. You cannot take the decision as a family head, as a man, as a father. You have to give the chance to taking the decision making in the family, and we have to give that comfortable situation for the unpaid work, whatever they are doing in the family. So with that sharing the responsibility, and we have to give that open communication in the family, which is more important in that. We don't want to talk about this particular topic in front of the son, in front of the daughters, in front of the parents, in front of the old people. We cannot divide into that. That open communication is more important for the gender equality. In the workplace wise, gender pay gap is more important in the many industries, which so I explain about that. So we have to again go to that one. We have to give the equal chance to the both male and female, and we have to give more importance to the leaves for the women. They have a lot of many states they started giving that kind of implementation in the workplace. So those things we have to. In education wise, many places they are not giving the proper education to the women. We have to give the access to finding the higher studies for that and selecting the course also and independent while they are studying into that. And we have to give more importance in the sexual education to the women students. And these kind of things will more important to the education one. The last one is the politics. We have to give the more kind of reservation to the women in participate in the politics, and we have to give encourage our family members to part of that. So apart from that, we have to give taking the responsibility in the if they are in the parties, we have to take the responsibility in the other pieces in the family also. So these are major things which we can start implementing through our level. Then it will lead to the equality.
Otherwise we will not get my. Okay. The point is, I supplementing to what Dr. Pradhan was saying, equity. Actually, we are using the word interchangeably, but actually equity is different. So we have to look from equity perspective, and therefore we need to look at the whole subject from the rights perspective. What are the rights that people have, and how to access those rights? Thank you.
Dr. Garapu.
Okay, thank you. I'm bewildered by the great number of ideas, facts and ideas that you are raising. It seems that most of the dialogue is among you because you are local experts trying to address big local issues that will, of course, have global ramifications. So I want to focus a bit on that. I cannot comment on any of them, but I would suggest that you somehow try to keep good track of all your initiatives, projects, and data sets, indicators, and quickly now, these many great universities that have been developing in India, link abroad with other partners in Japan, in China, in Europe, but mainly with global governance institutions or with organizations, maybe the United Nations or other ones, or create new ones. Have projects to have a more fruitful dialogue because I think you're developing many great ideas, and I don't think anybody, or very few people in Europe, for instance, maybe in Japan, but around the world, we don't know about these debates, and you have many interesting things to say. So try to organize them a little bit more into research initiatives and link them globally if possible.
Thank you, sir. With your permission, can we have 2 or 3 minutes? The questions from the audience. Okay. So if anyone is having any questions, yes. Can you pass them? Oh, okay.
Its market, and we saw a lot of global companies came, and one of the reason of inequality when we talk about we sometimes say economic globalization, it has definitely benefited India or South Asia in general, but it has also created inequality. Throughout this discussion I was thinking that in the 1980s, like we talk about so much, we blame actually sometimes neoliberal economic policies for inequality or structural adjustment, if you remember those things. But now, as there are so many economists in the panel, I mean, so where is it going? Like, is there any specific particular ideology or policy, economic policies there, which is governing the world economy or anything like that? Because we talk about a lot of neoliberal economic policies and how it created inequality in India.
I think Dr. Prato,
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
a very interesting question because somehow our GDP growth rate, everything is increasing trend.
But again, when you talk about inequality, inequality is also rising. It is not like India. Across globe, actually, it's a universal phenomenon now. The gap between rich and poor would be increasing. Of course, our government says we are putting lot of social protection policies to enhance the income burden or income levels, but still it is not working. Richer are becoming richer and poorer are becoming poorer. That's the dilemma. Dilemma is across globe. It is not about India. Even China, US, the inequality is in an increasing trend. I don't know. This is what policy, public policy should do. But the government is taking. In fact, that Mahatma Gandhi, that income generation scheme, also PMJ to reduce the healthcare expenditure. Many dimensions they are taking, but still the inequality level is increasing. Probably as Kuznets hypothesis, the initial process of development, the inequality will be increasing after a certain point of time it remains stagnant. But let's see how when it is becoming stagnant. That's the overall story. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shubhalakshmi.
Good afternoon to the esteemed panel and everyone present here. My name is Shubhalakshmi and I am from Christ University, Pune Lavasa campus. So my question is to Dr. Manimekalai. According to a report published by the Ministry of Labour and Employment in 2023, the distribution of female labour force participation is given, where the casual labour force is 6.8% and their participation in the regular wage or salary is 5.3%. So we can see that the casual labour is more than the salary or regular wage. So when we talk about the improvement in the female labour force participation rate, do you think that we are paying enough attention towards the nature of the job that they are involved in? Is there a necessity to address this factor and how will it make a difference?
Yeah, you're right. That is the limited employment is on the lower side. You all know that several public sector, whether it is education, health, or vacancies are remaining and formal employment is not happening. The largest formal employment which is happening is in the private sector. And the nature you mentioned that it is the kind of even the and again coming to the sectoral distribution where earlier women were there in the agriculture and in between all these changes, but now going back. And the recent pandemic made them to, you all know how migrant workers were there and reverse migration happened, but not much, and because of the precarity and precarious working condition there. So there is an opportunity cost which is not very high to make the women to kind of not to join the labor market or stay back. If see whatever the private sector, it was also told about the neoliberal context. The inequality is widening in the neoliberal context where the working class is first affected. When input costs are there, raw material costs, land, rent, etc. are there for the production sector. But the corporates will look into the labor class only to reduce the wage. So given that and also the other expectations, women's participation is lower. So I don't advocate that casual employment should go, but unfortunately the kind of environment in which we are there, it is more towards casual employment and contract employment. That is becoming inevitable in the context where informalization is taking place in the formal sector also. Where you have guest lecturers here, you are hired and paying only for a PhD holder simply 10,000-12,000. So that is also, it is not that in the labor working class only it is happening. It is not a good scenario at all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, the last question.
Yes, thank you for this very important discussion. My question, actually it is not question, it's a curiosity to ma'am. When you talk about in Nepal particularly, the participation of women in the workforce area has been increased, a good sign, but what about the imparity of their payment? Is there any positive side of these things or is a green side still?
No, it is very much gender gap also, wage gap I have presented one of the slides. So category wise, in the self-employment category it is huge. Like women are mostly in the micro enterprises. So in the self-employment category also, 64% is the wage, gender wage gap. And for the casual employment it is 19%. And for the regular employment almost minimum because regular is formal employment. So wage gap is the order of the day and That is one of the reasons I said already that the opportunity cost is very not attractive enough to bring women to the labor market. There are other exceptions, I don't say. So in the formal sector, when you are qualified, now the leadership is also on the increase. Even there also, entry level and the growing level and sustenance level. All the three stages, there are these gaps in the private formal employment because you are accounted for in the entry point itself that likelihood of absenteeism after your marriage, childbirth, and the care economy that you are supposed to be delivering, etc. So it was only in the West what was happening, but now it is happening there in the private context. So capitalism is ruling, and we have to wait, as he rightly pointed out, the cycle. Let us see whether change will occur in future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We understand 1 hour is not enough to discuss inequality and that to multi-dimensional perspective. You have brought so many takeaway points, so I don't want to repeat it again. So we'll try to conclude. So as we reflect on these discussions, it's clear that addressing inequality requires a comprehensive approach that combines economic strategies, social reforms, gender equity initiatives, international collaboration, and psychological support. So the issues raised today, such as the need for more inclusive economic policies, gender-sensitive programs, and better mental health resources, are areas where we can all contribute to meaningful change. So let's take all these insights, recommendations forward in our respective fields and communities working together to create a more equitable and just world. So I think all the panel members have mentioned about equity. So please understand all these initiatives are not gesture of charity, it's an act of justice. So it is a protection of fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. So thank you once again our esteemed panelists, the organizers and the audience for your participation. I just want to thank my dearest friend, the convener of this conference, Dr. Ashraf Pulikamath also, for giving me this opportunity to moderate this particular event. We hope today's conversation inspires continued dialogue and action on these crucial issues. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tini, for initiating discussions and moderating the roundtable sessions. I thank all the dignitaries at the dais for sharing their insightful knowledge. May I quickly just invite our Dean in charge, ma'am, Professor Priyanka Ghosh, to come to the stage and felicitate our discussants one by one. First, Professor Dr. Jalandhar Pradhan from NIT Rourkela. Ma'am, if you could just felicitate him. Let's give a huge round of applause. Let the applause keep going. I can understand if you are already feeling hungry. So, yeah. Next, Dr. Professor N. Manimegalai. Dr. Anand Rao Kuriti. Please keep the applause going. It's a humble request. Dr. Professor Cesar D. Prado from Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Dr. M. Damodaran. And lastly, Mr. Venkatesh Shailakati from UNICEF Hyderabad. Thank you so much. We'll break for lunch and we have our sessions. Sorry. We almost forgot the moderator. Apologies for that. So for moderating the entire session, for doing such a great work, we always have our gratitude to Dr. Tini. And this is Dr. Tini Palatra from Christ University. So we break for lunch and we have our sessions, our technical sessions, presentation starting from 2 p.m. Onwards. And may I request the guests, the dignitaries to please proceed to the guest house for lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presence here to all of you, all the students, our dear colleagues, our guests, dignitaries, Professor O'Hara, Professor Pradhan especially, and all our guests. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
in Germany. She has also authored an article on contextualizing skill and work in Budget 2024, Market Solutions for Missed Opportunities in the Wire. I kindly invite Dr. Aurolitsa Das to take the session forward. So we shall begin with the first paper presenter, Malavika M. Nair. Malavika M. Nair and Tiny S. Palatara.
This VITP presentation to Malavika Nair. Wait. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. So, greetings and a very warm good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malavika Nair, and I'll be presenting on the research, the social and cultural underpinnings of the well-being in Global South, which was done by myself, Malavika, and my professor, Dr. Tini S. Palatra. So, these will be the topics we'll be covering today. So while coming to subjective well-being, it is a crucial measure of individual and societal flourishing as it encompasses how people experience and evaluates their lives, like in psychological way we can say about emotional responses and cognitive assessments, whereas coming to the economics perspective we can say about life satisfaction and happiness. So, understanding the social subjective well-being is essential as it reflects the individual's and societal well-being. It influences an overall life satisfaction, affects mental health and contributes to other social cohesions also. And in Global South, the disparities between the subjective well-being persist due to challenges such as poverty, inequality and social stratification. And these factors can significantly impact the individual's well-being, and our research aims to explore how the social dynamics influence the subjective well-being in these different contexts. So the objectives of the study is to examine how social support, community engagement, social relationships affect the subjective well-being in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, South Africa and Brazil, investigate the impacts of social dynamics on SWB varies across these countries and explore the roles of the cultural variations. So going to the methodology, we collected the data from the World Value Survey Wave 7 and the countries chosen for this research was India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Brazil and South Africa. Even though taking sample size individually as countries were less than 2000, all of them were representatives of the World Value Survey and data was used for the empirical data analysis. The dependent variables. So life satisfaction and happiness are the dependent variables, where life satisfaction was the main variable and we checked happiness for just the robustness check. And the control variables used were age, gender, income, education, urban and rural context. So the model that we used for this is the Probit model. So before going to the model, I would like to say a few things. In the dependent variables, happiness was categorized from 1 to 4. So, and the life satisfaction was from 1 to 10. So we had to categorize the life satisfaction into 4 categories with respect to the counts of happiness. And it was like 1 to 3 is dissatisfaction, 4 to 5 neutral, 6 to 7 somewhat satisfied, and 8 to 10 very satisfied. So this is the model that we did, Probit model. So to investigate these research objectives, we employed an ordinal Probit regression model using life satisfaction and happiness as dependent variables. And the control variables included age, gender, income, income, education, urban, rural location, etc. So these are the Probit model regression results and the interpretation. So while taking the social support, it was statistically significant, and moreover it had a positive effect on the subjective well-being, with the South Africa in the highest representation, followed by Brazil. Like, it actually had a positive effect on all the nations, but then South Africa and Brazil constituted the first 2 positions. And this also indicates that if there is an increase in social support, it depicts a better life satisfaction. Now coming to the trust factor, it is positive yet weaker impact across the nations, and India and Pakistan show similar conceptions of the same. And as in India and Pakistan, we know moreover they share a similar cultural perceivance in nature. So they have a similar approach towards this subject. And coming to economic stability, this indices has a positive influence, and here also India and South Africa have a larger impact on them. Now talking about health, it plays a critical role across all of the nations. And then cultural values. So religious values or religious influence and family ties have pronounced impact in countries like India, Bangladesh and Pakistan. And while talking about education as a variable, like even though education projects a consistent impact on the analysis, it is still weaker when compared to other variables. So the limitations of the study were, like, you can also use logit model, but then we use Probit model as it was an ordered continuous variables we were assessing. And future scope will be the exploration of logit model and exploration of marginal effects. And the choice of regression model, the complexity of marginal effects and the interpretation of the threshold limits present challenges that can impact the findings. And future research can also explore the logit regression, incorporate additional variables as we constrained ourselves towards like few variables, and refine the understanding of cultural contexts to enhance the robustness of the conclusions. These were the references that we used. So yes, that was all about my presentation. Thank you all for hearing me out. Thank you.
Hi, Malvika. Thank you. Thank you for a very good presentation. But so I would like to ask you a few questions. Basic questions, in fact. Okay. So how do you define life satisfaction?
So life satisfaction according to this research. So here we have taken a few variables if possible. So I feel like according to the countries that we have selected, age, gender, income, education and the place that we live in proposes a major contribution towards the satisfaction we have with our lives, as in how good we are doing in our lives.
Okay, but this looks very like you are trying to quantify life satisfaction. Is
Yes.
what I believe you are trying to do. But I don't think age, gender, income, and education. Probably you can explain a little more on how does education, how does gender contribute in defining life satisfaction? That is one. And that is another question that I have, that is why did you use probit regression? Because was your data normally distributed? Because essentially we use probit when the data is not normally distributed.
So we use probit as the
normally distributed.
yeah.
And it is normally distributed.
Yeah. So sorry, ma'am, for interrupting, but then we use the ordered probit as like the values were continuous and ordered and like unobserved latent continuous variable we had. So
right, but I believe we can also use logic regressions and including logic regressions in the limitations that you'll be using it further. I don't think you can include it in the limitations, but that can be a scope for future research, right?
Yes.
Yes. And also, have you ever tried to relate whatever you are doing with Amartya Sen's capability approach? Because he also talks of well-being, right?
Right now I haven't, but then sure I'll check into it.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malavika. Our next presenter is P. Periasamy from Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science.
There is a pen drive.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Periasamy. I am working as Assistant Professor of Economics at Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. My paper title is Economic Indicators of Human Development Index in Tamil Nadu and Inter-District Analysis. In this paper, I was working with Professor N. Manimegalai, Director, Center for Women's and Development Studies, New Delhi. So, in this work, we did one of our major research project funded by RUSA 2.0. So, why we have to do the inter-district level analysis of Human Development Index? Because whatever the development growth we are achieving, or every year it's going to develop the economic growth, like there is an uneven economic development impacts will leads to like the regional inequality, and also the disparities in health, infrastructure and services, and income inequality and social exclusion of marginalized communities, and the geographical diversity. So these are the circumstances. The growth has not been properly calculated, and we have not properly accounted the Human Development Index. So that's why this research is important. So at the same time, like Amartya Sen and McGreal and plus T and Sengupta. So these are the authors. They have find out in their study the economic growth cannot explain the strong differences and inequalities in living standards, as it does not explain what people can achieve with these resources. So what I said in the beginning, like the same way, like the authors has also pointed, these are the research. So the economic growth cannot explain the strong differences and inequalities in the living standards. So this is my objective. This study examines the inter-district variations of Human Development Index associated with the social and economic indicators in Tamil Nadu. So this is the concept and measurement of HDI. It's a very basic and normal formula for measuring the Human Development Index. It's based on that value of index is computed on a scale of 0 to 1, like plus or minus, where 0 corresponds to the minimum and 1 to the maximum assigned value for corresponding indicators. So the overall HDI is then determined as the arithmetic average of 3 indices. Thus, for each component of the HDI, individual indices for a given country can be computed according to the general formula, like HDI is equal to like actual value minus minimum value divided by maximum value minus minimum value. So I think you know very well, like these are the dimensions and the indicators for measuring the Human Development Index. So it's given by the UNDP. So the long and healthy life, the dimensions, these are the 3 dimensions to measure the Human Development Index. Long and healthy life, knowledge is nothing but education and a decent standard of living, and the indicators means the life expectancy at birth and expected years of school or mean years of schooling, and gross national income per capita, that means the per capita income. So based on these are the indicators and the dimensions, we can measure the Human Development Index. So it is given by the UNDP. So now I come to the sampling design. Like based on our study, we have chosen, these are the 8 districts among Tamil Nadu. The 8 districts is based on like the Human Development Index as well as the agroclimatical zone. So we have chosen like from the highest Human Development Index districts, and based on the high rainfall area and medium Human Development Index comes from like the Kaveri Delta and the hilly agroclimatic region, and then low Human Development Index zone comes like Perambalur and Ariyalur. It's in western agroclimatic zone by adopting multi-stage sampling method. So the overall sample size among those districts we got from the based on these are the based on 2 to 10% of total number of households in both urban and peri-urban areas. So this is the method of sampling we took from the municipality and down panchayat and census town among these 8 districts. Like each district, how we have getting the data is based on like the toilet availability as well as the proximity to the city, like the urban and peri-urban areas. So based on these are the informations we like from the census as well as from the census we got these are the informations. According to that, we have chosen the study area as well as the household size and sample size also. So the sources of data for this study, like we have collected like primary survey, like baseline survey, as well as the accent research also is going on. Like the baseline survey has been divided like socioeconomic factors, and then like WASH indicators like access to water, sanitation and hygiene practices. Among these all the dimensions we have collected like the socioeconomic background, age, education and the family income as well as the individual's income, and how the people are access the resources like water, and what are the discriminations are there, what are the disparities are there in between the gender, and how the environment is going to affect, like based on these are the exploitations or any other wasting the resources, like, and then like the sanitation practices also, how it is happening, like based on the gender perspective as well as in economic perspective, like how the people are accessing those resources. And like these are the way we have collected the data, and we have collecting the secondary information from the NFHS and then census and state level planning commission and etc. like. So now I comes to that the general perspective of Human Development Index in Tamil Nadu, like from 1971, since 1971 to 2021, it has been increasing like the rapid growth and from 2008 to 17, and it has been declined from 2017 to 2021 due to that COVID pandemic situations. So so this is the general picture of the trends of Human Development Index in Tamil Nadu. And now I comes to our results, like the district wise social and economic indicators of Human Development Index in Tamil Nadu. Like these are the study areas or the study districts. Among these study areas, like we found like in Perambalur has the highest income distributions are there, like for the income indicators there is no much difference in between the districts, and then the education is there, like Kanyakumari and Perambalur and the Nilgiris. So these are the districts also gradually it has been increasing, like actually in Tamil Nadu statistical handbook the Kanyakumari is the top one developed district, and education as well as the income and the Human Development Index as well. But based on our study, like we found like Kanyakumari is is not that top level, like has some average like below like Perambalur and other districts. So the second one, the district wise Human Development Index in Tamil Nadu also, like based on the ranking of Human Development Index of our study, like the Karur is the medium rank, and other districts are low ranking only. It depends on the standard HDI ranks is given by the UNDP.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, if you could conclude, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So this is the district level only one this PPT, ma'am. I will go to end. So the district level HDI in Tamil Nadu also, like so the Ariyalur we are able to get the data from 1995 to 2011. So then after that only we had data in 2017 Tamil Nadu Human Development Index report, and as well as in our study statistics also data also, like based on the RUSA 2.0. So that the other districts also, the overall progress in 1995 to 2011, most districts show a consistent improvement in Human Development Index, and it can be attributed to economic growth, educational initiatives and better healthcare access. Like, and based on our study findings, the RUSA project, like 2.0 project updates shows varying trends, with the districts like Karur showing recovery while others like Virudhunagar and Nilgiris face significant setbacks. And this is my conclusion, like so the most districts have experienced growth in HDI from 1995 to 2011. It has been gradually increasing, and it can indicating the overall Human Development Index also. The rankings also, and the Ariyalur late inclusion and relatively low HDI show that some regions have only recently started receiving attention in terms of development initiatives. So our study emphasized the need to estimate the Human Development Index at the district level at regular intervals to imbibe the sensitivity to human development planning and programming in the state. So the final things like the Human Development Index and component analysis highlighting like economically, socially, healthcare and income generations, like multi-pronged approach like addressing disparities across all dimensions of human development is essential for creating equitable growth across Tamil Nadu. So that's all about our study. Like if you have any queries, you can ask me. Thank you.
So because it's a very extensive study, so I wouldn't be asking you much questions about how you went through it, but I have a few questions that I would like to know your view about the same. Like, do you think HDI is a very holistic measure of economic development or human development, because it also takes into account GNI, right?
Yes.
And also, in a previous slide somewhere you had mentioned about places which were having high rainfall and they were associated with a higher HDI. So can we say that the climatic conditions or the topography also has a role to play in the HDI scores of that particular region? And the third question, because you showed the trend of HDI in Tamil Nadu for quite some time, so I would like to ask if the politics or the ruling party, which is in power, does it have a role to play in in the HDI scores? Is it high during a certain rain or is it low during a certain rain? And why is it coming down now?
Okay.
After 2021. So these are the three questions, and not questions, but I would like to know your view about this.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Like, actually, I would like to respond to second question. Like, yeah, the climatic conditions, because the Human Development Index at the same time our study also like is based on like WASH index. WASH based like water access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. So based on that, if we at the same time we have to study about the multi dimensions like the gender, environment, as well as the human development indicators also like. So that's why we have covered focused on these are the two reports like the Human Development Index as well as the agroclimatic zone, because the access to water, like we have to focus in the area of the rainfall, which area is having more rainfall. Based on that, the habits, the people habits, whether they are using properly for the sanitation purpose or drinking purposes, like how it's happening, or what are the status are there in the field, like. So that's why we have taken in that perspective also, like and then the political contributions. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but sir, do you think, so was it the results that led you to classify higher HDI scores alongside the climatic conditions or high rainfall areas? Were it your results, or was it the WASH and the HDI scores taken together and the agro-climatic conditions that you?
Yeah, like we found that results like, but I have not mentioned in this paper like, but actually we found like in high rainfall districts having a good access to water, and properly they were accessing that sanitation as well as the hygiene practices also is good when compared to the low rainfall districts like.
The first question about the politics.
Yeah, the politics, like it's not that much impact, ma'am. Like as usual, both the parties they are doing for the development of the state, like, so there is no much difference, like. So we feel like that, but that is not highly influencing that.
So you're saying that the political institutions or the institutional setup does not affect the score a lot?
Yes.
Okay. So any questions from the audience?
Sorry, I can't exactly.
I'll
hear
just,
your
I'll
voice.
just, I'll
Yeah.
just hand over the mic.
No, it's basically very basic index measures like the average value we took like for this study.
Okay, then I have a doubt, the same doubt I'm having, because HDI, we are not considering new environmental factors, we are just saying that education, then the living standard, at the same time, very selective indicators are there. Then how we can actually classify, okay, when there is rain, there is IHDI, without any kind of analysis.
Yeah, like that's why I told like based on that wash indicators, like wash indicators means like access to water, sanitation, hygiene. So normally if you are using toilets means we have to sufficient water resources like. So otherwise we can't able to use those facilities, no? So that's why we have think about that the agroclimatic zones, because based on the agroclimatic zones we can find out like which area or which districts are having higher rainfall. Based on that higher rainfall, the groundwater or other lakes and ponds water resources also is compared to other districts is higher quantum as they like.
Sorry, but I think what we are trying to ask is how is this related to education? How is this related to the health sector and then the income generation? Which
Actually,
are
ma'am,
the parameters for
yes, ma'am.
HDI?
Yeah. Actually, I'm not using those indicators for this particular research, because here I have used only for that from our socioeconomic indicators like education, the mean years of schooling, like and expected years of schooling. Those indicators already we have in actual informations, as well as the income also, like individual as well as the family incomes also is there, and then they standard of living indicators also is there, like access to sanitation, like these are the indicators only I have used for this paper. So I have not used any environmental indicators or agro climatic because this is only for our sampling methods. That's why I am explaining those things. Like I am not using those indicators for this research, for this paper.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Any more questions from the audience?
When it was pointed out about the two different political parties and two political governments, I just wanted to ask, is there no difference in the focus of the indicators by two different governments? Whether their focus is same or as a policy measure, as a political measure on the different indicators?
I think it may be before one decade, like may happen like they were focusing social developmental schemes and programs. They were launched it, and after that also they were launching, but it's not. Yeah, maybe those schemes and developmental programs has impacted the social well-being, like the income level has been increasing, like because earlier days it was not happening like that. Due to change of these are the welfare programs like uh, uh, announced by the DMK parties and the ADMK parties. They are given more social welfare programs for the general public.
I can answer that. Actually, those three indicators, when it's the focus of the political parties, are majorly the same. Only difference is that they are all under the one umbrella called welfare schemes. Now there is a move towards recognizing the agency of persons. So accordingly, for example, you are aware that under their facilities and they have been integrated and the rights have been considered, and also the other marginalized communities, tribals, scheduled caste, single women, widows. So special schemes are there. Of course, one is called for politics, it is for also voting, you always know that. But at the same time now, at least taking these three, four schemes together, it is really moving forward to recognize the agency, not treating the individuals as beneficiaries. That is that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
We move on to our next presentation.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you.
Our next presenter is George Verghese from Mahatma Gandhi University, Korea.
Electrification in a society is not always a natural or neutral process, and it was shaped by complex social, political, and technical interactions. So, when a process of electrification happens, the context is an important deciding factor for the development and design of that progress. So, but as a social process, it differs from one time to another, and culture is an important factor in that case. So, as electrification has been a process which has been originated from Europe, it was an internal development there, but its impact on the other societies is much more like a external development. So, coming to India, into our context, the arrival of electricity was from a coated and uncoated outside. So, it was an impact from the West, and definitely it was a colonial baggage. So, coming to the specific area of our paper, Kandandevan Hills is a place or an estate, tea estate area in Munnar, which is in the current state of Kerala, which is a high altitude hill station area. So, the potential of hydroelectric power generation in Munnar was first being utilized by the Kandandevan Hill Produce Company. So, for the tea factory purposes, they were the first to utilize this opportunity, and it was on 1906, that is the earlier phase of 20th century. So, there are many region specific impacts that could be eventually come out from the technological advancement of this process, which could have entirely different meanings once they are transferred to different societies and cultural areas regardless of the source of origin. So, in this case, the motive of the provider of the new technology is the deciding factor to the space which it is introduced, and there are many relevant ideas which are already established, like in case of early 20th century, Lenin in Russian Revolution had stated that if the electrification could be happening to each and every household, then only it could be considered as a development. So that is a very socialistic idea of electrification. But in the same context, in South Africa, where at the same time period when electrification was being introduced for the purpose of helping mining and colonial industrial activities, and it was not to give lights to the huts of the local people. So in this way, colonial displacement of energy to a new society is very much different. So coming to colonial interests, a very renowned historian of science, George Bessel, had given his idea that colonies are peripheries to new technology. In a way, they are analytically distinct about the nature of scientific technological activity. So there is a very scientific, very peculiar situation or scenario evolving in a colonial space. So in the context of this electrification in Convenor Hills in Munnar, the area was belonging to the princely state of Travancore. So the Convenor Hill Produce enterprise was solely a private enterprise from Europe, and it was a good opportunity for engineers, doctors, technicians coming from England to have an field experience in their colonial cities or spaces. So in a way, this process was acting as a European agency working in the colonial spaces. So much more studies have been done in this area by, especially by Srinivasa Rao, about the electrification of Madras Presidency. So he very clear-cut way he distinguishes this process, that technology often happens in colonies like utilization centers rather than technology production, and they are only in India, especially the colonies of Britain, act as assemblers of system and not system builders. So they were more like an administrative engineers rather than entrepreneurial engineers. So there was not much technological independence happening in this situation. So this was also the same case happening in Convenor Hills. Thus, it was also a focus area of attention, contention, and sometimes struggle. So the very useful point of being electrified is the process of domestication of electricity. So in this case, the colonized territory was quite unusual, and the motive of the providers or the colonial people were to fasten their process and to reduce the labor, to make it a capital intensive process. So in case of Munnar also, the tea estates and the bungalows of managers were electrified, but the people and their daily routine life were untouched by this new advent of technology. So to analyze this situation, David Arnold, a renowned historian on technology and history, have rightfully said that Europe, in their technological intervention to Asia and Africa, has characterized by violence, that is maybe physical or and epistemological violence, directed against past practices and outmodern techniques. So definitely it was not a smooth introduction of a new technology, and it was not at all a democratic process. So in this way, the new technology was, or the people of Munnar were marginalized from this new technological adventure, and obtaining technology may not have been a problem, but achieving the best practice was another matter. So in this way, to conclude, the development of electricity may be having varying results and different social contexts, but it mold in different ways. That is from an extension of this process from Europe. So in this way, to conclude that in the everyday experience of people of Kannandevan Hills, it may be acted as a mysterious novelty. And to conclude, it was not a fruitful exchange of cultures and technologies to bring a new progress, rather a valiant implementation to have a stronger power above the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I have a few questions. So you said that electrification is a colonial package, right?
Yeah, in the context of Muna.
Yes, in the context of Muna. And then you said that you rightly justified it with the violence and the struggles that came with it, right? So this was a historical context.
Yes.
Right? So we cannot survive without technological progress now.
Definitely.
Right? So could you please sum it up in like 2-3 lines if you may? Like what I understand from whatever you presented was you are talking from a historical point of view. Okay? So could you please tell me how is it like the electrification, like is every household electrified now in that particular place in the current phase, or like what are the advancements that have been made after independence? Like after, if you are saying that it was a colonial baggage, has the baggage remained, or has it been, have people been able to come out of the trap?
Yeah, definitely what the situation came out after the European was a boom for the people, because it was a very early intervention that made the technology to arrive very early in that place. But this progress or a process of electrification was not a choice of the people. It was, they were not given a choice to take that technology. And even we cannot alienate one aspect itself, like electrification. There were roads and other infrastructural developments happening in Muna, like railway, which was the very first place to be introduced with railway. All these aspects were in the context of industrialization and tea estates. Even people were not given any provisions to use this railway for their purposes. Like that way only electricity was also. They were only familiar it is in factories. It was not electrified in their huts. But current situation is totally different. Post independence, it is very a different scenario.
So basically we had to start from somewhere at the cost of some people.
That is
that what you are trying to say?
Not at all, because I am presenting this paper. This is the situation, and how we should understood it is should be in a different way only. That is the.
Right. So any questions from the audience?
You were mentioning about a scholar who worked on the electrification in Madras presidency.
Yes.
Munnar was in Travancore presidency.
Yes.
Munnar was from Travancore, part of the Travancore region.
Yes, yes.
So, do you see any differences, or was this Kannan Hills any different from how it happened in other places, other areas?
Yes, because in the case of Munnar, it is not an urban space. It was for the purpose of the tea estate. Electricity has been introduced. But in case of Madras, it was a colonial city, an urban space, and the study this is related in a way like both the places have been affected by the colonial people. So one is for the purpose of electrifying the urban spaces, and in the case of Munnar, it is for their tea plantation activities. So
Put it that in the context of colonial baggage.
Okay.
Do you think that Madras was also colonial baggage?
Madras, in the case, you had said about Travancore being the part of, Munnar being the part of Travancore. In Travancore, this process of electrification was anchored by the princely state of Travancore itself. But being Madras presidency, it was the center of British supremacy in India, being the first presidency to be after the Bengal only. In South, it is the first place to be having the British power. So Madras is one of the most oldest colonial city, and it is the necessity of the Britishers to electrify the city of Madras.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. We know that it is little difficult to limit the presentations, especially the well-researched papers, to limit it to 5 to 8 minutes of presentation. But requesting you to adhere to the timelines for the smooth conducting of the session. Our next presenter is Yawar Ahmad Dar from SRM University, AP.
I think we can open it.
Hello and a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants. My name is Yawar and I am a research scholar at SRM University, AP. So today the title of my topic is Determinants of Load Capacity Factor, Role of Geopolitical Risk and Innovations. So, environmental degradation, basically, as you all know, it's one of the leading challenges that we are facing globally. So basically, when production activities happen, they use a lot of energy intensive resources, and through those energy intensive resources, greenhouse gas emissions happen. So greenhouse gas emissions lead to environmental degradation, which translates into global warming and climate change. The problem of environmental degradation was attributed to economic growth in 1990s by Grossman and Kruger through one of their studies which they focused on North American Free Trade Agreement. So an outcome of that analysis was environmental Kuznets curve, which shows or tells us that at low level of economic growth, environmental degradation increases. But after economic growth reaches a certain threshold point, the environmental degradation starts to decrease. So that led to the creation of an inverted U-shaped curve, which we call as environmental Kuznets curve. It's an environmental extension of the Kuznets curve, which talks about income and income inequality. So when we talk about economic growth and environmental degradation, a lot of research has focused primarily on carbon dioxide emissions, because carbon dioxide emissions form most of the greenhouse gas emissions. So when the impact of greenhouse gas emissions is studied on environment, the focus is primarily on carbon dioxide emissions. But focusing on carbon dioxide emissions has a limitation, because carbon dioxide emissions only focuses on the demand side of the environmental concerns. It does not focus on the supply side of the environmental concerns. It only tracks what we do with environment, not about the waste absorbing capacity or the regenerative capacity of the environment. So to overcome this problem, Siche et al. They came up with a new indicator which is known as load capacity factor. Load capacity factor is basically made up of two environmental indicators. One is ecological footprint and biocapacity. Ecological footprint, it tracks the demand side concern of the environment, and biocapacity tracks the supply side concern of the environment. So load capacity factor is a better alternative than carbon dioxide emission as well as ecological footprint when we are trying to understand how economic growth impacts the environment. Now, since this is a relatively newer indicator, so there is like lack of literature when it comes to taking load capacity factor as a proxy for environmental degradation. In India also very few studies have tried to understand this environment economic problem by taking load capacity factor into account. So to overcome this problem and by analyzing the previous literature, I came up with a research gap, and I came up with that gap based on the present situation that we are witnessing globally. So since geopolitical risk has become a very real thing which we are experiencing in front of our eyes. For example, if we take the case of India, it has sour relationships with its neighboring countries, be it China, be it Pakistan, and there are other geopolitical events in the world also, for example a war in Middle East or a war in Europe, which have direct implications on India. So based on that reasoning and that logic, I selected geopolitical risk as one of the variables for this paper. The second paper is innovations. Since India is one of the leading patent publisher in the world, and these patents definitely have some implications towards economic growth and towards environmental well-being. So to study the impact of geopolitical risk as well as patents, which is a proxy for innovations, I will try to see whether these have a negative impact on the environment or a positive impact on the environment. As per the theoretical reasoning, geopolitical risk should normally hamper the environmental quality, where innovations should improve the environmental quality. So that forms the statement of the problem, that how will geopolitical risk and innovations impact load capacity factor, which is a better indicator of environmental quality or environmental degradation. For this study, I have followed autoregressive distributed lag model, as I am interested in understanding the long-term dynamics of this relationship. So this is the basic functional form, like load capacity factor, it's a function of geopolitical risk and patents, and these are the control variables: GDP, its square, income of top 10% of the population, imports and exports. These are the data and data descriptions and databases. So I'll focus on the long run results only because of the shortage of time. So the long run results show that GDP per capita has a negative impact on environment, while GDP per capita square has a positive impact. So this gives to the rise of load capacity factor curve. It's like U-shaped curve, but it shows us what Kuznets curve shows us. That is, environment will degrade up to a certain point, but after that it will start improving. So when it comes to patents, patents also have a positive impact on the environment. Geopolitical risk has a negative impact on the environment. Imports, their impact is insignificant, and exports have a negative impact on the environment. The income of the richest 10% population, which is like a good outcome, their income has a negative impact on the environmental quality. So the income inequality in India is actually degrading the environment also, which is an offshoot outcome of this study. The main outcome is that geopolitical risk degrades the environment, innovations or patents improve the environment, and there is a load capacity factor hypothesis also, and the offshoot outcome is that the income of the richest 10% population, it actually degrades the environmental quality of India. So India is actually growing, but it's growing at the cost of environment, and one reason for that is that it has a very stark income inequality. These are the diagnostics which show that the model is stable, and this is the conclusion of the study. So why geopolitical risk actually degrades the environmental quality? One reason is it hampers the foreign direct investment. If you will see that India is now relaxing its trade restrictions with China. Why? Because the foreign direct investment has been constantly falling, and one such reason have been the geopolitical tensions with China. So India has now realized that it's better off to relax those restrictions and to continue trade with a greater intensity with China, because the foreign direct investment has been continuously falling from last 2-3 years. So other thing is it leads to weak regulations and exploitation of natural resources. So the joint impact of these is negative on the environment. The innovations have a positive impact on the environment. So the basic outcome of innovations is they lead to technological advancement, and technological advancement leads to better production techniques, better utilization of energy resources. All these have a net positive impact on the environment. The top 10% of the income of the top 10% of population has a negative impact on the environment. There was it was a kind of estimate where the ecological footprint of the richest people of the world is tracked. So in 2022, Taylor Swift alone had 8,890 tons of emission. Her jet, it had made 8,890 tons of emissions, which is 1100 times more than a normal human being. So you can see that's just one dimension of the emissions which these richest people make. On top of that, they are the ones who own major production houses, who carry out more production, use more energy intensive resources. So the net impact of that is negative on the environmental quality.
You can please conclude.
1 minute, I'll just, okay. So there are some policy conclusions which can be framed based on these results. In order to tackle the negative impact of geopolitical risk, India can choose strong diplomacy as well as domestic resilience. But for both these policies, sound institutional quality is needed. Without a sound institutional quality, neither strong diplomacy nor domestic reliance can be made possible. And since patents showed a positive impact, but that impact is minimal, that means there are patents which are getting published, but a very few of them are actually translating into something productive. So what India can do to increase their impact is it can increase the spending on research and development, which is not happening as of now. Every year in GDP, the spending on research and development is more or less remaining constant. So India should actually increase the spending on research and development, and there should be more private-public collaborations so that a new influx of ideas can come to the forefront. India can also act for regulations and impose environmental taxes on the top 10% of its top 10% wealthy people, and it can use that tax to offer renewable energy to poor sections on a subsidized prices. So that way it can not only control the emissions that are happening because of the rich sections of the society, but it can also provide incentives for poorer sections to consume more and more renewable energy, which will again improve the environmental quality. The validation of load capacity factor hypothesis validates that India has an option to pollute now and clean later. But it can only happen if it spends extensively on renewable energy. If it does not stick to 40 or 45% coal in its energy mix, oil and gas, if it transitions from non-renewable energy to renewable energy, only then it can achieve a good environmental quality, and it can actually follow this theoretical assumption of polluting now and cleaning later. And when it will produce with renewable energy as a input for production, it will export goods who have a less carbon content. So that way its exports will also be environmentally friendly. Thank you.
We wrap it up here. So the floor is open for questions. Does the audience want to ask questions first? Okay, so I'll go first. That you were talking about geopolitical risks, and your entire exercise, empirical exercise, has been only on India, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now you're talking about geopolitical risks. Can you generalize your findings for every other country looking at the condition of the world politics or the global politics that is prevailing right now, when Ukraine is at war, then there is Palestinian issue, and Iran, Iraq, name it, and there is some other disturbance around. So how do you think, can you generalize your results to these countries when you are talking about the context of geopolitical risks? That is one.
Okay.
Second is when you spoke about your literature gap, you said that there is a lack of comparative studies that have been made when it comes to load capacity factor, but you are taking only one country.
No, I said there's a gap in Indian context only, because my literature review focuses only on studies that are about India only.
Okay, but I really think when you're talking about geopolitical risks, you need to take everything into account, because this is a very a fragile matter.
So basically the people like Caldera and there is one more author who have formulated this geopolitical risk indicator. So they have formulated it in two ways. One is a historical geopolitical risk index, which is from 1900 onwards, and one is a modern geopolitical risk index, which is from 85 onwards. So this 85 onwards geopolitical risk index they have formulated it country wise. So it's there for each and every country. Like based on that, I guess we can.
So are you controlling for it when you are taking into account the time series, you are running the time series model and all? Are you controlling the geopolitical risks?
No, it's how they have methodologically constructed. It's my independent variable along with innovations, for which I have taken patents as a proxy. It's there in the methodology of the source paper. They have constructed it that way, separately for countries as well as a single indicator historically.
Okay. Also, don't you think when we are talking about geopolitical risks and innovation, they might be having a sort of correlation?
I mean,
if the risk is higher, then the innovations might be lesser, or if the risk is higher, the innovation might be higher in order to tackle whatever the country is facing right now. Is there any such relation that you have found out?
It can. I mean, if the geopolitical risk is higher, I said it in the conclusion that it can sort of compromise the regulations and the policy making of a country. But that's the reason I was taking innovations also as an additional variable, because I wanted to see how these variables go together, so that it can give us a broader picture of how they are acting separately.
Right.
And I guess I could not show it everything here. I have checked the correlation of these variables also, so that's less. So there is no issue of autocorrelation.
About that later. So, any questions from the audience? Okay, so I think we can go to the next person. Thank you, Laura. Our next presenter is Dr. Sunil Koshla and Dr. Pratyot Ranjan Jana.
It's already downloaded. It is not connected. Just check it. Otherwise, I will connect with my laptop. Is it visible there? Directly connected? Yeah, okay. Okay. Respected chair, other delegates, moderator, and my dear colleagues, I'm Dr. Sunil Khosla, and I'm presenting the paper titled Assessing the Impact of Livelihood Program on Vulnerability to Multidimensional Poverty, Evidence from Rural Odisha, India. The paper is also contributed by Dr. Pradyut Ranjan Jana from NIT, Karnataka. Due to the time lag, I'll directly begin by explaining why this paper is the need of our, how differently we have done it, and what is the contribution that we have made. So if I begin with the statistics, we all know that poverty rate has been decreasing. However, it is still persistent for many regions and countries like Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. If I speak the statistics, monetary value is 31% of South Asian people are still living below the poverty line, whereas Sub-Saharan Africa it is more than 51%. And when it is calculated multidimensional poverty, which is now gained the more importance due to the Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, so there the rate is more than 50 for both South Asia, it is 53, and for Sub-Saharan Africa it is about 60% of households are living below the poverty line. So the question arises why? Government, international body like World Bank and many institutions are working together effortlessly, but why the poverty is still high? Is it because of lack of policy support, financial issue, or targeting the right beneficiaries, or any political issue, what? So over the period of time, studies have found out that some households are coming out of poverty, but at the same time, many non-poor households are falling into poverty. I repeat, some households are coming out of poverty, which is the true things and good news, but at the same time, many non-poor households are falling into poverty. The reason I say is COVID-19, many people lost the job, businesses lost, the breadwinner lost their businesses, everything, so many people fell into poverty. So therefore, the falling into poverty is called the vulnerable to poverty, the likelihood of falling into poverty. Therefore, recently in development economics, the term has got a tremendous interest, and there is lack of research on that because studies mostly follow on the poverty. We are predicting the poverty, vulnerability to poverty, and that is to multi-dimensional poverty. Why do we do that? When we do that, we will understand which households are falling into poverty, why do they do that, and what are the dominant risks they experience, what are the coping strategies they do, whether they quickly recover or they do just fall into trap, and if government wants to target, what sort of population government should target. So all that things we get when we do the analysis using the vulnerability. And the other part of our paper is, as you can see, that is we evaluated the policy impact, because government and international bodies are working on the policy social protection to help for a longer term, but do they really help enhance the targeted outcome? And that is the reason, because policy mostly papers are evaluated on the poverty aspect, but our study we evaluated the program on the vulnerability aspect. So the study area we have selected is Odisha. There are plenty of reasons to explain that. As one of the reason is it is a vulnerable state, flood, cyclone always hits Odisha, and the main reason is Actually, the policy which we evaluated is implemented by World Development. They have a specific department in the district. Actually, they target the most backward region of different parts of India across the globe. And in Bihar, they have a policy called Jivika, in Odisha, Tripti and OTLP. So we have collaborated with those departments and we collected data and we analyzed there. So as you could see, the characteristics, some of the characteristics, the poverty is very high, they live in rural areas, and the literacy level, all that is very less there. So the program that we are going to evaluate here is Odisha Tribal Empowerment and Livelihood Program, which is jointly collaborated or implemented by World Bank, other international body and government of Odisha. Almost by 2016, I think around 92 million US dollar is already spent on this to specifically target the backward region, and the program has many components. In that, one is skill training, work facility, it provides loan and other non-farm activities, infrastructure development, etc., etc. So the sampling design, we followed multi-stage sampling, and we collected 479 households for our study. And there is a lot to talk about the questionnaires, but I am just proceeding. So well, to estimate the multidimensional poverty, vulnerability, first we have to estimate the multidimensional poverty, and we followed the UNDP prescribed the component that is designed by Alkir and Foster. The three components, as you could see, education, health and standard of living, and under that different indicators and cutoff points are there. And there we can see if a person is educationally deprived, then that is going to have a negative impact for a longer term. And health aspect, if somebody has a health issues for a longer term, like some disability or some malnourishment, etc., definitely that is going to affect their long term impact. And after estimating their multidimensional poverty, we use the vulnerability as expected poverty econometric model to predict the vulnerability to multidimensional poverty. And we found that the findings is 55% of our study area households are vulnerable to multidimensional poverty, which is higher than the currently classified poverty rate of 45%. And under that, even different categories and classifications are there. We have observed that 35% of people are likely to remain in poor for a longer period of time, and about 20% of households, those were non-poor, but they fell into poverty. And moving on to the impact evaluation, we have used propensity score matching, that is standardized, one of the widely used method. So it basically estimates the impact based on creating two different goods treatment and counterfactual based on their propensity score matching, assuming that the impact is based on the observable factors. However, it is criticized because of it cannot control the unobservable factors. Although we have done some tests to check the robustness, we have also used an advanced econometric model called endogenous switching regression, which controls the unobservable factor accommodating, and it does the two different stage of estimation where it creates both counterfactual and non-counterfactual and estimate the average treatment on treated. Okay, so coming to the results, the monetary we have also done. I don't have time to explain to the detail. So in monetary measure, we have seen the program is actually reducing the poverty, vulnerability, but when it comes to multidimensional measure, we see that although it is negative, but it is not statistically significant. So similarly, we have seen using the ESR model, and it incorporates the same finding. So it concludes that although there are policies which says that it has impact on the targeted outcomes, but we need to understand that it whether it is also impacting on the multidimensional aspects or not. And therefore, there are various reasons. There could be many other reasons, but when we discuss with the households, survey households, we figure out some of the problems that are associated with the programs, like lack of availability of work days and some showing favoritism for selecting the beneficiaries, delay in payment. And one of the important things that we observe, even many government report also highlights that anomaly in selecting the right beneficiary. So the target program is not reaching out to the right beneficiary, and therefore if we use the vulnerability estimation method, then we can categorize which households is really need, and policy can be directly targeted. So those who are already poor, they can escape, and those who are non-poor, they can remain in non-poor, and that's how the poverty can be eradicated. So concluding remark, in both cases we found that vulnerability is higher than the currently classified poverties, meaning that people are likely to fall into poverty in the future due to the various risks and shock they experience. And in both the cases we found it is reducing monetary poverty, but it is not reducing the vulnerable poverty. So we suggest some policies out there. So building infrastructure, establishing healthcare, sanitation, drinking water facility in the targeted area can impact higher of the targeted audience. And then data driven approach, that we can estimate different data, and then we estimate to target the right beneficiary which we can target, and including right beneficiary, reducing favoritism, targeting delayed payments can actually reduce or impact more. And coming to the limitation, we have used cross-sectional data in our research, and we only use vulnerability, whether it is reducing or not. So those who are escaping poverty can be further research. So I hope I made it. So that was my last, and thank you. I hope I was in that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, I again have a few questions. So, you just mentioned that the number of people vulnerable to poverty in India, in Orissa is around 55.11%.
Yeah.
Right. But as far as the statistics are concerned, in 2011-12, if I'm not wrong, Orissa achieved a reduction in poverty by around 24.6%. Right. So, what do you think when we are talking about the vulnerability to poverty at around 55.11%? So, is it a negative indicator for the state that it is somewhere going downwards? Because recently, when the election results were out, after the election results were out, in fact, and the BJP took over charge from Naveen Patnaik, Shri Naveen Patnaik, sorry. Anyway, so there at that point of time, again, some multidimensional poverty index was out where it was seen that Odisha has performed really well. So, do you think that these figures have been, I don't know if I should use this term, but quote unquote manipulated, or is it authentic enough? Because the data suggests otherwise.
Yeah, yes, so we have to understand the context. Here it is one of the most underdeveloped area, backward area. It is estimated this vulnerability. Vulnerability is basically we are predicting the households whether they are likely to remain in poor, and whether if they are non-poor currently, whether they will fall into poverty in the future. Right, so 55% in the study area we found out when we estimated multidimensionally. But the figure which I think you pointed out, it is about monetary poverty. So monetary we also found out same aspect, but in multidimensionally probably I feel because it all depends on the indicator wise, sanitation and education and health aspect. So because it is a backward region, we found many people do not have toilet, and many, as you could see here, I have in the last, in 5 column you could see that education, no family member has completed 5 years of schooling, 25%. So we can understand like how the development is happening in those areas. And when we look at the sanitation, you could see that 81% of population, the study area, the what to say, household survey which we have done, they do not have a proper sanitation facility to use. Although government is saying the figure, but that is what we got the result that, and based on that we estimated 55%. But in actually, based on this method we use is we got around 40% of households are multidimensionally poor.
Okay, so one quick question that I would like to know your point of view about the rupee 1 rice that is being
Yes.
distributed to the
Yes.
below poverty line families. What are your views about it? Like, are you in favor of it, or are you? Do you think they should be given cash transfers in
Yeah, it's a good thing that even we have also evaluated one paper I have published in Review of Development Economics, evaluating the food distribution system. So basically, to again, I would say that cash also sometimes helps, but again, whether they are using it for the benefit or not, that is again a question. So I think awareness is very important, and education, improving education, infrastructure, those areas and skill training programs that they are doing or that we have suggested may help the households to improve their living standard. And when the public distribution system is also given, if you can target the right beneficiary, deserving beneficiary, which is the anomaly in many cases. So those who deserve, they are not getting, and that cases it is suitable.
Right. And one more question in the last point, that your results were mostly statistically not significant,
Yes.
right? So they are still our results,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We cannot just do away with, because they are insignificant, we don't consider them or give importance to them.
True.
So what do you think might be the contextual conditions because of which the results came out to be statistically insignificant?
Yeah, so probably as I highlighted here that many people still they are not aware of the scheme, and those who deserve probably they have not received the anomaly in the right beneficiary targeting. Many instances when we spoke to the people, they said we deserve, our condition is this, but we are not getting the benefit. So probably that could be the reason, and maybe other factor that I may look into it.
Okay, because as far as my knowledge is concerned, because my fieldwork was also in similar areas,
Yes.
the Anganwadi workers are involved quite, they are very much involved in, figuring out who all should be the beneficiaries or who all are the beneficiaries.
Yes.
Of course, there are some outliers who are not deserving, but they are still getting it.
True.
But, okay, maybe we can have a discussion about this later after this.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khosla. Before moving on to the next presenter, just confirming whether if Basanti Sahu is present here. So our next presenter is Dr. Kashifi Ghosh.
Okay, good evening everyone. So you heard a lot of economics now, so I'll just take you a little away from that. And my paper is titled Recasting Women in the Kitchen Space in India, the Transformation of Everyday Labor. So this is the plan of my presentations I'll be introducing, and then followed by some background understanding the transformation, and then the conclusion. I'll try to keep it within 10 minutes, but I don't promise. So essentially, kitchen spaces are gendered as we know them, and more often than not, women are at the helm of these spaces. But we have also seen it evolve over the years, which means that it is not now entirely gendered. We see some men here and there, they come over to the kitchen space, again, not entirely, but we can see that through some dimensions, like let's say popular culture, cinema, advertisements and YouTube videos. So today I would be talking a little bit from that angle, where we are not reading the kitchen space as a drudgery or a repressive narrative, but what else can we look at when we are talking about the kitchen space. Of course, it is gendered, but we can also problematize it in different ways. So this is my intervention when I'm talking about the kitchen space. So the primary issue is when we talk about the kitchen, there's a quote by Egerton. He says, to learn what has gone in the kitchen and the dining room and what still goes on there is to discover much about society's physical health, its economic condition, its race relations, its class structure, and the status of its women. Right? So women again being put at the center of the kitchen debate, and that also takes us back to Moscow 1959, where we had the kitchen debate, the famous kitchen debate by Russian, then USSR Chancellor Nikita Khrushchev and Richard Nixon, and they were talking that how America has, sort of initiated or produced the dishwasher to make life easier for women. So, sort of associated the idea of kitchen with women, to which Khrushchev says that we don't treat our women like that. So, starting from there to the latest tweet by Burger King in March 2021, where they say women belong in the kitchen. So, this sort of narrative of placing or positioning women in the kitchen, what happens is there was a narrative of, sort of sexism, that okay, why women should always be in the kitchen, why are we sort of, how do I say that, making a conversation of the kitchen only with women around. But the idea of Burger King was not to continue the conversation of women in the kitchen, but to encourage more women to come into the restaurant industry. But the nature of the title, or the title of the tweet was such, women belong in the kitchen, that it sort of lost its purpose. So grounding from this idea, now I take it forward to how domestic labor is in India and what kind of interventions I am looking at. So in India, we have 160 million women who are engaged for more than 297 minutes in unpaid household labor, right? So again, putting the conversation back that okay, women do belong in the kitchen, but do they always enjoy it, or do they not enjoy it at all? Can there be an alternative dimension to that? So again, domestic labor also has a catchment area for political vote banks, right? We know of very many schemes. I've just mentioned two, Kamal Hassan's vision document in Makal Nidhi Mayam, where he talks about giving small payments to women, household women who are not working, who are just engaged in housework. And then there is government of West Bengal scheme of Lakshmi Bhandar, where you give a certain sum of money to women in the house. So, but here again, my intervention would be to understand what sort of changes are we looking at, leaving behind these various other political, socio-economic factors. So the frameworks that I've used is doing gender, how gender assigns you a social script. So you being born as a woman automatically puts you into certain tasks that you're supposed to do, and you won't do that. When you don't do that, it of course becomes a problem. And there is another one that I use, that's by Abarca, that says culinary epistemology, the knowledge of cooking, how that can be used as a resistance. So to analyze this, I use YouTube as a platform. So YouTube as a platform, you would know, is a very democratic space, and it gives you visibility and acknowledgement. So similarly, it works like that for women. If you can think of women who go out there and cook as part of a YouTube channel, and thereby lies the transformation of the kitchen, which again then, due to the intervention of YouTube, becomes a technological artifact also, as well as an archive where we have multiple recipes or women's lives being documented. So for the sake of diversity, I have taken 3 channels. One is Hebar's Kitchen, which is, she's a lady from Karnataka, and but she stays outside India, she's from Australia. Then we have Amma Chittivanta, where it means food like moms. So she's again a Telugu homemaker who makes dishes which are sort of easy to cook, you know, the one pot kind, or the one where you would not have to put in a lot of effort. And there is Poppy Kitchen with Village Food, which is from my home state. And we try to look at these three. You would also ask why these three. So we sort of try to put channels which have some amount of diversity. Is it time already? Okay, I'll just quickly wrap it up. How, 2 minutes? Yeah. So using that, I would like to argue that the kitchen is not just a space of repression, but it is also a transformative space where you can, when you upload your videos on YouTube, you get comments, you get replies, you get recipe requests. So which sort of puts that unacknowledged house labor into an acknowledged space where people are actually looking up to you, asking you for recipes, asking you a different sort of questions. So which is invisible at home then becomes visible in the digital space. Not just that, it has also an entrepreneurial angle to it, where these women, when they sort of cross certain amount of subscribers, they get paid by the YouTube money making, revenue making scheme that they have. And also the role of men is very, very important. We often look at the role of men often as just perpetrators who, you know, sort of keep you limited to the kitchen. But in these channels that I have studied, we see the men as agencies and as men who empower women to do their bit. So Hebar's Kitchen, her husband helps her, you know, sort of compile the videos. Amachiti Vanta's husband as well, he even features in her videos. And with Poppy Kitchen with Village Food, her husband is completely sort of involved in the making. He also appears on camera. He also cooks on the channel. So we also try to look at another intervention where men are not just perpetrators. So finally, how I want to end this is, it sort of gives acknowledgement, it gives recognition, it transforms the unpaid labor in smaller chunks. I'm not talking about, you know, we are having a very historic impact, but we can also look at these sort of interventions, and then how men come out as supporters of women in their creative endeavor. That would also be something we could look at. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say why this work is important is why we are trying to bring kitchen space to academic discussions, which has not been done extensively in India especially, even though we have multiple factors of caste, class and gender into it, but not much work. But in the recent times, I think it's getting some momentum with Shahu Patole's Dalit kitchens and other things. So we're making those smaller interventions. And the second thing is to problematize the dichotomy. Is it just repressive, or is it, it can be emancipatory also for some women? So, you know, bringing in the subjectivity of it, and also understanding the shifts in the gender dynamics that is happening with more women in the workforce now. Okay, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for having me over. If you have any questions, you may ask. Thank you so much. Yes.
Is this on for the audience?
Yes. You want to?
Yes. Can I ask?
Yeah.
So, first question, not question, but observation, that these YouTube channels that you have mentioned, these are run by women, right? They cook. So, how I would look at it is that it is reinforcing women's position in the kitchen, one. Two, that should be balanced between men and women. And probably there comes the gender division of labor, which should not be there in the first place. But yeah, this was my observation. So
Okay.
not to
Absolutely fine. What I am actually trying to understand is, of course, there are certain things that we have which comes as part of our social structures, like you say, reinforcing. But we're also seeing village women, coming up into the public space because of YouTube, because of the kind of exposure we have, the availability of internet connection, of course. So I'm also looking at that aspect instead of just sort of, calling it as a reinforcement. I would say we are looking at different interventions and different dimensions.
Right.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hi. So my question would be over to Dr. Das's observations. So I do not believe that kitchen is only a gendered space in context of women. I mean, it used to be. I am not very sure as to how, because the change in societal dynamics is very, very fast, and it's evolving at a very rapid rate. So I'm not really sure how correct it would be to address kitchen as a gendered space.
Okay.
That's one. Second is your consideration of YouTube videos with women as protagonists. Now we also have it the other way around, where men are taking, men are coming in front of the camera, be it cooking, be it food blogging videos in YouTube channels, and their counterparts, their spouses or female counterparts being on the other supportive side of it. So how do you look at it? Because having said that, when you said that women coming from rural front, and it's reinforcing for them when they are advertising something or showcasing something related to kitchen or cooking or so on and so forth. There are also men out there from rural places who are breaking the stereotype of being in the kitchen and showcasing something of that sort. So how do you look at it?
Thank you so much for the question. Basically, how I would be looking at it is, see, I never said that we don't have men. And what my argument is, we have a history of domestic labor that is skewed, all right? And then, yes, yeah, and then now we are seeing a different intervention to it. Having said that, we cannot actually say that kitchen spaces are not gendered at all. It is still gendered in very many cases. Of course, the urban elite would not agree to that, right? We are the urban elites, I am assuming, right? So we would have a different experience. Again, the question of subjectivity would come, that how does a rural woman who is even probably the woman who is cooking there is also cooking at home and is also running the channel. But you would be surprised to hear that most of these women have more subscribers than the male celebrity chefs. Like, let's talk about Ranveer Brar, or we could talk about Sanjeev Kapoor, right? So most of these women actually have more subscribers than those men. So we actually can see it in a way as a smaller intervention to what I was mentioning, that it is indeed sort of making a change. And I'm agreeing to you when I say that there is a change in the gender dynamic, and which is why we are talking about it today.
Yes, I mean, I totally agree that, women from rural India will have more subscribers maybe than around the channel. Having said that, I also believe that, just putting it or stereotyping it somewhere limits the course of it. Kitchen as a gendered space, it is yet to completely change, but I think the change can start from us, maybe by not terming it to be so.
No, I mean, I don't know whether that's how my presentation read, but what I meant to say was, it is a gendered space from our understanding of the social structures. It's not what I am claiming to be a gendered space. No, again, I'm not trying to put you there. But the thing is, it starts the conversation. That's why I took you through the kitchen debate and the women in the kitchen, to understand, to contextualize my understanding of the kitchen. Of course, I have had, my sister is working, and my brother-in-law helps without being asked for it. So I agree when we say that men as agencies, it is sort of glorifying them for the bare minimum. But I mean, let's just start there. Maybe that can create something. Yeah, thank you so much for your question.
Okay, so because we are running short of time,
Sure.
so probably
We can take it afterwards.
Take it, yes,
Yeah.
afterwards.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kashifi. Our next presenter is Arun Nagapan.
I don't know how to. Can I just take it out? इसे निकाल लो क्या? You can take it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadapan. I'm a little different from all of you. I'm still in high school. My paper today will be completely in the economics realm. My paper is titled Improving Black Money Estimation Techniques in India by Analyzing the Shortcomings of the Caldor Report, the Vanchu Committee Report, and the Rajnetas Estimate. So these are three historical estimates that India has had that have attempted to quantify the black money in the Indian economy, and we will be going through those. So what better place to start than to define what black money is? According to the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, black money is the aggregate of taxable income that is not reported to tax authorities. The existence of black money distorts market and impedes economic planning. It creates unfair competitions and disadvantages law-abiding businesses. What's the use if you as a business owner are paying taxes when you have businesses that are competing with you which do not pay taxes, which do not abide by the rules? Black money in an economy directly impacts economic stability. Unaccounted money generates inflation, enhances inequality since black money is only held by a small fraction of the population, increasing the gap between the rich and the poor. The objective of this paper is to assess the shortcomings of these historical estimates of black money and propose certain steps that we can take to ensure that we have a more accurate assessment. I will now begin by talking about the first method. This is a very brief summary of what is there in my paper. The about. First, we are talking about the Caldor's report. This is one of the first attempts to quantify black money in the Indian economy. It was done by Nicholas Caldor in the 1950s. And the method that he followed was the reported income that was declared to tax authorities was contrasted with the amount that was actually spent in the Indian economy, and he used this to figure out how much extra money was entering the economy, and he assumed that all of this money was black money. This aim was to highlight the need for tax reforms and improve tax compliance. The actual aim was not to quantify. The strengths of this report were, again, it was very simple, it was very easily applicable, and this led to a lot of offshoots of scholars across the world implementing this in their own ways. But this again is the problem. India at the time and to this day has a very large informal economy. A lot of India's employment is still in the informal sector. A lot of this is not reported. So purely using reported methods was one of the major flaws in this. It did not account for all the income sources. It did not account for institutional factors like corruption, and it relied on outdated and limited data. Some of the estimates that he used were actually British era data from the 1800s, and this is a report from the 1950s. So that is how outdated this data was. Now moving on to the Vanchu Committee report, this was in the 1970s. It was chaired under Justice K.N. Vanu, and the report focused on analyzing black money in specific sectors of the economy. This did not deal with black money in the economy as a whole. It dealt with specific sectors like real estate and gold trading through tax records and surveys. Now, it provided suggested actionable measures that the government can take, and some of these were implemented, like the voluntary disclosure schemes, broad amnesty programs, that if you declare the black money that you have, you will not be prosecuted for it, all of that. But again, this also relied on outdated tax records and incomplete survey data. And another very, very big problem that this faced when we look back was it did not analyze a lot of the other sectors of the economy. Moving on to Radnithar's estimate, this was a dissent. He was, Dr. D.K. Radnithar was a member of the Vanchu Committee. He did not agree with the findings of the Vanchu Committee, and he provided a separate estimate later on, which was considered the most apt estimate until the late 1990s. This expanded the analysis to include informal sector, and he used mixed method, meaning he combined macroeconomic data, field studies, interviews, along with whatever the Vanchu Committee did. But again, this overestimated black money in certain sectors. It focused too much on manufacturing while it did not focus on real estate. This has been noted in multiple literature reviews. Now, some major recurring deficiencies that we can see is incomplete and outdated data. We are not giving equal weightage to data. There's inconsistent methodologies within a single estimate and the wide ranges. Because of this, these data was not able to be used for future policy making, and they did not actually account for non-cash transactions, because at this time we had the Hawala system in play. The Hawala system was not completely removed. There was a lot of black money being dealt through the barter system or real estate, as in they were not actually documented. So there are a couple of steps we can take to fight these the next time we carry out a proper estimate. Again, we need to try and keep it as simple as possible so it can be reiterated. This was one of the best outcomes of the Caldor's report. We need to incorporate informal data such as non-cash transactions and digital economy, like in today's world, blockchain. We should also ensure.
Excuse me, could you please continue?
Oh, but yeah, fine. Just one more slide. All right. We also need to focus on the other sectors that I spoke about, and cross-border transactions, work with the Financial Action Task Force and implement all of their policies. Yeah, with that, I'd like to conclude by saying we need to focus on time series analysis and implement specific policies and carry out more studies so we can find out where we as a nation stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so does the audience have any questions? Any questions from the audience? Okay, so you must have heard about demonetization, right? So how do you look at black money in that context? Could you tell us something about that?
So demonetization was the attempt by the current ruling party to rid the economy of black money. There have been varying results. Some surveys have indicated that to a certain extent it has been productive, which I tend to agree with. But there have also been other surveys which have pointed out multiple flaws where it has not had a real impact. So there are multiple studies underway. There's actually a government report that's in the works right now, a parliamentary report which is still in the works or proposed. We don't know when it's coming out. So I'm going to cross my fingers until it comes out before I make a solid judgment on what impact it had.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you, Arun Madhavan. Now we are moving on to the last presenter, Dr. Suresh Garimela.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Suresh, and I thank the chair and the other participants who are still listening here. For this presentation, I wanted to put it as a question or put it as a debate in front of you to look at whether the legislations which have been framed now, are they becoming more regressive. For this, I would be looking at two acts, the Freedom of Religion Acts in Madhya Pradesh, one which was passed in 1968 and the second one which was passed after the 1968 Act was repealed, passed in 2021. Law in itself is generally understood that what the amendments have been introduced in order to look at the changing conditions, changing circumstances. But one principle which needs to be followed is it has to be progressive, or it needs to be progressive in order to ensure the continuity of justice, in order to ensure the transparency, democracy, so on and so forth. So for this presentation, what I would be looking at, I would be taking us all through generally what is understood at conversion, what was the logic behind anti-conversion laws, what were the committees which were formed in order to give these anti-conversion laws, their recommendations, what does the law of 1968 say, and how, what does the law of the 2021 say, and is it showing that it is regressive. For this conversion, or the general idea of conversion, or it simply put is people discontinuing their own religion or into the religion they are born into, or the faith they are practicing, and embracing a new religion. It might be for various reasons as individuals, on a question of spirituality, on the question of economic reasons, or losing faith in religious practicing religion, or in the case of the outcast, or in the case of the marginalized, as a form of a protest, as a form of a space to come out of it, so on and so forth. It has been used, or it has, they have been converting from the religion to other. The anti-conversion laws passed in India, general logic understood, or it is alleged that the conversions are brought by fraud, through violence, through illegal means, or through coercion. So according to them, since you are renouncing your own religion for another, then it has to be according to these reasons. So they claim to prohibit the conversions through force, through fraud, through inducements, through allurements, so on and so forth. In that idea, the general idea is also the curtailment of religious beliefs, and it is legalized on the protection of upholding the public order. These acts say that any person shall not convert or attempt to convert, either directly or otherwise, from one religious faith to other. So when I am looking at why Madhya Pradesh, the earliest laws, or the first law to be passed was in the committee was formed in Madhya Pradesh. The first though passed in 67 in Orissa, but it was also based on Yogi committee recommendations. This law, or the idea of having an anti-conversion law across the country, was all something which was first to be passed in Madhya Pradesh. So I focused it on Madhya Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh Freedom of Religion Act 1968. There have been two committees, one Niyogi committee and second MB Rege committee. Niyogi committee, which was formed in 1954 to look at the activities of Christian missionaries, what are the proliferating activities of missionaries, and based on their recommendations is what the Madhya Pradesh Dharma Swatantra Adhiniyam over a later time, primarily in 67 or 68 it was passed. The report of Christian Missionary Activities Enquiry Committee, Madhya Pradesh. 3 minutes more. I understand, but it is just less than 3 minutes. We should discount the, anyway. So this Nyogi committee basically points out that the Christian missionaries have many foreign missionaries in them. So this is an anti-national activity. Or what they are trying to do is it should be looked at in the framework of nationalism, and it's an anti-national activity. The MB Rege committee, on the other hand, which was also passed in 54, submitted report in 56. It in his report identifies or largely puts that the tribals are among the most number of people who are converting. They are all ignorant, as well as there are a lot of inducements by which that they are being converted, and that needs to be stopped. So with this, after more than a decade, in 1968, it was brought into the Madhya Pradesh Legislative Assembly. This is where I want to bring in this contrast about what happened in 68 and what happened in what has happened in 2021. 68, when it was brought in, the idea or the thought behind that was that there are a total of 33 local and 14 foreign missionaries, and the majority of them are people who are getting converted are STs and SCs and STs. But at least there was a debate in the assembly where there was space for others to participate. The members who are people not from the ruling party but who are primarily from the marginalized sections have come out and outspoke against why this law is not required. There are other members like Yamuna Prasad, Vasant Rao, Mathur Prasad Dubey, etc., who have debated on these pitfalls and told it. Yet, the idea that this act was passed with this idea that the Dalits and the tribals are gullible. They can be coerced, they can be cheated, or they don't have a mind or agency of their own, and these so they have, in the name of fraud or in the name of inducements and allurements, these people are getting converted, and that needs to be stopped. And says that that is the reason why if the person who is converted is from a general or of open category, then the punishment is 1 year, and if you are from a marginalized community, the punishment is 3 years. But the idea that it is these marginalized sections are falling prey to allurements, and that is the reason that the law is needed. See, that is a debate which has at least is been followed or that was formed. So when I'm looking at it, the thought itself as a 68 was regressive, but at least the things associated with it were at least in the name of democratic discussion were followed. Yet the assumption of this law was these people are gullible and they are deceived and they are converted. They are considered to be susceptible to conversion. So despite these constitutional rights, certain communities were deprived of these constitutional rights, of their fundamental rights to practice religion, so on and so forth, by the elected legislative representatives in the legislation. Now coming to the, I'll just take 2 more minutes and finish. Coming to the 2021 Act, it is going a step further, where marriage is also something which has been included in this Act, with this idea or with this thought that it is not just the Dalits and marginalized communities are gullible, it is also the women who doesn't have their own mind, and women also are susceptible to this conversion or susceptible to the machinations of the males, and primarily the males from the other religion. It is because of this susceptibility that the women, or there needs to be something in a law in order to keep a check on them, in order to give some kind of, largely put it in the language that it is required in order to make sure of or safeguard their security. It is put in this camouflaged in this language, but the idea is that. So when it comes to it, the law states that any person who is a brother, who might be a cousin, who might be a relative, who might be linked by something else, or through marriage, adoption, whether guardianship or custodianship, any other organization which is saying that they are taking care of the women's development, they are all custodians of women. Any person who is taking care of the women, they are all guardians of women. So anybody can go and give a complaint, and this complaint, when it is raised, it would be leading to ending of marriage. You need to take permission, you need to go and give your information prior to the district collectorate that I am so and so religion, he is from so and so religion, we want to marry. This is different from the Special Marriage Act. This is different from the Special Marriage Act where you have to give all your details, 1 month notice, so on and so forth. So this is another layer. The marriage would be made null and void. There would be no property rights. The child born is called as illegitimate child. This is what is written in the law, that a child coming out of this is called as illegitimate child. So this, and the whole burden of the proof that you are not being converted or the person is left on the accused. Anybody who thinks that he is a custodian or guardian can go raise a complaint, and the burden will be left on the accused. So, and it shows that, and it also it also puts all these questions, inheritance rights, property rights, so on and so forth, and this information where where you think that most are with this understanding that all of these marriages, all of the people are misrepresented, all of the things are on purpose being represented, so on and so forth, and this is where the the Madhya Pradesh State Assembly, where all the legislators are discussing, sitting and discussing and trying to frame this law. So is this not to look at, or these law are not example enough to show that we are all regressing as a society or using law as a mode to regress? And I feel that to come back to this question, whether this case is of a restrictive legislation or this case is of a what do you call, case of restricting the freedom, so on and so forth, is I tend to agree that in that respect. So, but the question is open for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think I would agree with you that the laws have tend to be restrictive and regressive as we look at our current scenario in our country. I had one question, like, is this law not challenged by anyone till now? Because it came up in 2021.
Yes. The law in 1968 was also challenged,
Yes.
but largely in the idea that if conversions happen, then it is going to disturb the public order. So it was brought in front of Madhya Pradesh, has agreed that it is constitutional, High Court. It was in two High Courts. Madhya Pradesh State High Court said that it is constitutional. The Orissa High Court said that no, it is unconstitutional. When it came in front of the Supreme Court, the challenge was that whether I have a right to convert you. So whether the freedom, Article 25 gives me a freedom or not just to propagate but also to convert. So the Supreme Court said that yes, it gives you to freedom to propagate but not to convert. And this is a case in 77 which was during emergency, where the whole understanding of public order was something else. Since it passed then, it has been always referred, any challenge is always referred to that, and as if Supreme Court has upheld it. This has been challenged in Gujarat. Gujarat High Court has told that marriage cannot be included. Uttar Pradesh, the love jihad law, it is called as love jihad law. There it is, some sections are upheld, some sections are not accepted. Madhya Pradesh, it is still in the sub judice.
Okay, so when we talk about India, we generally say that it's a secular country, right? So conversion and non-conversion, or following any religion for that matter, should be something that is very individualistic in nature, if we look at it. So do you think that there should be laws at all when it comes to conversion? Like, because there might be some people who want to convert other people into their own religion, of course, let's not
Whatever
rule that
might be
out.
the reason.
Yes, whatever might be the reason. But there also might be some people who would read and then think that, okay, probably I don't believe in this, but probably I believe in something else. So do you really think that there should be a law at the first place? Or is
Personally, I don't think there needs to be a law in this question, because the law in itself is looking it not in an individual perspective. It is looking at whether when it's challenged in the name of public order, that means that how it is affecting the masses. When they are looking at conversion, they don't see it as an individual attempt. Even let's say a family converts, they don't see it as 4 individuals, or if one person is going and converting, not as an individual converting, but it is something like whole society is getting influenced. And also this basic understanding, no, everybody who are not Muslims, who are not Christians, who are not Jews, or so on and so forth, are all Hindus. So this primary understanding that there are not many sects, or there are not many different religious practices and understanding in the umbrella of Hinduism is also not negated. So that way you are also uniformizing everything else, you are uniformizing the whole culture, the whole religious understanding, as well as I think it should be looking more as an individual event rather than a event of the masses where you want to stop this in challenging it.
Right. Okay. So any more questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Right. We did not discuss that.
No, no, saying that. I'm saying that
No, as a protest movement, as a movement of protest, the what B.R. Ambedkar did.
And also, a lot of people don't agree with the word conversion itself. Like that also comes from an idea that, for example, tribals are part of an organized religion. Like all of them are in, and conversion means that they're converting from that kind of a organized religion to something else. So, did they acknowledge any of this in at least in 1968?
No, they didn't acknowledge neither in 1968 nor in 21. The debates in the Madhya Pradesh Assembly, people have raised it, but none of them have acknowledged it. See, also this idea, no, that if you're that it also goes into the next step. I'm taking it to the next step further, where it is coming back into reconversion. If you have converted earlier, you are reconverting, or somebody who has whose forefathers have converted, now you want to reconvert. If you are reconverting, which caste will you be? I can be reconverted into. I can be born into a caste. I cannot be thrown into a caste. So if I am doing Shuddhi and doing reconversion, can you assign me a caste? Can you assign me something within the larger framework of Hinduism? I can only be born into it. Not if I left it, I cannot be coming back. How do you ascertain that what my forefathers were? So also this only I started, like Biswamapati has argued or largely put this into question about how tribals were never told themselves as something as Hindus. They never thought themselves as Hindus, or it was only the 1860 census which has put them in this bracket of Hinduism. Before that, they were not considered, or neither themselves nor others considered them as Hindus.
I also will it's a narrative game. For example, why somebody calls someone Vanavasi, not Adivasi.
Yeah,
so it somehow comes back to the narrative as well. I mean, otherwise, why do we need something in 2021?
This thought also about making it an anti-national thing is also because the thought was Hindu Rashtra. We are all Hindu Rashtra. That is why it has to be called as these are doing anti-national activities and they are anti-nationals. So all goes back to that only, the family and the parivar and what it wants to do.
Thank you so much for coming with such a great questions as a case of restrictive legislations. As you mentioned, there are two laws which passed in 1968 and later in 2022.
One.
Yeah. Is there any change when we look at the visibility of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe from the praxis of religion acts?
No, they are gullible. They don't have a mind. That is continuing. To that group is a woman added.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
That is continuing.
what about their visibility? What about Dalit visibility when we look at?
No, it was even worse. That is what, no? 68 there was at least a debate where the Dalit and other members at least could opine and say that we don't agree with it. They walked out, they didn't pass it. Out of the 140 odd members, 133 have supported it, 3 have opposed it, rest walked away. In 2021, there was not even a debate. They were not even allowed to participate in a debate. It was introduced and just passed.
And then why this question matters?
Definitely question matters, no, whether do we want to live in a democratic society? Do we want the people to have their own transparent freedom? Do we want people to think that we are in a constitutional framework where Article 25 gives independence of thought, independence of life to everybody else? Should the marginalized communities be thought as gullible on one first question, and second is why is it that others or other members have this right to decide whether their fundamental right can be challenged? Why only for them? Because the whole thought was, or a whole understanding is for them, that upper castes are not converting, it is the Dalits and tribals, and so we have to restrict their conversion. So the whole law is passed, thought is there that it is for them. Now just women is added, but otherwise it is largely, debate is over them in Jharkhand as well, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Arunachal Pradesh, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. I have a slightly abstract question of sorts. These law in Madhya Pradesh, what's happening in Arunachal Pradesh, the Love Jihad law in Uttar Pradesh, we are seeing proliferation of restrictive legislation on conversions like this. Do you have any ideas, your opinions as to why this is proliferating so much in these past few years?
I don't think it is proliferation. I think I look it from the eyes of a political motive, that there had been some groups who are doing it on political purposes in order to keep the debate around the religion, in order to divide the people on the basis on these lines, which would be helping their political stand. And there have been works behind it. See, it's not that then suddenly some 4 people will get up one day morning and go and attack a church or beat a pastor. There are people who are working behind it, being paid to go and do it. It is not that there are 4 people who are deciding to to come onto the street and cry that the Hindus are in danger. There is a political program behind it. It's all part of that program.
Right. Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. Okay, so we wind up probably this session. Thank you to all the presenters for your insightful and engaging presentations and the discussions that followed. Your research has contributed greatly to our discussion on the theme Inequality, Inclusive Growth and Equity. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rolisa Das for chairing the session and providing valuable insights. Thank you so much. Before moving on to the next session, I just want to inform you one thing, that a QR code is pasted near the lift. Please scan and provide your feedback. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We are starting our second session of the day. First of all, I would like to welcome our chair, Ms. Vijayda Mishra, and all other presenters to the stage. Please come and occupy the chairs. Ask somebody to connect this. Someone to connect this. Good evening, everyone. We are able to start our second session of the day. Subjective well-being and social dynamics, dimension from the global south. And we have Ms. Vijayta Mishra, assistant professor from Department of Psychology at SRM University, Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh is here. She has completed a graduation, post-graduation MPhil in counseling psychology from Utkal University. She is currently pursuing a PhD in psychology from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. Her areas of expertise are neuropsychology and counseling. She has previously worked as a postgraduate teacher at Sai International School in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. In 2019, she was awarded the ICSR Doctor Fellowship by Indian Council of Social Science Research. She has co-authored a paper titled Impact of Social Isolation and Leisure Activities on Cognition and Depression, a study on middle-aged and older adults in India. So we have our presenters present here with the permission of the chair. I would like to make a few announcements as well. We have 5 to 8 minutes to do the presentations, and we will take the questions in the end of the presentation. Okay, is that fine? Sorry? End of all presentations. Yeah, end of all presentations. We will take the questions together since we are running out of time. All right? Right. So I would like to call the first person, Ramalakshmi L from VIT Velu campus, to present a paper, Study on the Use of Violence at Home Signal for help, hand gestures to seek help for domestic violence. Welcome, ma'am.
Very good evening to all of you. I hope to keep my time as economical as possible, having heard quite a bit of economics throughout the day. All right, so my topic is on the study on the use of violence at home signal for help, hand gesture to seek help for domestic violence. So this issue of domestic violence is interconnected with a couple of sustainable development goals, good health and well-being, gender equality, peace, justice and strong institutions, of course partnership among member nations, right? So this is a global issue that challenges individual dignity and right to life, and UN defines this as a matter of power dynamics that occurs in intimate partner relationships where one gains control over the other. So help seeking is quite crucial to tackle this problem of domestic violence. This is also seen as an endemic that cuts across caste, class, creed, gender, all of that. Though we believe women are victims, men are perpetrators, I disagree with that. There are also men who are suffering from domestic violence. So this is not a women supporting paper per se. It is a gender neutral study. So we are looking at ways in which we can seek help. There are conventional ways of seeking help. The ones that we already know of, like going to the police or seeking counseling, reaching out to protection officers and all that. So what are the discrete ways in which we can seek help, where the perpetrator does not know that the victim is looking for some assistance. So the several signs is verbal and non-verbal. Ask for angel shots, wearable devices that have smart alarms, personal security apps that can signal off. So these are all some of the established verbal and non-verbal assistance. And during COVID, there were two signs that were developed. One is the Red Dot initiative, very much developed in our own Mumbai. The other one being the Violence at Home Signal for Help, developed by Canadian Women Foundation. Now my study is going to be focusing on the Violence at Home Signal for Help and not the Red Dot initiative, for simple reason. This is more triable and more viable than the Red Dot initiative, because the Red Dot initiative can fail or rather not be viable for someone in distress because they may not have a red pen. Simple issue of color availability could, that leads to the disadvantage of that sign. So I'm looking at Violence at Home Signal for Help as a discrete signal. So the objective is to understand the awareness, adoption and potential effectiveness of the Violence at Home Signal for Help as a tool for discrete help seeking for domestic violence among public in Vellore district, India. So a sneak peek into the literature review. Most of the literature focuses on women as victims. Second, it says 86% of the women don't seek help. Out of it, 77% don't even want to mention that they are suffering from domestic violence. Women prioritize their routine over self-care, particularly mothers. There's a stigma associated, lack of anonymity, and then there's household insecurity, submissiveness, prioritizing family, and several other social, perpetrator-related, healthcare-related, and survivor-related barriers, which are obstacles to help seeking for domestic violence. Now, among the other studies is one study that I want to talk about, which is by Aditya and all in 2020. They did a study about recognizing non-verbal signs, which differently able people can use in emergency situations to seek help. In this study, they do not recognize domestic violence as an emergency situation. They do talk about pain, but there it's more of a superficial term. So it's implied. Domestic violence may be implied, but it's not directly addressed. So there's a lack of research specifically examining the awareness and adoption of Violence at Home Signal for Help, particularly in the Indian context. So I'm using diffusion of innovation as my theoretical framework. The innovation here is the hand signal, the gesture. Innovators and early adopters are the ones who developed and adopted the idea respectively. So those categories are already established. They promoted the gesture so that it diffuses across the social system. So we want to know if it has diffused across our social system. So the premise of the study assumes that this gesture is safe to use, it is compatible, easy to perform and recognize. And we want to see what are the adopter categories and what are the factors affecting the adoption process. With respect to relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, observability and triability. So we're using qualitative method of analysis, though we view survey as a tool because this is an open-ended survey. So we did purposive sampling given the nature of the problem. Study area is Vellore district. We did thematic analysis to classify data, organize the data. So samples are adults who are married, living with their spouses and are residents of Vellore district. So discussion. So what are the factors that are affecting their perception about help seeking? Age, economic status, their relative financial independence, having dependents, be it senior citizens or children, particularly children. So the findings highlight the immediate need for increased awareness, available support services and persuasion to seek and offer support in a very discreet manner. So what are the adopter categories? From the study, we found out that we have early majority, late majority and laggards. Early majority are people between the age group of 18 and 44. Both men and women are equally willing to adopt and recognize the gesture. Late majority, the age group of 45 to 54, 45 to 54, 55 to 64 and older than 65 years. They were significantly slower than early majority, and they require social proof and peer pressure to help them adopt. And then we have laggards. So they have no opinion leadership and have an aversion towards change. They may be the last to adopt provided there is continuous intervention given. So cultural appropriateness and adaptation of the gesture. So we see that help seeking is a far-fetched behavior given the prevailing socio-cultural norms. Only 15.3% were aware of this gesture, and most of them guessed it right that it is used for seeking help for domestic violence. The others, 84.7%, are not aware, and the signal is seen as this is a discrete means to seek help where open discussions about the issue are not common, so it is stigmatized. So especially in this context, we need signals like this. So for this, community leaders, support systems must be sensitized for effective implementation of the signal in addressing domestic violence. So what we did was, when they're not able to recognize it, we used posters and showed them this what the signal is, and we asked them to try it out. So after giving them that familiarity, we asked them, are they willing to adopt it? And we also asked them if they will be able to recognize it now that they are aware of it. So 63.9% said they are willing to adopt, 17.1% said they are hesitant, their barriers being lack of awareness and skeptical view on the adoption being, even if I show the signal, will anyone be able to recognize it? And then the potential users are those who can, they are 19% who can be sensitized, like the laggards, they can be, through continuous interventions, we can reinforce the gesture and convert potential users to actual users. Bystander effect is something we are all familiar with. So even if there's an accident, there are more people looking at how the accident happened and what is happening than giving help to the person who's bleeding on the road. The same case with domestic violence. People want to know what's happening in someone else's family rather than being the first to go and help. So here 71.8% agree that they would be able to recognize this gesture, and it's a younger people, both men and women, who are willing to help, but younger women showed more empathy than men. And women in the age group of 35 to 54 are not willing to offer assistance because they do not want to enter or rather intervene in someone else's personal life. So 96.8% of the respondents showed empathy and are willing to offer assistance in different ways. So continuous awareness is another fact. Again, this particular slide reiterates the fact for continuous awareness to overcome barriers, and bystanders are not specifically aware of social support institutions. Even if they say we will recognize the gesture, they don't know where to go ask for help. So the signal's potential impact on help seeking behavior. Okay, so the significant resistance and strong preference for informal interpersonal networks emerged. There's an interplay between the gesture and extent of diffusion. I'll take a minute more, I'm concluding now. This is last but 1 or 2 slides. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, the relative advantage is respondents are not aware of the relative advantage of this gesture over the conventional mechanisms that are in practice. Compatibility, normalizing help-seeking behavior will make the gesture likely to be accepted and adopted. So we have to make them understand that it is compatible with the, we have to make it a culture, help-seeking as a culture, and it goes a long way. Intervention convinced, complexity is when intervention convinces respondents that the gesture is simple to use. Observability, if there is visible evidence, okay, if people have seen success stories, they will like to imitate, they will like to model it. Trialability is when they try it out and repeatedly they try it out, they see it as a way of reinforcement. So recommendation scope, campaigns, and then longitudinal studies on individual adoption process and across the society. Social experiment as a future scope, and diffusion of innovation process in different cultural and social context. So to conclude, I would say that there is need for awareness, useful, we have to include the usefulness of non-verbal signs in the legal framework, like the Protection of Violence Against Domestic, Protection of Women Against Domestic Violence Act, integrate signal into existing support network. Policies must encompass training programs, awareness campaigns, reinforcement of the signal, and talking about the successful outcomes can increase observability and further adoption. So these are our references, and it's myself and Dr. Vasuprada from Kriya University who worked on this paper. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to welcome Hasina Anwar M. From Stella Maris College to talk about impact of transition education and poverty alleviation in India. Welcome.
It doesn't drive.
You log in.
I gave it in your drive.
Actually, I don't know. I'm on right now.
So, good evening to one and all present here. So, I'm Hasina Anwar, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Stella Maris College. So, the title of my paper is Impact of Transition in Education on Poverty Alleviation in India, co-authored with Dr. D. Himabindu, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Stella Maris College. So, we see education as an important key factor for economic development, and it has been included in various aspects and various indicators as your multidimensional poverty index, the HDI index, and so on. So, if you see all the indexes which we include or which we study and take it as a matter of a fact, education is seen as more of an enrollment based concept or the year of schooling or the attendance concept, but not in the transition in education. So basically transition education is nothing but the improvement of student progressing from the one level to the other level. So my study is evaluated to analyze the impact of the transition of education level of students from one level to the other level and its impact on the MPI. So this is the objective of my study, and the other objective of my study is also to determine the importance of RTE in protecting the educational rights of the students. So the very famous Mintzer's framework of rate of return to investment in education actually states that your income is a function of increased schooling years of the children. So in India also, the post-elementary education has created a great impact in the development of the country, which will impact in the improved living standard of the people also. So moving forward, I have taken the transition in education data and the MPA data for the year 2015-16 and 2019 and 2020 of 33 states and union territories, and I have performed a panel data regression analysis with random effects. So, and I have taken the transition in education of 10th to 11th grade. The reason is because our RTE has prescribed only until 8th standard, which is till the middle school, and the higher education is not being promoted. So, in the findings of my random panel data regression analysis, it is seen that there is an inverse relationship between the transition in educational stages and the MPI. That is, when there is an increase in your transition education, obviously your MPI is falling down, which shows a progressive result in the economic development. So though the significance level is of very slight, it is because of the short term availability of the data, as I've taken only for 2 years because of the scarcity. So the suggestions are basically that there is a significant change in MPI due to the transition education of these students, and we couldn't provide a precise magnitude just because of the scarcity of data. Though the impact of transition is the slightest in the short run, at a long run it will definitely impact in the MPI hugely more in the states of lower income states than in the higher income states. And for this purpose, we can see that RT is being implemented only until 8th standard, and there's a high chances and high risks of students who can drop after 8th and go for earning professions rather than continuing the education further. So this transition education acts as a key to preserve the educational rights of students and getting more employment opportunities, which will help them to increase their income opportunities as well. So my suggestion would be implementing RT until 12th standard, which would protect the educational rights of students until 12th, plus increasing the educational qualification of students and promoting them to choose their streams of field they want to go as well. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we have Basni Sethi. Okay. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. She'll be presenting a paper on nature's resilience, post-colonial critical insights into Namita Gokhale's Things to Leave Behind. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Banaja Vasini Sethi, and I am from Odisha. And I am going to present my paper on nature's resilience, post-colonial eco-critical insights into Namita Gokhale's Things to Leave Behind. Well, this paper engages in a post-colonial eco-critical analysis of Gokhale's novel Things to Leave Behind, exploring the multifaceted relationship between cultural displacement, environmental degradation, and indigenous resistance in colonial India. Set in the Himalayan region of Kumaon, the novel intricately weaves together narratives of 3 generations of Kumaoni women characters grappling with the legacy of colonialism and their strong urge to protect their sacred land, Naini Lake, and their cultural identity. This paper also illustrates the inherent link between anthropocentric and Eurocentric ideologies underpinning colonial expansion and environmental racism. Well, this historical novel by Gokhale was published in 2016, one of her creations of the Himalayan trilogy. Well, it follows 3 generations of Kumaoni women such as Durga Devi, Tilotama, and Devaki. Okay, from Kumaon Hills from Uttarakhand, set in colonial India during 1840 to 1912. So the story begins with unraveling a famous folklore of Almora district of Uttarakhand about all-seeing goddess Naina Devi. As Gokhale described, the mythology goes as that goddess Sati's eyes failed to rest and became the lake of Naina Devi in the Kumaon Hills in Uttarakhand, mirroring the blue sky and the green mountains. The oral narratives such as folktales and mythologies provide a deep understanding of the origin, history, and culture of the state. From the time immemorial, oral traditions have passed on from generation to generation, and this not only gives meaning to native people's lives and their belief system, but also provide a cultural identity to them. Most indigenous folklores influence the conservation of the environment. This historical novel also narrates the struggle of native Pahari to to keep the European visitors away from their sacred Naini Lake or Nainital to protect its sanctity, as the Paharis considered the European invasion of Naini Lake as public calamities. The story further reveals the sudden death of a young British woman who drowned in the lake. The local Paharis told each other she is avenging the intrusion of the white men on her sacred water. For natives, Naina Devi was a living goddess of underwater, but this superstitious belief of the natives regarded as childish behavior by the Britishers. Be it out of fear or devotion, the native people never tried to pollute the natural habitat of Naini Lake until the arrival of British Empire with the weapon of industrialization and modernization. Many conflicts arise with the arrival of the Britishers. As the mutiny of 1857 surfaced, the clash between humans, Europeans, and non-humans or indigenous people, their animals and land, took place amidst the new settlement of British colony in fascinating Kumaon Hill. As the narrator describes, the lake of three immortal sages, Atri, Pulasthya and Pulaha, where Sati's eye had once fallen to earth, now belonged to another time, another people. Well, post-colonial studies deals with the effects of cultural displacements, the loss of language and personal identity. It also attacks the centuries of slavery, economic and physical exploitation of native people and their lands and resources. Theoretically, environmental studies have never been the emphasis of post-colonial studies. Rather, it offers an understanding of human culture shaped by imperial power. One cannot deny the fact that imperialism influences both people and places simultaneously. When any region is colonized, it means the whole environment is colonized. The environment begins to be manipulated by the dominant power, and according to Curtin, an American environmental philosopher, environmental racism is the connection in theory and practice of race and the environment, so that the operation of the one is connected to and supported by the operation of the other. Besides, land provides an identity to people who belong to that place. Hence, any kind of intrusion in terms of power politics harms integrity of the culture and environment. As Australian ecofeminist Plum Wood argues that anthropocentrism and Eurocentrism are inseparable, as it lies on the very ideology of European justification for invasion and colonization proceeded from their natural instinct that non-European and their indigenous culture as the uncivilized, primitive and animalistic, and their lands as spaces unused, underused or empty. So this invasion of Kumaon Hills by Europeans can be seen as a form of environmental racism. Within many cultures, anthropocentrism has long been naturalized. The absolute prioritization of one's own species' interests over those of the silenced majority is still regarded as being only natural. Ironically, other animals and the environment are often excluded from the privileged ranks of the human, rendering them available for exploitation. So by foregrounding the environment as an active participant in the colonial narrative, Things to Leave Behind offers a better understanding of the complex interplay between power, identity, and environmental exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Nidhi Kulkarni, a scholar from VIT University, presenting on minority stresses that influence the rate of increased incidence of mental health disorders in sexual and gender minority communities. Welcome.
evening, everyone. I'm Nidhi Kulkarni. I'm a research scholar from VISH, VISH School of VIT AP University. I'm delighted to be here to present our paper on minority stressors that might influence the rate of increased incidence of mental health disorders in sexual and gender minority communities. Now, this study aims to shed light on the mental health challenges faced by LGBTQIA+ individuals in India, drawing on their qualitative experiences and data and using the theoretical frameworks given by I.H. Mayer Minority Stress Model in 2003. As we delve into this research, we will identify stressors that contribute to the mental health challenges among sexual and gender minorities in Global South with a special focus on India. Now, this research is particularly relevant to this conference thrust area as it highlights how social dynamics, specifically discrimination, harassment, violence, and cultural perceptions in countries like India shape the subjective well-being of marginalized groups. Okay. Now, the Global South, including regions like India, offers unique social dynamics that have profound impact on subjective well-being when it comes to marginalized groups such as sexual and gender minorities. In India, while there have been significant legal advancement, just like the decriminalization of Section 377, however, social acceptance still remains a significant challenge. Our research directly addresses these problems or these social dynamics from a Global South perspective, making it highly relevant to this conference's focus. Now, I'll be covering introduction and review of literature together briefly. Okay. For that, let's first understand what is this minority stress model given by I.H. Mayer in 2003. Now, this is a widely cited framework and it is used in understanding what are the mental health challenges in LGBTQI+ individuals. Okay. This theory postulates that social conditions like discrimination, harassment, violence, etc. contribute to a hostile environment that only exasperates psychological distress among such individuals. It also distinguishes between distal stressors, which are nothing but your external events like harassment, violence, corrective rape, and proximal stressors, which are nothing but your internal responses, for example, fear of isolation, fear of rejection, or internalized homophobia, etc. How all of them together contribute to mental health outcomes. Now, let's also have a look at mental health disparities. Research done by Values 2022 shows that LGBTQIA+ individuals face higher incidence of mental health disorders compared to their heterosexual counterparts. For instance, let's have a look at the data given by American Psychological Association, where 61% are reporting depression, 45% PTSD, and 36% anxiety. Additionally, 40% of transgender individuals have attempted suicide at least once in their lifetime, which is 9 times larger than the average. This only goes to show how the incidence of mental health disorders in this community is disproportionate. Okay, now moving on to the third point, that is influence of societal and familial context in India. In Indian context, social norms, familial expectations, and legal system further only exasperate the psychological stress experienced by these individuals. Next point, prejudice and internalized homophobia. Studies like those of Diaz et al. 2006 show that internalized homophobia contributes to anxiety, depression, and higher risk of HIV among these individuals. Lastly, despite the adversity, some studies have shown or have reported that individuals with stronger minority identities and who have positive community affiliations show greater amount of resilience and are able to navigate through these minority stressors. In conclusion, the literature underscores that while legal reforms like decriminalization of homosexuality is a good thing, but or has paved a way for the progress, societal, familial, and institutional barriers continue to exist. Moving on to the research objective, the authors of this paper sought to identify the minority stressors that contribute to these high rates of mental disorders in this community. Using Mayer's minority stress model, we also sought to categorize these common stressors. The methodology we adopted was a qualitative approach for the study, conducting in-depth interviews with 15 LGBTQIA+ individuals aged between 18 to 25 who were hailing from Amity University, Maharashtra. Now, after ethical clearance and appropriate consent, Participants were given a demographic questionnaire followed by interviews which were analyzed using thematic analysis, allowing us to identify common stresses that align with I.H. Mayer's minority stress model in 2003. While we initially considered using a mixed method approach for this study, we found that qualitative research was better suited for capturing the nuances experienced by such individuals. Now quickly moving on to the findings or the results of the study, we were able to identify 5 key stressors. First being invisibility. Despite some progress in India, many LGBTQIA+ individuals still remain invisible in their own families and local communities, and particularly in rural areas also. This invisibility only forces individuals to hide their true selves, eventually leading to again psychological distress. Second, family pressure. Many LGBTQI individuals face immense pressure to adhere and conform to heterosexual traditional norms. Now the study's finding on invisibility and family pressure are supported by prior research. For instance, Rao in 2017 highlighted how Indian sexual minorities reported high levels of depression and emotional distress due to family expectations and societal invisibility. Moving on to the third point, that is misinformation or rather lack of awareness, which is often perpetuated by false narratives portrayed by media, fuels discrimination. For example, beliefs that homosexuality is a disorder or a disease or an illness only contributes to internalized homophobic attitudes and increased mental health challenges. The study's identification of this stressor is again consistent with global findings. Herrick and Garnett's 2007 emphasized how misinformation about homosexuality contributed to increased psychological harm. Similar to what the study conducted by Values in 2022 was observed in India. Fourth point, lack of sex education curriculum. Another significant stressor that our study identified was the lack of comprehensive and inclusive sex education in Indian schools, where topics or subjects related to LGBTQIA+ individuals were either ignored or stigmatized. Now this lack of comprehensive sex education in India again echoes findings from Marshall et al. 2008, who reported that in regions with limited or non-inclusive sex education curriculum, individuals are more likely to experience anxiety and internalized homophobia. Last but not the least, diversity and social conditions. Our study also acknowledges or recognizes the diversity experienced among LGBTQIA+ individuals and supports research from Diaz et al. 2006, who also highlighted how cultural and regional differences play a critical role in shaping these stressors. Now, although there were findings much of the findings do align with the existing literature, some contradictions exist. For instance, Consolation et al. 2004 suggests that individuals with multiple minority identities, with a stronger minority identity sense, and with positive community affiliations show higher or reported greater levels of resilience and were able to navigate through these specific minority stressors. Now quickly moving on to limitations and future suggestions. First, small sample size. The study was based on interviews with only 15 LGBTQI+ individuals. Second, geographical limitations. The participants mostly in the study were primarily from Amity University, Maharashtra. Educational bias. The participants does not acknowledge students who have less education or who hail from various socio-economic backgrounds. The participants in the study were mostly university students. Next, focus on qualitative data. The study relies exclusively on qualitative data gathered through interviews, which limits the ability to quantify the extent of mental health challenges experienced in this community. Next, reliance on self-reported data, which is again inherently subject to bias. Lastly, limited exploration of intersectionality. This study does not acknowledge the intersectionality of these stressors with other factors like caste, religion, and economic status. There are some recommendations though that the authors make, is one being policy changes. Although decriminalization has happened, but still we think legalization of same-sex marriages, policy changes regarding to will, policy changes regarding to adoption, property distribution also needs to be looked into. Educational reforms, as discussed earlier and as pointed out in our research as well, comprehensive and inclusive sex education curriculum is a must. Lastly, mental health support. since most of the reports given by various organizations and prior research only points out to the increased incidence of mental health disorders in this community, it is essential to provide counseling services or mental health support, or to make it more available and accessible to this community. In conclusion, by identifying these key stressors, which are invisibility, family pressure, inadequate sex education, diversity and misinformation, we hope to provide a foundation for further research and policy changes that will improve the subjective well-being of LGBTQIA+ individuals in India. Thank you so much. And here are the references. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you. Next we have G. Jay Prakash from IIT Roorkee, presenting a paper, Navigating the Anthropocene, Ecological Destruction and Displacement in D'Souza's Deepa. Thank you.
Respected Chair, my dear fellow co-presenters and dear participants. Good evening to one and all present here. This is Jay Prakash and I'm going to present on the topic Navigating the Anthropocene, Ecological Destruction and Displacement in D'Souza's Deepa. This paper actually explores the ecological concerns, human displacement and the clash between modernization and the traditional ways of life. The text chosen in this context is Dvipa. This text is set against the backdrop of a remote village in the Western Ghats, and the narrative revolves around the impending construction of a dam which threatens the village's livelihoods and the region's delicate ecological balance. In addition, this narrative actually underscores the broader implications of such conflicts in the Anthropocene era, where human actions significantly impact the environment. Moreover, this text also explores the ecological aspects and the far-reaching environmental consequences of dam construction in a remote village. Moreover, it also highlights the urgent need for sustainable practices that respect both ecological integrity and the cultural heritage of the indigenous communities facing displacement. So, in the enchanting pages of Dvipa, a story unfolds that resonates deeply with the dance of humanity and nature. This narrative takes root in a quiet village nestled within the Western Ghats, a community poised on the brink of transformation. Central to this metamorphosis is the impending construction of a dam, a modern marvel threatening not just the village's time-honored way of life, but also the delicate balance of nature that cradles them. Our exploration here is a journey into the heart of the ecological concerns interwoven into Dvipa, a lens inviting us to ponder the impact of human choices on our surroundings. Against the canvas of the Anthropocene, an era where the fingerprints of human activity are indelibly imprinted on the earth, a novel unfolds as a microcosm of the broader clashes between progress and traditions. At the narrative's core, the imminent dam construction, a catalyst for upheaval in the lives of the villagers. Their livelihoods are intricately woven into the fabric of the land. Here, D'Souza's storytelling prowess captures the tension between the march of progress and the call for preservation, compelling us to confront the uncomfortable truth of development-induced destruction. This tension, as the pages unfold, mirrors the global struggles of communities caught between the wheels of modernization and the imperative of environmental conservation. A pivotal facet of our exploration delves into the ecological dimension within the text. The Western Ghats, more than just a mere backdrop, emerges as a living character. The impending dam construction poses a profound threat to the delicate equilibrium sustaining the region's vibrant biodiversity. The narrative nuances shed light on far reaching consequences of such interventions, underlining the ripples of development extend far beyond the immediate vicinity, echoing through the intricate tapestry of interconnected ecosystems. And now, if we look at the anthropocentric elements in the text, here it actually the framework of Anthropocene, this plays a crucial role in framing the narrative and exploring the intricate relationship between human actions and the environment. As the novel is set in the backdrop of Western Ghats, it delves into the Anthropocene era where human activities have become the dominant force shaping the Earth's ecosystems. As the dam construction looms, the villagers' action actually takes center stage, showcasing the anthropocentric mindset that prioritizes human needs and aspirations over the preservation of natural environment. The novel also raises questions about the consequences of such anthropocentric decision makings as the impending changes threaten the delicate ecological balance of the Western Ghats. Now, if you look at another important aspect, that is ecological disruption, here the narrative is intricately woven around the theme of ecological disruptions, portraying the profound impact of human activities on the environment. The looming dam serves as a focal point for the environmental and ecological disruptions depicted in the novel. As construction progresses, the once pristine landscape undergoes a transformation with entire ecosystem disrupted and displaced. The intricate balance that sustained the rich biodiversity of the region is thrown into disarray, signaling a departure from the harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. The disruption extends beyond the physical landscape, permeating into the lives of the villagers whose existence is deeply entwined with the natural rhythms of the land. The impending inundation of their ancestral homes, resulting in displacement of the communities, severing old age connections to the environment, and causing a rupture into the social fabric. This displacement becomes a poignant metaphor for the broader trend of human induced ecological disruptions, where communities bear the brunt of developmental projects that sacrifice environmental integrity for progress. Moving on to another important key point, that is displacement. Here, the theme of displacement emerges as a poignant and central theme. The displacement portrayed in this text is not a physical relocation. It also ruptures the social continuity and culture of these indigenous communities. As the water level rises due to the dam, ancestral homes are submerged and the villagers are forced to abandon the lands that have sustained them for generations. I think recently in Vijayawada itself, most of you might have seen what has happened. So it is somewhat a microcosm of what has happened in Dvipa compared to Vijayawada's current floods. So here the novel actually underscores the emotional toll of displacement, depicting the villagers' struggles to come to terms with the impending loss of their homes and the erasure of their cultural heritage. The landscape, once a source of identity and belonging, becomes a site of impending destruction, symbolizing the clash between progress and preservation. Here, the author delves into the psychological impact of displacement, portraying the profound sense of dislocation experienced by these characters. The villagers find themselves grappling with a forced detachment from the land that shaped their traditions and defined their sense of self. This emotional dimension adds depth to the exploration of displacement, elevating it beyond a mere physical relocation to a complex interplay of identity, belonging, and loss. Moreover, this text Dvipa serves as a microcosm reflecting the broader global issue of displacement resulting from development projects. It prompts readers to confront the human cost of progress, raising ethical questions about the prioritization of infrastructure over the well-being of communities. Finally, in conclusion, it can be said that the theme of displacement in this text, it transcends as a narrative device. It becomes a powerful lens through which we can actually examine the human consequences of environmental transformations. The author also the portrayal of displacement actually resonates as a poignant commentary on the broader challenges faced by the communities worldwide in this anthropocentric era, urging us to consider the human stories behind the statistics of development-induced migration. Thank you everyone for lending me a patient hearing. Obliged. Thank you.
We have our last presentation of the day, Proposition towards Second Generation Life Narratives by Dr. Shruti MP, Shivanala University. Welcome.
Good evening, and thanks for organizing this conference. So my paper is a proposal towards what I'm naming as a second generation Dalit life narratives. So I have 3 sections in this paper, and I'll try to run over the major parts of them. I'll read them so that I can cover most of the part of the paper. And the first is the deviation from bourgeois autobiographies. I'm arguing that the Dalit autobiographies are a trajectory away from what we know as Dalit autobiographies. The second is urban migration and limited access to modernity. So in the migration towards the urban space, towards the capitalist mode of production, towards away from the feudal and the agrarian mode of production, they seek out what the modernity promises. It promises a life of liberty, equality and fraternity, but they don't find it, and that becomes a moment of epiphany. And finally, I'm saying there's a kind of a deviation from just this mere rural to urban migration to a second generation of Dalit writers. And when I mean second generation, I'm talking about urban bred, socially mobile, English educated, internationally migrant Dalits who are writing their autobiographies and their concerns. Okay. Since Narendra Yadav wrote Outcast, a memoir, in 2003, many urban bred, city bred Dalits have begun documenting their lives and memorializing the trajectories of their families in the form of life narratives. These narratives depart from the rural-born, first-generation literate, urban migrant writer-narrator, predominantly found in Dalit life narratives written in regional languages, which were later translated into many languages, particularly into English, such as Lakshman Mane's Upare, Vasant Moon's Growing Up Untouchable in India, Valmiki's Juthan, Limbale's Akarmashi, Malgatti's Government Brahmana, and much more, many more books. I don't want to name all of them here. These include narratives translated from Marathi, Gujarati, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, Bengali into English. So to understand how there is a divergence from the above mentioned works, I will start by examining the existing theories and frameworks that describe what a Dalit life narrative is. So besides poetry and social commentary, life narratives are a common and effective genre of expressing their empowerment, their worries of the oppressed people of India. And these narratives and this genre of literature in which individuals who consciously and politically identify themselves as Dalits share their life experiences, struggles and aspirations. They are mostly told in the first person narrator, who's also the protagonist or witness of the events they recount. And the unit of narration is usually episodes of significant life experiences which generate empathy among the readers. So due to the lack of access to education, it is only in the mid-20th century that Dalit autobiographies were written and they became available in the market. It is broadly believed that Hazari's Untouchable, an autobiography of an outcast Indian written in 1951, was the first published autobiographical text by a Dalit. Although there is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Writing for a Visa, published in 1935, it is only an autobiographical reminiscence of his experiences with untouchability, and it's a 20-page text, so it does not fit into the full description of an autobiography. Subsequently, we have autobiographies and writings that came out of the Siddhartha College and Milind College students in 1950s, protest writings from the 1960s, Dalit Panthers and their followers and their writings in the 1970s. And even prior to that, we have journals like Mok Nayak and Bahishkrit that had biographical content, but we cannot call them as biographies. Deviation from bourgeois autobiographies. Autobiography, although signifies a resemblance to reality and distinguishes it from creative fiction, it most often refers to self-writing of and by personalities considered to be successful men or celebrities, and these texts bring to the public their success stories. Whereas life narratives are life experiences that are narrated to bring social justice issues to the forefront, to document the trauma and to voice out representation of a minority group. Thereby the term life narrative or personal narrative, testimonio or memoir more appropriately signifies self-writing by Dalits rather than autobiographies. Although it can be studied as a subgenre of what we know as autobiographies. Dalit life narratives bring forth the struggles of everyday life as we saw, but some of the concerns that are raised here is that these autobiographical narratives are too individualistic. They're glorifying the author, they're romanticizing Dalit suffering and their collective pain. So, for example, Anand Teltumde, for instance, he doesn't agree that this should be a genre that they uphold. The Dalit autobiography is very distinct and different from the non-Dalit autobiography in more ways than one. So actually I don't want to be going into all of this. This is over and over written by many writers, for example Rajkumar, Sharmila Rage, M.S.S. Pandian. So we're talking a lot about how Dalit autobiographies are a deviation from bourgeois autobiographies. So I'll go on to the next subheading. Urban migration and limited access to modernity. Okay. So people belonging to privileged communities embraced and refashioned caste identities in the city, where their cultures became synonymous with the culture of cosmopolitanism, whereas others became cultures outside modernity. Drawing from historian Junaid Sheikh, who writes particularly about Bombay, he says middle class and upper caste Brahmins embraced and refashioned caste identities in the city, and their caste affinities shaped the urban space. Therefore, any easy assumption about the cosmopolitanism of Bombay must be interrogated. Indeed, it appears almost by definition that the Dalit protagonist is displaced. They are the other of the secular city, because in the secular city, their cultural practices are not in the mainstream. But it is not modernity that is the problem. Modernity, what we call as the proponent of liberty, equality and fraternity, because that will be an irony. Instead of studying modernity and divisive ideas as contrasting, they are vastly overlapped by scholars such as Aditya Nigam and Ashish Nandi. Whereas historian Meerananda calls that such people are anti-enlightenment brigades who project the key theoretical categories of modern political discourse as the real enemy and not the sacralized sense of entitlement to ritual and secular power that Hinduism conferred on the twice born. Okay, I'll move on to the actual argument. I'll just read out one paragraph from this. So, proposition towards a second generation Dalit life narrative is based on which generation of the writer's family shifted to the urban space, which is the center of political and economic power. It is also inevitably based on which generation gained the access to the weapon to write their stories, the tool of literacy, whether it is the generation of the narrator or the parents or the great-grandparent generation. As migration to the urban space and education are, by partial means, of liberation from the caste system and the exploitation in the village, education, urban migration and arriving in the context to write their narratives go together. It should be noted that the few Dalit life narratives that are written in English are by second generation urban and second generation literate Dalits. The city is also the site of English education. Over the past couple of decades, more urban-born city-bred Dalits have begun documenting their lives and memorializing their trajectories and of their families in English. These narratives depart from the what I was mentioning earlier, the rural-born first-generation writers who write mostly in regional languages. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Chair for comments and questions.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, presenters, for enlightening us with such pertinent topics of the current times. My first question would be to Ram Lakshmina. I just wanted to know your opinion on this. So you spoke about discrete ways of seeking help with regard to domestic violence and creating an awareness about it. Now, having said that, creating an awareness would also mean creating awareness for the perpetrators. So how do you plan to deal with it?
This is a point I have addressed in the paper as well, something that in due to time I have overlooked. It is a double-edged sword, so perpetrators will also be aware of the signs. So sort of a dicey situation as to how we can handle it. And I think we can link it with human-computer interaction because one hand, interpersonal, the study showed that interpersonal network is the most trusted form. So it's, when we say interpersonal network, it doesn't mean face-to-face is the only way we can use the gesture. Video call is something Canadian Women Foundation recommends, saying you turn on the video. So if you want to show the gesture to a trusted member, can be, in India it's always the young women who go to the mothers. So you can use a video call in which you can show the gesture. This will not leave a digital trace. So we have to integrate human-computer interaction with this. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the audience side for Ram Lakshmina? I'm sorry.
How do we address Domestic Violence Act? Actually, we are saying that domestic violence. Actually, we have Domestic Violence Act 2005, both violence and physical and emotional. So these are the components we have.
So there are a couple of acts that are actually addressing domestic violence.
Yeah.
The most comprehensive being Protection of Women Against Domestic Violence 2005.
Yes, yes.
This is the only act where there is provision to see how the issue can be addressed as it is quite pervasive. That's the reason why I said usefulness of the discrete signal must be integrated in the legal framework. Unfortunately, the act protects only women. So men are yet to be recognized by our law as victims because as much as the society, see, as a patriarchal culture, I am also a victim of patriarchy, and I can call myself a survivor of patriarchy because even from career choices, it never happened the way I wanted to. Otherwise, I didn't have to be flying in an aeroplane somewhere as a pilot. So being a girl, so I think I succumb to patriarchy that way. But coming to a larger problem like domestic violence, yeah. So though we say that women are, dominated, patriarchy oppresses women and all that, there is a privilege that we feel that men are always the dominant, and we seldom recognize them as victims. Culturally, socially, legally.
Yeah, we are living in the government society.
Yeah. In fact, some but men are not able to open up because their own family or best friend will tease them, saying, oh, how shameful of you that you're getting beaten up by your wife or mother-in-law.
And also the bringing up processes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, it was actually a good recess, but I would like to ask, this has happened with me. I had to be in Vizag for a trip, kind of thing. And in the evening, I mean night, like 10 o'clock or something, I had with me two friends. So we were coming back from a restaurant, and we came back. While we were coming, there was a lady injured completely, and she was standing on the road. And we were a little puzzled, like what happened exactly. And we tried to, and I approached her. On approaching her, she looked at me and her eyes were like, say, kind of, the mascaras were erased, and her eyes were filled with tears. But as soon as she looked at me, there was a voice coming from, there was a man who called from behind, and he told me that, come back, not needed. And then I came back, and the man, we were actually concerned about the lady, but the man told us that she does it every day. And maybe she calls for help, and when I looked back, the lady actually took an auto and she went. So he tells that she always gets drunk, and she acts as she's been harmed, and then she requests for help. So we don't know, like, how the genuinity of the case, like how can you look into this situation?
So when we're using, see, again it's it is a skeptical situation where you cannot ascertain the authenticity instantly. But the first step is, see, when someone shows you the signal, it doesn't mean you call the authorities immediately. Do the Canadian Women Foundation says, talk to the person. So when you're actually having an interaction, your instincts will tell you whether this person is saying the truth or not. You have to somewhere do that trial and error, that foolproof method, listen to your instincts, and then take a call accordingly. So it's not like, when you're shown the gesture, you immediately call the authorities. The first
I'm sorry to not mention it, but she did not do that gesture. But what in case this lady knows about this gesture and she uses it?
I'm speaking only in the context where the use of gestures only when it is pertinent for my
Yes,
study.
exactly.
Right? So I can only speak from, because the focus is,
my
authenticity is questionable because, see, 49A is a law where women filed cases against their husbands saying they were abused, they were beaten up. Alright? If you see, there are a lot of cases which are fake also. Because the law does not protect men, women use it as a weapon against men.
This is regarding
So, authenticity is something even among people who are learned or otherwise, even in the courts, establishing authenticity is a trial.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, it is made believable, and then there's rounds and rounds of hearing, and then it is established as to whether it is really authentic or not.
Yes, yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you for the question.
I had a question for Hasina. So you spoke about the education transition. Now, and it being a problem in the Indian context because of which poverty is a byproduct of it. So can you give us one or two solutions for the problem?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, it is necessary that we need to emphasize on the states which has a high amount of MPI, that is the higher rates of MPI, and we need to concentrate on the transition rate of those states, and then we need to basically implement RT, which preserves the rights of the students, and basically the law protects the students if they are not being included, if they
pursue a higher education, RT is a best solution, and implementation of RT under 12 is a basic requirement to be done. But apart from it, it is the policies, the incentives, as how Money told, like in the previous session, the incentivizing the students of the lower income background people to do higher education will help them to go and start pursue education, and that will also incentivize them getting money so that they go and study. So because if you see in this country called Bangladesh and other developing countries, they do incentivize their students to study so that they provide all the education kits, they provide all school fees and everything. That is, education is made free, only the parents has to send the students to go to school or college. So this kind of a liberal education and making it compulsory will help them to study, and that will also help them to choose their career much more wiser, which will help them to improve their lifestyle.
Right, but don't you think in the school education and the current scenario, despite all the incentives being given, the dropout rate is still very high? So maybe sensitization, do you think that would be an additional benefit to it?
Yes, actually we need to think about the dropout ratio as well, because it's of a great concern. And again, it is depending on the, and if you see, India is a secular country with diversified backgrounds around each and every state. So basically, Andhra Pradesh is not the same as Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu is not the same as Uttar Pradesh. The population is different, the cultural diversities is different, and the ideologies of people is different. So anyways, to bring them and narrow them down into a single part, it is essential for us to bring in a legal protection, which is what I told RTE. But again, the dropout rate is of a major concern. Maybe that comes under the quality aspect of education, which I have not discussed in this paper.
A quick example. I can speak only from the Tamil Nadu context that I am familiar with. We have this concept of midday meals, free education, free uniform, free books and all that, thanks to our former Chief Minister Nagaraj. So because of him, a lot of children are benefiting from school education. But still, the question that you asked is, despite all this, there's still a dropout. So there was this extension activity carried out by University of Madras, which I got to witness for one weekend alone. I was not part of it per se, but it was a beautiful gesture. So what happened was this Pulicat Lake, Pulicat area, it's a hamlet, collective of fishing hamlets. There, I believe children were dropping out and opting for fishing because there was no proper logistics. I mean, the bridge was broken down and students didn't have access to the schools. So, and there are other socio-economic reasons why children were taking up fishing along with their parents and were dropping out from school. So what the former head of the department, who's Professor Ravindran, did was, he took a bunch of his masters and PhD students, ethical scholars also, to the Pulicat Lake on one weekend. And the other weekend, those students will come here to the university. So it was like a 4-week program. So these students were exposed to the university culture. So what these students were taught were media skills. Okay, they were trained to, they have come up with their own magazine, to write their own narratives, to enact, they were equipped with skills for street theatre, to pursue art, to document in the form of videography and photography. All these media skills were taught by these scholars and students to children in the classes of 5 to 10. So the 10 years to 15 years is the age group where the dropout was very high. So at the end of the 4 weeks, when I have a 1-minute documentary made of it, I would be happy to share with you later on. So where these children say that I want to become like that Anna. So the aspiration to pursue higher education was soon. And Madras University is the place where some of the first mathematicians, Ramanujan, Mutulakshmi, and several eminent personalities have graduated from the university. So these children were taken to the library, shown their work, shown their photographs, said education is important for you. The only way you can emancipate yourself is through education. So this was an initiative from the civil society.
actually the rural areas, and which is the least approachable, and the rural cultural background is also more vast, and it is difficult to understand probably. So it should be dealt in a very sensitized way and a complicated junction. So we need to bring in a new way again to bring it. But rather, it is high time that rather than thinking of the enjoyment and accessibility, we need to think on more way of transition and moving upwards or upskilling rather than being just they're going to school and just being there. That's it.
And taking more humane aspects.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any questions for her? So my next question is for Balaji. So you spoke about the cultural aspects and resilience of the British era. Can this narrative that you spoke about, the protection of land and water, be applicable in the current cultural context? What do you feel about it?
Well, I believe yes, it can be applicable, providing the present scenario, the flood, the cyclone, landslides we are experiencing. Those are partially man-made, and with the arrival of Britishers, they also came up with all such modernization and industrialization which affected it. So yes, we can believe that it is still relevant.
It's still relevant. Okay. Thank you. Any questions for her? We'll move on to the next one. Nikki, hi. So you spoke about the minority stressors, and essentially you collected data from 15 students from Amity.
Yes,
which are case studies, so I assume they are in-depth in terms of information. So how do you think you can generalize? You have mentioned it in your limitation. However, how do you think you can generalize the findings given the varied cultural contexts, regional disparities, even within India? How do you think you can generalize the findings?
Again, quoting you, yes, there is a lot of diversity in India, but even among LGBTQIA plus individuals, there is diverse amount of experiences. For example, when we talk about or when we address intersectionality, for example, if I identify myself as somebody from LGBTQIA plus community, but I belong to urban India, I have had access to education, I have a good social support system, my family members accept me, my challenges or my mental health challenges will vary differently than those of individuals who belong to rural area. So that I truly believe as a researcher that level of generalization is not possible with this population since it's a marginalized or minority group. But second of all, I have addressed this in my study as well. Yes, we cannot generalize this, but one good thing about my study is that all the findings are in line with the prior research. Even though the terminologies might vary depending upon different researches, but the essence of the research remains the same. So the 5 categories or the 5 key main stresses that we have identified in our study remain the same. Now subcategories or subdomains might vary depending upon the cultural context, depending upon the caste, religion and other socio-demographic variables, but yes, so my study can be used as a pilot study for future researchers, and what they can do is they can further investigate using mixed method approach, and they can quantify the effects, or they can use longitudinal studies, especially because it's a marginalized group, and they can see the effects of these minority stressors across time. Apart from that, yes, this is my suggestion.
Yeah, and also I think because you have taken students, I think I will also agree with me, so age is very constricted.
Yes.
And I believe even if it's the minority communities, which I don't like using the term for them, but anyways, even if it's the LGBTQ community, experiences across age groups will be extremely varied.
Difficult, yes.
And like you said, in terms of education also, people who are educated, people who are not educated, the area of residence, so their experiences will be varied. So having a quantitative analysis would help you gather data from varied aspects. quantifying effects, it's finding about the common stressors majorly. That, yes. We cannot quantify it, but that's how we feel it. Yeah. Okay. Jayaprakash, my next question is for you. So, you said dams are, they lead to displacement and horrific experiences for the people experiencing it. Having said that, in the current times, somewhere it is indispensable as well, looking at the development aspect. I mean, that is how we look at it. We can never ignore the negative aspects of it as well, and the psychological impact that it might have on the people. So how do we maintain, or how do, as a researcher, what is your opinion? How do you strike a balance between these two aspects?
Okay, so the thing is, the main reason why I have highlighted this text is because at least there are writers who are talking about these issues as ecological issues in the anthropocentric world. Because if not for the writers, who else will talk about it? Because if you look at the capitalistic society and the capitalists or the big MNCs, they will definitely talk about all the developments, but this is development-induced destruction. So I try to look at this text from an ecological point of view, because that is a major missing in the current scenario, and it is high time we look at these things because, as you know, there is we are at the verge of an apocalypse, which is inevitable in the next few decades if we do not check on the things which we are doing. So this text is just a representative text of many writings, and this case is just a representative case of many cases which are happening across the world. So so through this paper and by taking this text, I want to shift the focus from the anthropocentric point of view to the ecological point of view, because we are happy talking about this, but which is actually a very pressing problem in the current scenario. So how do I strike a balance is that we should look at it from one of the key things, that is sustainability. And there are two concepts. If people who are working on environmental humanities, you might be aware of deep ecology and shallow ecology. So shallow ecology is something where you work for the environment for your benefits. For example, we are planting trees, okay, for our benefit. But deep ecology is a concept which talks about doing something for the environment to save the nature itself, not thinking of any kind of human gain or which can profit the humans. So I feel that it's high time we talk about. I mean, we bring in the professors, we bring in the environmentalists, we bring in the people who talk about these issues when there are policy makings, because it is the top-notch officials and the myopic view of these people. They actually take the decisions which actually have a lasting effect, if not at present. That's what I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jayaprakash? Yes.
So you were talking about the conflict between tradition and development or progress, right? So from the text that you've chosen, can you give us some episodes so we'll be able to understand, if you can give an anecdote from the text so that we'll be able to understand what exactly you mean by this conflict in this particular context, this dam construction context?
Dam construction context in the sense here, the major point of discussion is not just about offering a solution, but at least to highlight that a problem is actually a problem. Because in the present times, there are many situations, many things which are happening where we do not at least address it as a problem. So this is an attempt to actually showcase or to bring it to the limelight that this is actually a problem. So it is not just about bringing up same thing happens to us also. Even if like if somebody offers us crores of rupees, still we don't want to leave our own home or homeland, right? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, in connection. Yeah, yeah. Here it happens, and finally we can see that there are only like there is only one family which stays back and others they leave. Yeah. Okay.
Shruti ma'am, I just had a doubt. It's not essentially a question. I just wanted to know. So you spoke about the Dalit autobiographies of different generations. So what is the basic difference that you found in the narratives of the first and the second generations of the Dalit autobiographies?
So my primary argument is that the first generation was migration from rural to the urban, from the village to the city in search of modernity. They were promised something, they come to the city, they look for what they were promised, and then they come to a realization that that is not fulfilled. So that epiphany, and then that goes into a state of being unfulfilled. That itself becomes an identity, and that becomes his identity. So that is regarding migration, which along with that comes education and literacy, access to English, social mobility. All of this I'm talking within the context of migration, rural to urban migration. The second generation, these are urban born, city bred, English educated, most often socially middle class, if we can say, second generation literate, importantly, parents who are IAS or grandparents who are IAS officers, and then their migration is often to international cities. So this is the primary distinction I'm making with the
migration.
Yes. Migration is not independent as just relocation. Along with it goes class, how does class, socioeconomic status of these people, how does that change? How does their access to English? English is important because English is seen as a language of emancipation in the Dalit context. So their access to English. So when I say migration, I'm not talking just relocation.
Thank you. I think that's all my side.
So, with the permission of the chair, this will be the end of our session, and I would like to thank Honorable Chair and all our presenters for giving a wonderful session and answering all our questions. And also the audience for your patience. And this will be end of today's session. Thank you. Yeah.